The Masoretic text is what most of our English Bibles use today for the Old Testament. However, you will learn today that the Masoretic text has many corruptions, and even possibly is the result of a Pharisee conspiracy to remove Christ from the Scriptures and to usher in their kabbalistic golden age. Welcome to the Masoretic Psyop. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the show. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tutor Alexander. Thanks so much for being with me today as we are going to go on a little journey. It won't be a little journey. It will actually be a very extensive journey, but it will be a fascinating journey through Scripture and through history to arrive at some very important truths about Bible translations and other related things. Today is a very important topic because a lot of people are deceived on this particular issue, and especially people who hold to KJV onlyism and these types of fundamentalist ideas. It's going to be a foundational topic for some future videos I plan on doing very soon after this on things like KJV onlyism, the sacred name controversy, black and white Israelites, the serpent seed, and other similar videos. So if you are familiar with those topics, or if you've heard about them, if you're curious about them, if you want to know how they can be refuted, then stay tuned, because this will be one of the foundational pillars of those future episodes, because a lot of these movements use the KJV Bible. And of course, I'm not against the KJV, folks. That's something I want to say from the very beginning of this presentation. I'm not against the KJV. I use the KJV. I am against legalism and KJV onlyism because it's a deception, and I will prove that to you today and in the ensuing videos that I plan on making on exposing the KJV Psyop. But understanding the truth about the Masoretic text is very important. It's going to help arm you against many deceptions, and many of the deceptions that is listed are all associated to the Masoretic text one way or another because they're very much into the KJV. So there's a relationship there. You'll know what we're talking about as we go through this, and we cover things like the impact on the end times, and eschatology, and cosmology, and the age of the earth, and so on, as we look at the issues created by the Masoretic text. You'll understand what I mean when I say that understanding that Masoretic text is corrupt protects you from certain deceptions. You will understand what I mean as we go through this. Of course, the Masoretic text is what most of our English Bibles use today, thanks to the KJV. But the Masoretic text has many corruptions, folks, and I hope you will glean that from today. I hope today will be a very powerful resource for you to realize that there's no such thing as a perfect translation. There really isn't. And in the case of the Masoretic, it's not just scribal error, but there's also a deliberate, documented conspiracy to subvert Christ and ultimately to work Kabbalah magic. There are also very significant end times implications that a lot of Christians are falling into, like the 1,000-year millennial kingdom. Of course, if you haven't gotten the truth about that, I highly encourage you to watch my End Time series. Watch the Great Delusion series. I talk about this particular point there as well in the Great Delusion series, the 1,000-year kabbalistic golden age, which is really, it's from the Kabbalah, folks. People think that this is from, Christianity. Of course, some of the church fathers had a millennial view of some kind, but they didn't believe in a third temple that the Jews need to rebuild. They didn't believe that the Jews need to go to the promised land and all this kind of stuff. This is all Jesuit inventions. And of course, the mystery religion has been around since the beginning of time. So it's no surprise that all these things intersect, like the Kabbalah, like the Jesuits, like all the nefarious actors of history that you're probably already familiar with if you've seen my videos. But either way, most Christians don't realize these things. That's why this is very important. So today will be very detailed. It'll be very thorough. It'll be very edifying, hopefully, to you. We have a lot to go through, so please use the timestamps if you need to watch this in breaks. I'm going to post this in separate videos on my website only. I just don't want to deal with having to separate them on YouTube with all the different comments and stuff. So I'm going to try and just put them on my website only. Separate videos. The original full-length video will be on YouTube and other places, as well as the website. And I'll also post the references for this on the resources page on my website. So you go to resources and you'll see a little thing for references there for everything I've produced that has references. Not everything I've cited my references for. Bad teacher, I know, bad researcher, but ultimately I do post most of this stuff there, like for major series, for big videos and stuff. So I'm trying to make a habit of doing that. But anyway, the references are there in the research, in the resources, research reference resources. Trying to get all my words right. So make sure you check that out if you want to reference these on your own. Today, our goal was going to be a couple of things, a couple of major goals with this presentation. It's going to be, number one, to show you that the Masoretic text is not the preferred text when you're looking at the Old Testament. And there's a lot of proof for that. It's to help you learn that everything should be taken with a grain of salt, i.e. KJV onlyism is wrong because it's an extreme, it's an off balance. And on this channel and in general, the things that I like to talk about, it's always about walking the narrow road, folks. The narrow road is avoiding extremes. This is the truth. This is the truth. And anytime you see an extreme, you know that it's not the truth. You just know. You should know that by now. Another goal is to see how the Masoretic text is related to end times deceptions, like the millennial reign, the future millennial reign of Christ. We want to see why the mainstream narrative of the Masoretic text is also wrong, and what it's basically how it's positioned as this is the superior text, which of course it's not true. And we also want to see the kabbalistic conspiracy that has been shaped for centuries with the Masoretic text and modern Hebrew, the Hebrew language. It's an invented alphabet designed to cast magical spells. Now, if that sounds crazy to you, then I hope you will entertain me. I hope that you will go through this, because there's all the things I mentioned plus more that we're going to be talking about. It'll be very interesting. It'll be very fascinating, hopefully, to you. It will edify you in your discussions with people from Hebrew roots, Torah keepers, Messianics, dispensationalists, KJV onlyists, all these things that are very common today. So make sure that you subscribe. Make sure that you share this with a friend. Every subscribe and like and comment frees a Fennec fox from a trap. And we don't want any hunting traps out there to get those poor Fennec foxes that need to come out of Babylon and learn the truth. And of course, this is one of the things that are part of the mystery religion, is the Masoretic corruptions that you're going to be finding out about today. So our first stop is to look at a few quotes, just a few, from the New Testament that are actually quoting the Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. And that's a very important thing to look at, because they're very important quotations. And of course, it begs the question of why? Why is there this pattern? So off to part one, New Testament quotes from the Septuagint. All right, well, welcome to part one. Let's get this show on the road. This first part is really about looking at various quotations that are There's a lot of quotations in the New Testament of the Old Testament, and we're going to look at some key ones, not all of them, but we will look at some key ones and to see why are they quoting the Septuagint and not the Masoretic text. That's a very important question to ask. We're going to do a very deep dive on this stuff in a future part where we look at, I believe, over 30 examples, and we're going to do them very detail-oriented. We're going to look at each verse. But for now, we want to ask the question of why. Why is there this pattern? In other words, if you compare the New Testament to your Old Testament, there's many mismatches. Whenever there's a quotation from Paul or Peter or whoever, and there's a quotation that's being made from the Old Testament, and you go and look up that verse in your English Bible, chances are, 90% of the time, unless you happen to have an English Septuagint in there, it doesn't match. It doesn't match exactly. You can kind of get the gist of it, but there's certain things that are key that are not matching. And then when you compare it to the Septuagint, you see that there's no mismatch, that certain key words are actually matching perfectly. So this is a very important thing because it proves that the Masoretic text isn't the one being used to quote. And if so, what does that mean if that's the case? Well, we're going to find out today. But a few statistics to get us started. Of all the quotations between the two, the Masoretic and the Septuagint, about 20% match, 20%. The other 80% of the quotations in the New Testament that are quoting the Old Testament, 80% out of those 80%, most of them, about 90% of those 80%, follow the Septuagint, not the Masoretic. In other words, kind of just a layman's simplified understanding, 9 out of 10, approximately, of the quotations that you run into in the New Testament, and there's plenty, follow the Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. The question is why? Why is this pattern? And the answer is because the Septuagint is the closest to the original Hebrew translations. And it is the oldest text. The Masoretic has been altered, as you will see, and it's much newer, relatively speaking. And it has some dubious associations. So let's look at a few initial comparisons to get just the gist of what I'm talking about. This is Luke 3, verses 4 through 6. As it is written in the book of the words of the prophet Isaiah, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. Every valley shall be filled, and every mountain and his hill shall be made low. And the crooked shall become straight, and the rough places shall become level ways. And all flesh shall see the salvation of God. So this is quoting Isaiah. It's quoting Isaiah 40, verse 3 through 5. So if we do a little comparison using eSword, the parallel feature, you just put your Brenton's Septuagint and in this case, I'm using the ESV. ESV and KJV are fairly similar when it comes to these Old Testament quotations because they both use the Masoretic text. So this is ESV, and we can just look at basically Isaiah, 40 verses 3 through 5, and compare. A voice cries in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert the highway for our God. The voice of crying one in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight the paths of our God. So that's interesting. What did it say in Luke? Well, it says make his path straight. Okay, that's interesting. It follows the Septuagint there. Let's see. Verse 4. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every hill be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places plain. Every valley, this is the Septuagint on the right. Every valley shall be filled, and every mountain and hill shall be brought low. That part's the same. And all the crooked ways shall become straight, and the rough places plains. Okay, well, let's go back to Luke. What's it say? And the crooked shall become straight, and the rough places shall become level ways. So crooked and straight is what follows the actual Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. Verse 5 in Isaiah 40. This is probably the most important one, and you'll get an idea of why it's the most important. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. For the mouth of the Lord has spoken. Septuagint. And the glory of the Lord shall appear, and all flesh shall see the salvation of God, for the Lord has spoken it. So, all flesh shall see the salvation of God. Versus, all flesh shall see it together. Seems inconsequential, but we're going to talk about it in just a bit. Let's go back to Luke 3, 4 through 6. What does verse 6 say? And all flesh shall see the salvation of God. So Luke, when it's citing Isaiah 40, it cites the Septuagint. Now, very important is that you will see that this is part of the general pattern to hide that the Messiah would be somebody for not just the Jews, but also for the Gentiles too, for all nations. All flesh shall see the salvation of God. Very important. When you see it in the Masoretic, where is this at? Voice 3 through 5, here we go. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Which gives the impression that's like, okay, everybody's going to see in some form or fashion God coming back, but it doesn't say that all flesh shall see the salvation of God. Meaning everybody is going to taste, not everybody obviously can be saved, but who are the people of God from all tribes and tongues? You get the point? So they remove the word salvation. And this is about glory. In verse 5 it says, "And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed." Okay, what's the glory of God? Well, the glory of God is through Christ, who is salvation. And it says, "And all flesh shall see it together." So do you get the point? The word salvation is removed from here, and it's more about the glory of God, which, of course, as a nationalist Zionist, you can twist this and say, well, that's going to be just when the Jews are having their Zionist empire across the world and the Goyim are basically bowing down to us. Do you see how this is easily twistable because of the Masoretic text? Whereas in the Septuagint it says, "And the glory of the Lord shall appear, and all flesh shall see the salvation of God." Salvation is the issue being spoken of here, and all flesh will see it. But that's been removed in the Masoretic text. Next one, Luke 4, verses 18 through 19. This is very famous when Jesus sits down in the synagogue and reads from Isaiah. And he reads, quote, "The Spirit of the Lord," this is Luke 4, 18 through 19. "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives and recovering sight of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Obviously very messianic scripture, very cool moment of him reading from that and saying it's been fulfilled. I'm sure that was probably very dramatic at the time. People were like, what is he talking about? So very, very cool situation. However, if we look in Isaiah 61, 1 through 2, where this is being cited from, we see some very interesting things. Let's read verse 1, ESV. "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to those who are bound." Doesn't sound like what Jesus read, does it? Let's read the Septuagint. Verse 1, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me." Oh, there we go. That's interesting. "He has sent me to do what? To preach glad tidings to the poor, to heal the broken heart, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and and recovery of sight to the blind." Now, why did they remove recovery of sight to the blind? That is the question. And the obvious answer is that identifies Jesus specifically as the Messiah because those were some of the very famous miracles that were written down about him, is that he recovered sight to the blind. Verse 2, this is now back at the ESV. "To proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn." Verse 2 in the Septuagint, "To declare the acceptable year of the Lord and the day of recompense, to comfort all that mourn." Let's go back to Luke 4, verse 18. "To proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." So it doesn't continue beyond that, but the point is recovery of sight to the blind is what was taken out. Because recovery of sight to the blind identifies Jesus as the Messiah. If you take that out, you could say, well, you could really twist these words and apply it to other people. Do you understand? That's the point. You could say, well, it's just a political Messiah, because the Jews have the Ben Joseph and the Ben David Messiah. And, without recovery of sight to the blind, then you can basically allegorize it to fit practically anybody. But of course, this is about Jesus, and we know that. Hebrews 10, verse 5. "Consequently, when Christ came into the world, he said, quote, 'Sacrifices and offerings you have not desired, but a body have you prepared for me.'" Very interesting. Now, Hebrews here is quoting from the Psalms, quoting from Psalm 40, verse 6. So let's take a look and see. This is the ESV. "In sacrifice and offering you have not delighted, but you have given me an open ear. Burnt offering and sin offering you have not required." That's interesting. Verse 6 in the Septuagint. "Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not." I mean, this is Old English, so it's a little bit different, but still, you'll get the understanding. "Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared for me. Whole burnt offering and sacrifice for sin thou didst not require." Now, why is this very significant? Because obviously, David was a prophet. Even the Jews agree with that. And the Psalms, there's many messianic Psalms. There's many hints of the Messiah in the Psalms. And Psalm 40, verse 6, which Hebrews, the letter to the Hebrews, is quoting to justify the incarnation, to justify Christ as the propitiation, to justify Christ as the Messiah, has been tampered with in the Masoretic text. Because the Masoretic text says, "You have given me an open ear." It doesn't say that. It says, "You've prepared a body for me." What is that? Who could that possibly be talking about? If you don't delight if the blood of bulls and goats can't take away sins, but you've prepared a body for me, who have you prepared? You've prepared the Christ. And the author to the letter of Hebrews is quoting this exact psalm to tell you, look, this is what the Old Testament's been, well, of course, at the time for them it wasn't the Old Testament, but look, this is what the scriptures have been testifying to, guys. The incarnation since the beginning. Do you get the point? And that was taken out to hide the incarnation. So far we have hiding salvation for everybody as a universal thing that's applicable to not just the Jews, but also the Gentiles. Hiding Christ's miracles, hiding Christ's incarnation. Let's take a look at some other ones. Galatians 3 verse 13. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone who is hanged on a tree. As Paul is quoting Deuteronomy 21 verse 23, which of course, if we go there, it says, this is the ESV, which uses the Masoretic. His body shall not remain all night on the tree, but you shall bury him the same day, for a hanged man is cursed by God. You shall not defile your land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. Okay, what does the Septuagint say? His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but ye shall by all means bury it in that day, for everyone that is hanged on a tree is cursed of God. Does Paul quote the Septuagint, or does Paul quote the Masoretic text? The answer is he quotes the Septuagint, because the Septuagint makes a very clear distinction. It says, everyone that is hanged on a tree is cursed of God. So there's a relationship to Christ's death there that's very specific, which of course follows the pattern of the other alterations we've seen in the Masoretic text, that if you go back to the ESVs here, what does it say? For a hanged man is cursed by God. Now, this could mean anybody that's hanged. You could hang somebody from a rope at, a boulder or whatever else. It's not talking about a specific kind of death. Whereas this, in the Septuagint, it talks about, obviously, it's painting a picture of the future crucifixion, which is what Paul is citing in favor of the fulfillment of the scriptures through Jesus Christ and through the atonement. So, hiding the method of Christ's death. Very interesting. Here's another very interesting one. Psalm 22, verse 20, I have a whole episode on Psalm 22 that I want to do, very deep dive, which we're going to get into. But like I said, I wanted to create this one first, so it's a foundation for all these other ones, because they all dip into the Old Testament, and we have to understand these very important things. But Psalm 22, verse 20, gosh, this is a very good one. Deliver my soul, this is the ESV, deliver my soul from the sword, my precious life from the power of the dog. Okay, now Psalm 22, even if you read it in the Masoretic text, they would have to erase the entire psalm, because the psalm is full of proofs of Jesus' divinity and that Jesus is the Messiah. So that's why I want to do a deep dive on that. But nevertheless, there's more to the story, folks. Verse 20 in the Septuagint, deliver my soul from the sword, my only begotten one, from the power of the dog. Now that's really interesting. Who is David talking about? Deliver my soul from the sword, my only begotten one, from the power of the dog? That's fascinating. And of course, only begotten in John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. Now, if you look in the KJV here, in the ESV, let me see, does KJV do it? Yeah, you see KJV uses, this is a better translation choice that the KJV does than the ESV, where you have only begotten as opposed to only son. The word there is monogenes, right? Let's see. Only begotten, yeah. Don't move. Where are you? Here we go. Monogenes. Monogenes is a very unique word. It's only designated, in a sense, appointed. The Christ is the only appointed vessel for God to enter the world and be worshipped as God. Only begotten. So monogenes is a very interesting word. I talk about it in my Trinity series, but the KJV does a good job translating that to only begotten, whereas the ESV says only son. Now, if we go back to, where is it at? Psalm 22, verse 20. I wonder if the polyglot has the broadsword and from the hand of the dog, you see. Oh, my only child. It does. Oh, it does. You see, this is a polyglot, ABP polyglot Bible, which basically, I think it follows the Septuagint, but it also has the Greek words that you can see what they are. Why did I look that up? Because in the Septuagint, it says, deliver my only begotten one from the dog, right? Well, that only begotten one is the same word, monogenes. You can see it here in the polyglot. Psalm 22, verse 20, only begotten, child, monogenes, because this is using the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures in 2nd century BC, which is the same word that John uses to refer to Jesus Christ in John 3:16. So that was taken out of Psalm 22, verse 20. I wonder why. Matthew 1, verse 23. Okay, here we go. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet Isaiah. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God is with us. So, of course, this is quoting Isaiah 7, verse 14. Let's read it really quick, and we're going to do a parallel. And I believe that the ESV and KJV do a good job with this one. This is an example which again goes to show you, if they understood these things, why did they not have more of a thorough analysis when they translated the scriptures? This is the thing that I'm very intrigued by, which to me just proves that tradition never left the Protestant reformers, and this is why the Reformation was lost from the beginning. But anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit later. This is Isaiah 7, verse 14, talking about the virgin birth. And it's correct in the ESV and the KJV. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call him in name Emmanuel. Of course, in the Septuagint, it's also virgin. Now, you don't get a sense for the significance of this in English because the word there is not Alma. The word is Alma in the Masoretic text, if I can find it here. Like, for example, if you look at the Old Testament, Exodus 22, verse 16. If we go to, let's see, Exodus 22:16, here we go. Laws about justice. And if a man entice a maid, this is the KJV with the Strong's numbers and original language. You see the word here is Bethula, if I'm pronouncing that right. It says feminine passive, a virgin, but really it's more of a bride. You know, it's a maid, a virgin. This is a word that is used to denote an actual virgin that is consecrated as a bride who hasn't, been with any men. That's the word. The word is Bethula, and it's used in Exodus 22:16. However, the word that is in the Masoretic text in Isaiah 7:14 is not Bethula. Let's see, where is it at? Yeah, here it is. You see how it says Alma? It's a different word. And the word is more like young woman. It doesn't absolutely mean virgin. It's not used to mean this is a consecrated virgin to a man or a bride, right? It is a word that just means young woman. Now, why is this significant? Because the original Septuagint, which was translated from the original scriptures, translates it as virgin, and that's the quotation that the New Testament follows. Now, of course, the problem is that the translators didn't realize that, of course, they went with the Septuagint there because it's very obvious it's talking about Christ and it's the virgin birth. So that was very ingrained in people's minds, but they don't realize that the Masoretic text actually substituted a word in Isaiah 7:14 to slightly disassociate from Jesus's miraculous birth. Do you understand what's going on? In the original Hebrew, if you look again in other places, we'll go back to this, Exodus 22:16. This is in the Masoretic text because we're using the KJV, but the Masoretic text testifies against itself. Do you understand? And we can reveal the conspiracy because ultimately the word that the Greek New Testament is quoting is virgin. And that word is this word being used here in the original Hebrew, which is, and if a man entice a maid, which of course the KJV translates as a maid, but the word is Bethula, which of course that word is more appropriate for somebody who has not been with a man and is very much delineating a virgin. That word is the word that was used in the original Hebrew, which we do not have, of the Isaiah 7:14. We don't have the original Hebrews. We have the Septuagint that was translated from, we'll look more at a concept map so you can understand how this works, but the Septuagint was translated from the original Hebrew. And when the Septuagint translated the original Hebrew, it used the word virgin, which the New Testament also quotes. But it wouldn't have used, this is not the case, but let's say a different word was used there, the same word as the Masoretic uses, which is Alma, then that's just a young woman. It doesn't necessarily mean a virgin. It just means, he'll be born by a young woman. Do you see the point? So again, this is attacking the virgin birth of Christ, the miraculous birth of Christ, and we can, through investigation, we can see that there's something very interesting here and something very sinister. One more, Matthew 12, verse 19 through 21. Here we go. He will not quarrel or cry aloud, nor will anyone hear his voice in the streets. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoldering wick he will not quench until he brings justice to victory. This is Matthew 12, 19 through 21. One more. And in his name the Gentiles will hope. This is a quotation from Isaiah 42, verse 4. So let's go and take a look at that and see what's going on. If we go to parallel, verse 4 says in the ESV, which uses the Masoretic, he will not grow faint or be discouraged till he has established justice in the earth, and the coastlands wait for his law. Okay, that's interesting. How about Septuagint? He shall shine out and shall not be discouraged until he has set judgment on the earth, and in his name shall the Gentiles trust. Now, which one do you think the Old or the New Testament is citing from? The answer, as always, is most of the time is the Septuagint. And what's been taken out is the question. Well, the part that's been taken out is this part. And in his name, the Gentiles shall trust? How could that be possible? No way. No, the Jewish Messiah for the Gentiles? We have to take that out. And so you see the same common thread like we saw with Luke 3, verse 4 through 6, where they took out salvation from Isaiah 40, 3 through 5. And look, there's many of these folks. I'm just picking out how many of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We took 7 examples. There's so many more of these we're going to be looking at. But these are some of the key ones that show you a consistent pattern. The first one we looked at, they took out salvation for everybody, and they just made it kind of a generic thing where people will see God's glory. It doesn't tell you how. They took out salvation, i.e. salvation for the Gentiles. The other one in Luke 4, they took out sight to the blind. They took out prepared a body for me, denying the incarnation, denying the method of Christ's death with the hanging on a tree in Deuteronomy 21. In Psalm 22, verse 20, they took out only begotten one, which identifies the Christ, and uses this, in fact, the same Greek language as is used in the New Testament with John 3:16, and very important, where God speaks to Abraham and says, give me your only son in Genesis. In the Septuagint, the translation for that is your only begotten son. Now, if you know history, just a little bit of biblical history, that's not a statement saying, give me the only son that you have, Abraham. Because that's not true. Abraham had Ishmael before Isaac through Hagar. So Ishmael was already alive by that point in time. So God is not saying, give me the only son that you have. No, he's give me your only begotten son, meaning give me the son of the promise, the one that's been appointed, the only son that is anointed to carry the promise forward. Do you understand? Because that's a picture of Christ, because Christ is the only begotten. He's the only anointed one. And so all of this points to Christ. And of course, these things were taken out. In Isaiah 7:14 with the young woman, of course, the ESV and the KJV do a good job. They stick to they didn't translate it as made. My point is, if they would have been consistent with the other errors that they have, they would have translated it as made, as a young woman. But of course, they understood that this is a very key prophecy of Christ. They're not going to do that. But either way, it testifies against the Masoretic text. Because the Masoretic text, they changed the word for young woman in Isaiah 7:14 to not be a virgin, Bethula, but to be just a young woman, Alma, more generic. Oh, it could be just a young woman. So this is the point. And of course, in Isaiah 42 verse 4, they took out the idea that the Gentiles will hope in the Messiah, that the Messiah is not just for the Jews, but rather for the whole world to believe and trust in him. So, conclusion from all that we've just looked at, even from these very few verses, it's, I think, enough to raise an eyebrow. And if you're not raising an eyebrow, then you should. The New Testament clearly favors the Septuagint. So the question is, why has the Septuagint been replaced by the Masoretic text? Why? Why do people like KJV onlyists and fundamentalists say that the Septuagint is quote-unquote corrupted, when obviously it's quoted by Jesus and the apostles, and most of the quotations in the New Testament actually follow the Septuagint? So why are people like KJV onlyists accusing the Septuagint of being corrupted? That's how you know it's a psyop. But more on that in a future video. Anyway, why are there subtle or even direct attacks on Christ's ministry, on Christ's legitimacy, on Christ's messiahship? These are obvious, folks, and there's many more like these. Why does the King James Version insist on something like the textus receptus, or the received text theory, when the Septuagint is a far superior and closer source to the original? And we're going to be breaking this down in the KJV only Psyop video that I plan on making as of the time of this video. So if you're from the future, make sure you go check it out. But nevertheless, they oversimplify this narrative, like there's the textus receptus and then there's the critical text. And it's like good versus evil. And of course, KJV has the textus receptus and they know all the truth, but it's much more complicated than that, folks. The creation of translations and how we got our modern translations today is a very nuanced process. And if you don't understand that process, you will be easily swayed by fundamentalists and their arguments that this is how it is, and it followed this pure line of transmission from the apostles and so on. It's really just no different than the traditions of the Catholic Church. Really, it sounds so crazy, but it really, if you look at these things in great detail, and we will, you see how people who are KJV onlyists are following in the same line of mindset as Catholics who insist on tradition and authoritarian interpretations. So these are some important questions to ask yourself. Hopefully you have already been asking yourself these questions as we get deeper into this conspiracy, because of course there's a lot more to talk about. History has some very interesting things to say. So onward to part 2, the Council of Jamnia. All right, well, now that we've opened things up just a little bit, it's time to get a little deeper and read some historical pieces of evidence to see what actually might have happened to create these particular errors, because obviously there's a pattern. That part you can't deny. There's definitely a pattern, and that pattern is very much obviously against Christ, and you're going to see more and more of that pattern as we go forward. But I want to read to you a couple of very important historical things, beginning with this thing called the Council of Jamnia, which is a very interesting little thing here on Wikipedia. We're going to read about it. The Council of Jamnia, presumably Yavne in the Holy Land, was a council purportedly held late in the 1st century AD to finalize the development of the canon of the Hebrew Bible in response to Christianity. It has also been hypothesized to be the occasion when the Jewish authorities decided to exclude believers in Jesus as the Messiah from synagogue attendance, as referenced by interpretations of John 9, verse 22 in the New Testament. The writing of the Birkat Chaminim benediction is attributed to Shmuel HaKatan at the supposed Council of Jamnia. The theory of a Council of Jamnia that finalized the canon, first proposed by Heinrich Graetz in 1871, was popular for much of the 20th century. However, it has been increasingly questioned since the 1960s onward, and the theory has been now largely discredited. But don't let that get to you. There's more to the story as always. We're just reading surface-level things for now. Background. The Talmud relates that sometime before the destruction of the Second Temple, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai relocated to the city of Yavne, where he received permission from the Romans to found a school of Halakha, or Jewish religious law. The theory. The Mishnah, compiled at the end of the 2nd century, describes a debate over the status of some books of Ketuvim, in particular over whether or not they render the hands impure. Yadayim 3, verse 5, this is from the Talmud, calls attention to a debate over Song of Songs and Ecclesiastes. The Megillat Tanit, in a discussion of days when fasting is prohibited, but that are not noted in the Bible, mentions that the holiday of Purim. Based on these and a few similar references, Heinrich Graetz concluded in 1871 that there had been a council of Jamnia, or Yavne in Hebrew, which had decided the Jewish canon sometime in the late 1st century, around 70 to 90 AD. So based on various dialogues found in the Mishnah, in the Talmud, and in various, the rabbinical writings, there was a theory that was made that, listen, they had a council of some kind to do various things, to do reforms, to figure out what they're going to do with the Christians, so on and so forth. So this theory was proposed by a man named Heinrich Graetz. Refutation. W.M. Christie was the first to dispute this popular theory in an article titled The Jamnia Period in Jewish History. Jack P. Lewis wrote a critique of the popular consensus entitled, What Do We Mean by Jamnia? Sid Lyman made an independent challenge for his University of Pennsylvania thesis, published later as a book in 1976. Raymond Brown largely supported Lewis in his review, published in the Jerome Biblical Commentary, also appears in the New Jerome Biblical Commentary of 1990, as did Lewis's discussion of the topic in 1982, Anchor Bible Dictionary. Albert Sundberg Jr. summarized the crux of Lewis's argument as follows. Jewish sources contain echoes of debate about biblical books, but canonicity was not the issue and debate was not connected with Jamnia. Moreover, specific canonical discussions at Jamnia is attested only for the Chronicles and Song of Songs. So there was something at Jamnia that happened, but the notion that they had this huge council may not be the right idea. But don't let that get to you. Both circulated prior to Jamnia. There was vigorous debate between Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel over Chronicles and Song. Beth Hillel affirmed that both defile the hands, the rabbinic principle enunciated in Mishnah Yadayim 3 verse 5, according to which the Holy Scripture is so holy that they impart uncleanness. So if you touch them, you're unclean. And, people were debating whether that was true of certain particular things like the Songs or the Chronicles. Writings that are not only holy do not impart uncleanness. One text does speak of official action at Jamnia. It gives a blanket statement that all Holy Scripture defiles the hands, and adds, on the day they made Eleazar Ariah head of the college, the Song of Songs, and Kochele Ecclesiastes both render the hands unclean. Of the apocryphal books, only Ben Shira is mentioned by name in the rabbinic sources, and it continued to be circulated, copied, and cited. No book is ever mentioned in the sources as being excluded from the canon at Jamnia. According to Lewis, the concept of the Council of Jamnia is a hypothesis to explain the canonization of the writings, the third division of the Hebrew Bible, resulting in the closing of the Hebrew canon. These ongoing debates suggest the paucity of evidence on which the hypothesis of the Council of Jamnia rests, and raise the question whether it has not served its usefulness and should be relegated to the limbo of unestablished hypotheses. It should not be allowed to be considered a consensus established by mere repetition of assertions. The 20th century evangelical scholar F.F. Bruce thought it was probably unwise to talk as if there was a council or synod of Jamnia, which laid down the limits of the Old Testament canon. Other scholars have since joined in, and today the theory is largely discredited. Some hold that the Hebrew canon was established during the Hasmonean dynasty in 140 to 40 BC. So, very, very interesting. Let's see. I have another one here that we need to read about, which is also very interesting. This is Two Powers in Heaven by Michael Heiser, who has now passed. Also interesting to understand historical context. 25 years ago, rabbinical scholar Alan Sigil produced what is still the major work on the idea of two powers in heaven in Jewish thought. Segal argued that the two powers idea was not deemed heretical in Jewish theology until the 2nd century CE, i.e., around the time that the early church was flourishing. He carefully traced the roots of the teaching back to the Second Temple era. Segal was able to establish that the idea's antecedents were in the Hebrew Bible, specifically passages like Daniel 7:9, Exodus 23:20, Exodus 15:3, and so on. However, he was unable to discern any coherent religious framework from which these passages and others were conceptually derived. Persian dualism was unacceptable as an explanation since neither of the two powers in heaven were evil. Segal speculated that the divine warrior imagery of the broader ancient Near East likely had some relationship. In my dissertation, I argued that Segal's instincts were correct. My own work bridges the gap between his book and the Hebrew Bible understood in its Canaanite religious context. I suggest that the original model for the two powers idea was the role of the vice-regent of the divine council. Now, again, I don't agree with everything Michael Heiser says, but he's documenting something very important that I want you to understand. Moving on. The paradigm of a high sovereign God, El, who rules heaven and earth, through the agency of a second appointed god, Baal, became part of the Israelite religion, albeit with some modification. For the Orthodox Israelite, Yahweh was both sovereign and vice-regent, occupying both slots, as it were, at the head of the divine council. The binitarian portrayal of Yahweh in the Hebrew Bible was motivated by this belief. The ancient Israelites knew two Yahwehs, one invisible, a spirit, the other visible, often in human form, like the angel of Yahweh. The two Yahwehs at times appear together in text, at times being distinguished and at other times not, which is true. If you've read the Old Testament, and you see God speaking, there's times when he speaks in the third person of himself and then he speaks back in first person. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Like, why is it that's the case? Otherwise, there's no other explanation other than God is existing plurally. And of course, we see that throughout the scriptures. But anyway, moving on. Early Judaism understood this portrayal and its rationale. There was no sense of violation of monotheism since either figure was indeed Yahweh. There was no second distinct God running the affairs of the cosmos. During the Second Temple period, Jewish theologians and writers speculated on an identity for the second Yahweh. Guesses ranged from divinized humans from the stories of the Hebrew Bible to exalted angels. These speculations were not considered unorthodox. That acceptance changed when the certain Jews, the early Christians, connected Jesus with this Orthodox Jewish idea. This explains why these Jews, the first converts to following Jesus Christ, could simultaneously worship the God of Israel and Jesus, and yet refuse to acknowledge any other God. Jesus was the incarnate second Yahweh. In response, as Segal's work demonstrated, Judaism pronounced the two powers teaching a heresy sometime in the 2nd century AD. So, again, I don't agree with everything Michael Heiser says. I think he documents some very important things. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. What is the point here? The point is that the Jews declared this thing that they believed in for centuries as a heresy in result of Jesus coming and Christianity flourishing, which is right around the time that this Council of Jamnia happened, which is right around the time other things happened, which we'll be looking at. So what is the conclusion from this? Well, some people alleged that the Jews got together to determine the canon and basically to change, the scriptures and to stamp out Christianity. It's a little more complicated than that. Obviously, that argument has been discredited, but there's a little truth in everything, which is why I said don't let it get to you. The Jews were scrambling to deal with Christianity, especially the Pharisees, which of course stood to lose everything if people converted. They didn't want to lose their power, their status, their influence. They wanted to lose their religion. So one of the things that we will see that's very well documented is that the two powers in heaven, which the Jews believed in, because you had the angel of Yahweh and you had Yahweh that you couldn't see, and the angel of Yahweh was worshipped and claims to be God and did only things that God could do, and yet spoke of God in the third person. There were two powers in heaven, and that was a Jewish thing up until Jesus. And they rejected Jesus, and so they also rejected two powers in heaven because they didn't want it to legitimize Christianity. So that is a documented blip on the timeline of history of one of the many things that the Pharisees and their cohorts did to try to subvert Christianity. So They did have several reforms and meetings and different things that they did, but the Council of Jamnia isn't this catch-all, be-all thing that happened where every Pharisee came together and they created this large conspiracy. Now, this is something that's happened over the course of many centuries. However, we will document it. The canon may not have been changed at the Council of Jamnia, but what we will see is that many successive translations and subtle subversions began with the rise of Christianity. And again, one of the proofs that you have of the Jewish conspiracy is the two powers in heaven being declared a heresy. Not because they didn't want to legitimize Christianity, because Christianity basically was the fulfillment of the Hebrew scriptures and the idea of the two powers in heaven, where you had a manifest Yahweh and a Yahweh they couldn't see. Of course, it's still Yahweh. He's multi-personal. And of course, the New Testament reveals to you the nature of that existence in the Trinity. And I have a whole series on that. But either way, the Jews didn't want anybody to believe it, so they declared it a heresy. It was a power grab. Just like the rabbis made it illegal. And you can look at, I didn't document this, I forgot about it, but it just came to my mind. I documented in my Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People documentary. But the rabbis, for, I don't even know if it's still a thing or not, but for a very long time, the rabbis placed a curse. You can look this up in the Talmud. I think I documented in that documentary. But anyway, the rabbis placed a curse on anybody who would try to discern the time of the arrival of the Messiah using Daniel's 70 weeks prophecy. If you try to discern the time, then they put a curse on you. So they basically made it to where nobody would read that prophecy. Of course, if you read that prophecy, it tells you exactly when Jesus comes. He comes in 27 AD, and he dies in 31 AD. And so anyway, there's a lot of things that they did to really war against Christianity. But of course, God preserves his word. God is sovereign, regardless of the enemy's shenanigans. Today also, the Masoretic alphabet is something you need to realize, that the Hebrew alphabet that Jews use and that we think of as Hebrew is not Hebrew. It's not Hebrew at all. It's a alphabet that began a long time ago. It was perfected about 1,000 years ago through the Masoretes. But it came from Aramaic, and it was modified with kabbalistic, sigils. If you know what a sigil is, we'll talk about that when we get to the magical alphabet. But the Masoretic Hebrew is a invented alphabet designed to have an exoteric meaning for you as the Goyim, who sees it and says, oh, it's Hebrew, look. And really for the people who are on the inside, the esoteric, to understand the spiritual meanings of these letters and how they're used and the inflection points and their magical values and so on. So again, if you don't believe me, just stay tuned. We still have quite a lot to get through. But moving onward, let's see, is this is always doing shenanigans. Okay, there it is. This is now Rabbi Akiva. Let's read about Rabbi Akiva. You're going to be hearing a lot about Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva ben Joseph, yada yada, was born from 50 AD to 135 AD, was a leading Jewish scholar and sage, a Tana of the latter part of the 1st century and the beginning of the 2nd. Rabbi Akiva was a leading contributor to the Mishnah and the Midrash Halakha. He is referred to in Tosafot as Rosh La Hakanim, chief of the sages. He was executed by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is another revolt that they started and lost. And again, after that, they basically got totally dispersed. Later years, the greatest Tanaim of the middle of the 2nd century came from Akiva's school, notably Rabbi Mir Joda Bar Ila, Simeon Bar Yochai, Jose ben Halafta, Eliezer ben Shema, and Rabbi Nehemiah. Besides these, Akiva had many disciples whose names have not been handed down, but the Agada variously gives their numbers as 12,000, 24,000, and 48,000. So very influential person. He lived right during the destruction of the Second Temple, which of course forced the Jews who rejected Christ to create rabbinic Judaism. And I talk about this in my documentary, Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People. He lived right through that, and he was instrumental in creating rabbinic Judaism. We're going to read a little bit more about him somewhere. I highlighted something here. Biblical canon. Akiva was instrumental in drawing up the canon of the Tanakh. He protested strongly against the canonicity of certain of the apocryphal works, the Wisdom of Sirach, for instance, in which passages is to be explained according to Kiddush 49 and according to Aramaic equivalent, yada yada. He who reads aloud in the synagogue from books not belonging to the canon as if they were canonical. But he was not opposed to a private reading of the Apocrypha, as is evident from the fact that he himself makes frequent use of Sirach. So he wasn't opposed to reading it on your own and, gleaning whatever you could from there, but it's not canon. Akiva stoutly defended, however, the canonicity of the Song of Songs and Esther. Krautz's statements respecting Akiva's attitude toward the canonicity of the Song of Songs were viewed as misconceptions by a I.H.W. Weiss. Aquila, which was one of his disciples, which we'll learn about in just a second, meanwhile was a disciple of Akiva, and under Akiva's guidance gave the Greek-speaking Jews a rabbinical Bible. That's what you need to know about Aquila. Akiva probably also provided for a revised text of the Targums. Certainly, for the essential base of the Targum Onkelos, we're going to read about that one, which in matters of the Halakha reflects Akiva's opinions completely. Keep that in mind. Targum Onkelos, which in matters of the Halakha, or Jewish laws, reflects Akiva's opinions completely. Akiva as his systematizer. Akiva worked in the domain of the Halakha, both in the systematization of its traditional material and in its further development. The condition of the Halakha, that is, of religious praxis, and indeed of Judaism in general, was a very precarious one at the turn of the first century of the Common Era. Of course, because you had Christianity, you had the Roman judgment, you had all kinds of things. The lack of any systematized collection of the accumulated halakot rendered impossible any presentation of them in a form suitable for practical purposes. Means for the theoretical study of the halakha were also scant, both logic and exegesis, the two props of the halakha being differently conceived by the various rulings, Tanaim, and differently taught. According to a tradition, which was historical confirmation, it was Akiva who systematized and arranged the Mishnah, the Midrash, and the Halakot. The Mishnah of Akiva, as his pupil Rabbi Meir had taken it from him, became the basis of the 6 orders of the Mishnah. Very influential person, this Akiva. Akiva's Halakha, admirable as is the systematization of Halakha by Akiva, his hermeneutics and halakhic exegesis, which formed the foundation of all Talmudic learning, surpassed it. The enormous difference between the Halakha before and after Akiva may be briefly described as follows. The old Halakha was, as its name indicates, the religious practice sanctioned as binding by tradition, to which were added extensions and in some cases limitations of the Torah, arrived at by strict logical deduction, i.e. the interpretations of men. The opposition offered by the Sadducees, which became especially strenuous in the 1st century BC, led to the development of the halakhic midrash, whose purpose was to deduce these amplifications of the law by tradition and logic out of the law itself. And of course, in Rabbinic Judaism, all these interpretations are equally authoritative to Scripture, which is the problem. But anyway, moving on. It might be thought that with the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, which event made an end of the Sadducees, the halakhic midrash would also have disappeared, seeing that the halakha could now dispense with the midrash. This probably would have been the case had not Akiva created his own midrash, by means of which he was able to discover things that were even unknown to Moses. So far, Akiva says that it's okay to read the Apocrypha in your own time and, use it for personal study. And he was very instrumental in creating all these rabbinic traditions and rabbinic Judaism. He was training a lot of people. He said that he discovered things that were even unknown to Moses, i.e. the oral tradition, i.e. kabbalistic type of secret knowledge. Akiva made the accumulated treasure of the oral law, which until his time was only a subject of knowledge and not a science. An inexhaustible mine from which, by the means he provided, new treasures might be continually extracted. So did he encourage people to read God's word and consider that the authority, or did he create more distractions for people to indulge in through secret knowledge, hunting, gematria, Kabbalah, all these things that the Jews do today? If the older halakha is to be considered as the product of the internal struggle between Phariseeism and Sadduceeism, the halakha of Akiva must be conceived as the result of an external contest between Judaism and, on the one hand, Hellenism and Hellenistic Christianity on the other. Akiva no doubt perceived that the intellectual bond uniting the Jews, far from being allowed to disappear with the destruction of the Jewish state, must be made to draw them closer together than before. He pondered also the nature of that bond. The Bible could never again fill that place alone, for the Christians also regarded it as divine revelation. You see the problem? Christianity forced the reprobate Jews who rejected Christ to create their own rebellion in response, and this is exactly what happened. So I think that's all I highlighted from Mr. Akiba over here. Now let's look at this one. This is Aquila of Sinope, and Aquila was a disciple of Rabbi Akiva. And remember that Targum Onkelos was very much a reflection of Rabbi Akiva's personal views on the Jewish law and so on. So let's read about Aquila. Aquila of Sinope, was a translator of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, a proselyte and a disciple of Rabbi Akiva. Relationship to Onkelos. Opinions differ on whether he was the same person as Onkelos, who composed the leading Aramaic translation of the Torah known as the Targum Onkelos, very famous Targum. The names Onkelos the proselyte and Aquilas the proselyte are frequently interchanged in the Babylonian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud. It is unclear how, if any, of the Aramaic translation was based on the Greek. Greek translation. Only fragments of this translation have survived in what remains of the fragmentary documents taken from the books of Kings, the Psalms found in Cairo, Geniza, and Fushtat, Egypt, while excerpts taken from the Hexapla, which we'll look at in just a second, written in the glosses of certain manuscripts of the Septuagint, were collected earlier and published by Frederick Field in his influential work Origensis Hexaplorum something Latin, Oxford, 1875. Epiphanius' On Weights and Measures preserves a tradition that he was a kinsman of the Roman Emperor Hadrian, who employed him in rebuilding Jerusalem as Aelia Capitolina, and that Aquila was a convert from Roman paganism to Christianity, but on being reproved for practicing astrology, secret knowledge, he converted from Christianity to Judaism. There you go. It's okay. They'll accept you. He is said also to have been a disciple of Rabbi Akiva. In Jewish writings, he is referred to as Aquilas and Onkelos. Aquila's version is said to have been used in place of the Septuagint in Greek-speaking synagogues. The Christians generally disliked it, alleging that it rendered the messianic passages incorrectly. Would you agree with that based on just a few of the things we looked at? But Jerome and Origen speak in its praise. Origen incorporated it in his Hexapla. Now, Origen is an interesting figure. We're going to look at what some of the things he said about the early Jewish involvements with these translations. So just realize that these people are kind of all over the place sometimes, but it's important to document what they have done. Now we have another thing called Tzohar Rotoshat. Let's see what this is. The Tzohar Rotoshat, and may God forgive me for even reading this to you, but the Bible commands us to expose the works of darkness. So I warn you ahead of time that this is very blasphemous. The Tzohar Rotoshat in the Talmud and the Zohar is a location in Gehenna where the souls of Jews who committed certain sins are sent for punishment. Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian Talmud lists the cause for a Jew being sent to Tzohar Rotoshat as those who scoff at the words of the Shazal are judged in Tzohar Rotoshat. The Babylonian Talmud also hints that the punishment has more of a physical implication to it. In Eruvin 21b, verse 10, Rashi writes that he who engages in excessive scoffing is met with the second part of the same straining of the flesh, essentially being judged excessively, straining of the body. The supposed presence of Jesus in boiling excrement is one of the often claimed references to Jesus in the Talmud. Onkelos raises up a spirit named Yeshu by necromancy and asks him about his punishment in Gehinnom, which is hell, basically. Yeshu replies that he is boiling in excrement. According to Gittin, Onkelos bar Kalonikos, the son of Titus's sister, wanted to convert. Onkelos then went, this is from Babylonian Talmud, Gittin 56b, 18. And you can look all these up for yourself, but Onkelos then went and raised Jesus the Nazarene from the grave through necromancy. Onkelos said to him, "Who is most important in that world where you are now?" Jesus said to him, "The Jewish people." Onkelos asked him, "Should I then attach myself to them in this world?" Jesus said to him, "Their welfare you shall seek, their misfortune you shall not seek. For anyone who touches them is regarded as if he were touching the apple of his eye. Boy, does that sound like dispensationalists. Onkelos, this is, by the way, again, remember from the Babylonian Talmud. Onkelos said to him, "What is the punishment of that man?" A euphemism for Jesus himself in the next world. Jesus said to him, "He is punished with boiling excrement." As the master said, anyone who mocks the words of the sages will be sentenced to boiling excrement. And this was his sin as he mocked the words of the sages. The Gemara comments, "Come and see the difference between the sinners of Israel and the prophets of the nations of the world. As Balaam, who was a prophet, wished Israel harm, whereas Jesus the Nazarene, who was a Jewish sinner, sought their well-being." So, does the Talmud say blasphemous things about Jesus Christ? Absolutely. And who's it by? This particular dialogue is by Onkelos, who was Aquila, who was a disciple of Rabbi Akiva. According to Jews for Judaism, now comes the marketing. According to Jews for Judaism, the Jesus, Yeshu, in this passage is different from the Jesus of the Christian New Testament. That's right. The Jesus of Nazareth, who is being blasphemed here in this particular passage, it's not the Jesus of Christianity, don't worry. A first century BC Jewish sectarian, yada, yada, yada. Writing for the Jesuit America magazine, Gilbert S. Rosenthal wrote, "Even if Jesus of Nazareth was the intended subject of some of these troubling passages, they reflect the opinion of one man, not the consensus of Jewish thought then or now." Well, I beg to differ, my friend, because now we have a few points of relationship. Now we have Onkelos, who was Aquila, writing something very blasphemous about Jesus Christ. We know that Aquila also produced the translation of the scriptures that the Christians didn't trust, and we'll look more into this. We also know that Aquila was a disciple of Rabbi Akiva, and the Onkelos, Targum Onkelos, was very much in line with Rabbi Akiva's ideas. We know that Rabbi Akiva was all about extra biblical knowledge and claiming that he was so clever that he even found things that even Moses couldn't figure out. And we know that Rabbi Akiva influenced thousands and thousands of people and was instrumental in creating rabbinic Judaism. So I beg to differ with this apologetic paragraph that, it doesn't mean it's just the opinion of one person. It's not the opinion of one person. Because the Jews still have this today, and they still read from it, and they still teach it. And the people who started rabbinic Judaism are the same people that ultimately crucified Christ. So, conclusion, Rabbi Akiva was extremely influential in creating today's rabbinic Judaism. He lived through the destruction of the Second Temple, right when basically the Levitical system finally came to an end. Of course, the Levitical system came to an end with Jesus Christ. He was the once-for-all sacrifice, but the temple was destroyed in 70 AD, meaning the Jews could no longer do anything. It was an abomination to offer sacrifices after Jesus had been sacrificed, and God, in fact, in the Talmud, another thing I didn't document, but I do document other places, like my 70 Weeks Prophecy video in the End Times with Daniel, like the Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People documentary. I do document that in the Talmud, they record that for 40 years before 70 AD, of course, if you count 40 years inclusively, what do you get? You get 31 AD, which is when Jesus was crucified. But for 40 years after Jesus' crucifixion, of course, I'm not going to say that, but they do say that for 40 years, all of the signs that they were counting on for the Day of Atonement, there were supernatural signs where they would tie, like a red little thing around a goat's neck, and the thing would turn white, these types of things. These are supernatural signs that the Jews were counting on, and none of the signs, not by lot, not by, handkerchief, not by whatever, none of the signs went through, i.e., God was telling them, you are not forgiven. And for the overspreading of abominations, they got judged. 40 years, the Jews received. Can you imagine? Okay, I could see 1 year goes by, 2 years goes by, 3, maybe 5 years. You start asking yourself, maybe we're doing something wrong here. What's going on? Is God trying to send us a message 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25, 30, 35 years? 40 years, man. 40 years the stubborn Jews refused even supernatural signs. And they kept doing what they were doing, and they got judged. God gave them 40 years, man. 40 years before he destroyed them. And nevertheless, it proves to you that you need God's Spirit in order to have faith in God. The Bible says that the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. And it's a stumbling block to the Jews, and it still is today, because they have a nationalistic, fleshly version of salvation. They have departed from the Scriptures because the Scriptures always testified to a propitiatory sacrifice in the Messiah. who is also the God-man, the king, who will rule forever, which the Jews still have trouble with understanding. But nonetheless, history testifies against the Jews, definitely in many places. But Rabbi Akiva lived through that time, and he was instrumental in establishing rabbinic Judaism, which of course is a rebellion to the Hebrew scriptures. It's the traditions of men. And Akiva had countless disciples. We're going to mention him again in the future, so keep his name fresh in your memory. But he created lots of reforms. Lots of systems. He systematized things and basically helped create the religion of Judaism. Because remember, they had Christianity, people were converting. You had the Roman situation. The Levitical system basically was completely destroyed. They had no more temple to do anything. And so they needed a way to do their thing because they didn't want to convert to Christianity. So, of course, they developed Judaism. And, of course, this also proves that the timing so going back to the Council of Jamnia, the original proposal of the person who made that theory was a little too extreme. It tried to put all of this conspiracy into one meaning. And of course, that's not the case because these things happen over long periods of time. But what we do know from history, very clearly so, is that the Jews were facing massive political instability. Their religion had been basically fulfilled through Christianity, and the people who rejected that fulfillment had nothing, and so now they had to create something. And there was just a lot of things happening in the first couple centuries after Christ. And so there is historical evidence that the Jews were very actively doing reforms, and they were actively restructuring their religion away from the Levitical system in the Bible to a works-based, man-created Judaism. I talk about all these things in my documentary, so check it out. But rabbinic Judaism, there's many, many problems with rabbinic Judaism in terms of it claiming to be, we go back to Abraham. No, you don't. Abraham had faith and was justified by faith, and Abraham's offspring is Christ. So if you reject that, then you cannot have any claim to Abraham. You can't claim to be in alignment with Abraham. You reject Abraham by rejecting his offspring. And so therefore, your religion actually is younger than Christianity because your religion started as a response to Christianity and as a response to all the things that were happening. So rabbinic Judaism is not what you think it is. And of course, people need to be edified of that, especially if you have like dispensationalist eschatology or Jewish-focused futurism or Jewish-focused anything. Anyway, I talk about all that in my documentary. Make sure you check it out. But rabbinic Judaism is a rebellion against the Old Testament. And that's very easy to prove. It really is if you know your Old Testament. One of Akiva's famous disciples, Aquila, created a translation of the scriptures, which was very suspect. We're going to look at some more people that are testifying against these things. And this proves ultimately that the Jews were actively up to restructuring the narrative in response to Christianity, and that is very historically documented. This is also the same disciple that wrote about Jesus being in hell and being tortured in that particular way, which I'm not going to repeat because it's so blasphemous. It's so blasphemous, and you can look this up in the Talmud for yourself. The question is, why is it still there? And of course, you're always going to have these apologists that say, oh, no, that Jesus of Nazareth is just a different Jesus of Nazareth. Come on, really? I mean, let's be honest here. Okay, a couple more things to look at. This is from Wikipedia. It's called the Hexapla. And it's an interesting little graph that shows you the relationship of all these texts. The Hexapla, also called Origenis Hexaplorum, is a critical edition of the Hebrew Bible in 6 versions. 4 of them translated into Greek, preserved only in fragments. It was an immense and complex word-for-word comparison of the original Hebrew scriptures with the Greek Septuagint translation and with other Greek translations. The term especially and generally applies to the edition of the Old Testament compiled by the theologian and scholar Origen sometime before 240. So right when all of this stuff was happening, all these conspiracies, all these trying to change the narrative, the new translations that the Jews were making, the Christians were also combating this conspiracy and this narrative with their own analyses. Origen created this analysis comparing multiple translations, and you're going to see his commentary. We're going to look at in Ante-Nicene Fathers, Volume 1 and 4, where he's commenting on exactly all of these things that he's seeing in these translations and the translation differences and what's going on with these new Jewish translations. This is a relationship of all these different texts. So you can see this, and you can look this up on Wikipedia. Just go to Hexapla, and you'll see a graphic there. These are different texts. Now, this original right here where it says lost is the original Hebrew, which you will learn, original Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, Proto-Sinaitic script, that went extinct with the Greeks, folks. As the Jews were conquered by the Greeks and were Hellenized, that's why the Septuagint was created, because people stopped speaking original Hebrew. It got lost in translation, right? And so the Septuagint is the oldest copy that is the closest that we have to the original Hebrew. So if you want an accurate Old Testament, for the most part, the Septuagint translation is going to be the best choice, far and above the Masoretic, which I hope you will understand today. But the Septuagint led to other people like Theodotion and, the Hexaplar, which basically was considered by Origen, and he compared different texts. There's also these different things like the Peshitta, which is another thing that was translated from a different lost source, which again, we don't know where these are from. These are basically translations of translations. So the Peshitta was a translation of an original text that we don't have anymore. Aquila supposedly used this original translation, and Onkelos came from that, and so on. The Latin Vulgate came from Symmachus, which was based on this other Hebrew translation. So these old Hebrew texts we don't have. What's the point of all this? You don't have to get lost in all this analytical work. Really just realize that the Septuagint is the oldest one. It's the closest. You see, it's a 1-for-1. When you go to like the Masoretic, you're going through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 translations, whereas the Septuagint is directly from the original Hebrew. If you could speak Greek and you could read the Greek Septuagint, then that is about as close as you can get to reading the original Old Testament that you can get. So that's a very important point. Now let's read about the Masoretes. The Masoretes were a group of Jewish scribe scholars who worked from around the end of the 5th through the 10th centuries, based primarily in the Jewish centers of the Levant, in Tiberias and Jerusalem, and Mesopotamia. Each group compiled a system of pronunciation and grammatical guides. Keep that in mind for later. In the form of diacritical notes on the external form of the biblical text in an attempt to standardize the pronunciation, paragraph and verse divisions, and cantillation of the Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh for the worldwide Jewish community. Cantillation are marks of how they're supposed to be sung and basically vocalized. All of these things did not exist in original Hebrew. Vowels, that's another reason why there's a lot of debate, like with the sacred name and these types of things we'll get into in future videos. We don't know what the vowels were for sure. We can make some inferences, but the vowels were not included in the original Paleo-Hebrew, in the original Hebrew. They didn't write vowels, they just pronounced them, and it was handed down. So once original Hebrew went out, and now you have these words that are pronounced in certain ways, we don't have full assurance that this is how they were actually pronounced, because that was just made by the Masoretes, who, as you'll learn, are very interesting, to say the least. The Ben Asher family of Masoretes was largely responsible for the preservation and production of the Masoretic text, although there existed an alternative Masoretic text of the Ben Naphtali Masoretes, which has around 875 differences from the Ben Asher text. The halakhic authority of Maimonides endorsed the Ben Asher as superior, although the Egyptian Jewish scholar Sadia Gaon al-Fayumi had preferred the Ben Naphtali system. It has been suggested that the Ben Asher family and the majority of the Masoretes were Karaites. However, Jeffrey Kahn believes that the Ben Asher family was probably not Karaite. You'll learn what that is in just a second. And Aaron Doughton avers that there are decisive proofs that the Masoretes Ben Asher were not Karaite. So they were not Karaite, very likely. You're going to learn what a Karaite is, and that's significant. The Masoretes devised the vowel notation system for Hebrew that is still widely used. They're the ones who figured out, supposedly, how to pronounce the Hebrew words. But if you understand that Masoretic is a magic alphabet designed to cast spells, then I question the pronunciations. as well as the trope symbols used for cantillation. These are like these little, marks and so on. The Nakdanim were successors to the Masoretes in the transmission of the traditional Hebrew text of the Old Testament. Let's read a little about all these people. Karaite Judaism. Remember, the Masoretes were not Karaites. So what are Karaites? Karaite Judaism is a non-rabbinical Jewish sect and in Eastern Europe a separate Judaic ethno-religion characterized by the recognition of the written Tanakh alone as its supreme authority in the halakha, or Jewish religious law and theology. So a Karaite is recognized as a Jew that recognizes only the Tanakh, i.e. the Old Testament, that we consider the Old Testament, as authoritative. No traditions of men, no Mishnah, no rabbinic Talmud, no none of this. But wait a minute, the people who made the Masoretic text were definitely not Karaites, meaning they definitely didn't see only the Tanakh as the supreme and authoritative word of God. That's an important point. Karaites believe that all of the divine commandments which were handed down to Moses by God were recorded and written in the Torah without any additional oral law or explanation. Isn't that interesting? Remember, the Masoretes were not Karaites. Unlike mainstream rabbinic Judaism, which regards the oral Torah, codified in the Talmud and subsequent works, as authoritative interpretations of the Torah, Karaite Jews do not treat the written collections of the oral tradition in the Midrash or the Talmud as binding. That's a very significant point, because if the Masoretes, the people who wrote the Masoretic text and basically the Masoretic alphabet and contributed to all these things that we now use today as Christians in our KJV Bibles, which are unadulterated and they're inspired, verbally inspired. But wait a minute, these people were not the type of Jews that believed only in the Tanakh as the authority of God. They were definitely Kabbalists. They were definitely all about man-made traditions. They were definitely a succession of the Pharisee lineage that crucified Christ, that wanted to actively erase him from the scriptures. Why are we using the Masoretic text? Good question. Keep asking yourselves these questions. Nakdanim. The Nakdanim were a group of Jewish scholars, remember, that preceded the Masoretes, active between the 9th and the 14th centuries, who added accents and vowels to biblical texts. They were the successors of the Masoretes. So it's just one continuous club of people, folks, that you need to understand dates back to the Pharisees and the rabbinic system. The religiosity that crucified Christ continued through the ages, of course, and it's going to be manifest in the mystery religion today through a religious nationalist world order. But moving on, Masoretic text. And you can see here just a carpet page from the Leningrad Codex, which is what we use, or what's used basically for the Old Testament in our English Bibles. And right on the front, you can see a nice star of Remphan, which tells you that Kabbalism and the occult was very much active by that point in time in the Jewish rabbinic Judaism religion. The Masoretic text is the authoritative Hebrew and Aramaic text of the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible in rabbinic Judaism. Oh, that's funny. It's also the authoritative text for the KJV as well. Interesting. The Masoretic text defines the Jewish canon in its precise letter text, with its vocalization and accentuation known as the Masorah. Referring to the Masoretic text, Masorah specifically means the diacritic markings of the text of the Jewish scriptures and the concise marginal notes in the manuscripts of the Tanakh, which note textual details, usually about the precise spelling of words. Keep that in mind. That's very interesting, because none of these little punctuation and vowel and cantillation marks ever existed in original Hebrew. It was primarily copied, edited, and distributed by a group of Jews known as the Masoretes between the 7th and 10th centuries of the Common Era. The oldest known complete copy, the Leningrad Codex, dates from the early 11th century CE, which is what we use for our modern Bibles. The difference attested to in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which we will read about, we'll have a whole section on Dead Sea Scrolls here in this presentation, indicate that the multiple versions of the Hebrew Scriptures already existed by the end of the Second Temple period. Is that adding to the narrative that we've been constructing? Yes, it is. Which is the closest to a theoretical ur-text, or basis, or original source, is disputed, as is whether such a singular text ever existed. The Dead Sea Scrolls, dating to as early as the 3rd century BCE, contain versions of the text which have some differences with today's Hebrew Bible. The Septuagint, a Koine Greek translation made in the 3rd and 2nd centuries, and the Peshitta, a Syriac translation made in the 2nd century, occasionally present notable differences from the Masoretic text. Yes, they do. As does the Samaritan Pentateuch, the text of the Torah preserved by the Samaritans in the Samaritan Hebrew. Fragments of an ancient manuscript of the book of Leviticus found near an ancient synagogue's Torah ark in Ein Gedi have identical wording to the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text is the basis for most Protestant translations of the Old Testament, such as the King James Version, English Standard Version, New American Standard Bible, and New International Version. After 1943, it has also been used for some Catholic Bibles, such as the New American Bible and the New Jerusalem Bible. Don't worry, those people aren't reading the Bible anyway. But some Christian denominations instead prefer a translation of the Septuagint, as it matches quotations in the New Testament. Well, at least they're honest, but they're not going to give you the full story as usual. So, what do we take from this? Well, we still have a few things to read, but I want to bring a couple of concluding points. The Masoretes were Pharisee descendants. They were part of the rabbinic Pharisee system, and they were part of that bloodline. They were Jews that were loyal to the rabbinic system, to the traditions of men, to the rabbis. They were not loyal to the Tanakh or the Torah. They were not loyal to, they didn't see the scriptures, the scriptures that you and I recognize as the Old Testament. They didn't see that as the only authority. They were not Karaite Jews. That's very important, because they're the ones who created this whole Masoretic text, the Masoretic alphabet. They had every interest to work against Christianity, yet they're also the ones that the KJV used to build their Old Testament off of, which is very strange. The Septuagint is the one that the New Testament quotes 9 out of 10 times. And as you'll see, the Masoretic has some serious errors in it, very serious errors that have doctrinal consequences. We're not talking, look, you have to understand that when people say the Bible has errors, the Bible doesn't have errors. The Bible is perfect in the sense that the revelation from God about who he is. The information that the Bible reveals to you is perfect. However, information is here, and then you have like a wall that you need to go through, which is interpretation, which is dependent upon what principles do you use, what translation you're using, how good of a researcher you are, how much experience you have in discerning the truth. There's many things that determine whether you arrive at that truth or not. And of course, the most important is whether you're born again and you have prayed for discernment and God is guiding you to that truth. That's the most important, really. But there are secondary causes, right? And those things that I listed off are very important. Meaning that every translation that you use is going to have poor translation choices, some kind of error, or maybe they chose one version of a manuscript over another and there's textual differences between. This is what you're dealing with. That doesn't mean the Bible is corrupt. But it does mean that you have to understand translation issues, and we'll talk about those as we go on in this presentation. And that's very important to understand because people idolize things like the KJV as this perfect translation if Jesus came down and wrote it himself, and it's just not true. There are errors in the English translation of the KJV and the ESV and so on, and we're going to look at them. But that doesn't mean the Bible has errors. It just means you need to be careful with translations and understand what you're dealing with. Be a good researcher. So the question is, if there are errors in the Masoretic text that have doctrinal consequences, we're not just talking like little variances, like textual variances, which are inconsequential, which are the majority of textual variants are not consequential. However, the difference between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, you will see there are certain things that have doctrinal consequences. So the question is, why did the KJV use the Masoretic text and not the Septuagint? The answer to that is tradition. And that is why the Reformation was lost from the very beginning. Because the reformers could not let go of tradition. Whether they wanted to or not, they still embraced the comfort of tradition. They embraced the comfort of Sunday, and they couldn't let go of it, and they acknowledged the authority of Rome, and that's how they were refuted at the Council of Trent. Instead of going with the truth, they embraced tradition and said, oh, the Jews, they must have, the Pharisees, they must have the truth about the Old Testament, prophecies with Jesus. Let's go to them. Tradition, instead of really looking at what is the oldest and most likely to be true and comparing it with the New Testament in the Greek, since they had the Greek at that point in time. So these are the things that they didn't do, and they just went with tradition, and as a result, they created error. In the KJV, I also talk about things like keeping the Latin Vulgate for Isaiah 14 with Lucifer. People today, there has been so much deception on the nature of the devil because of the KJV. The KJV, the translators chose not to translate the word Lucifer from Latin in Isaiah 14. Lucifer is just a word. It just means shining one or morning star or star of the dawn. It's not a proper name. Hallel in Hebrew is shining one, and it's talking about the king of Babylon. So what the KJV translators did is they left that word there in Latin, so they stuck with tradition, and they made it a proper word, a proper name. In doing so, they gave the devil a title he doesn't deserve or even has, according to the Bible, and they gave him a title that only is appropriated to Christ. Christ is the Lucifer, the shining star, the star of the dawn, the morning star. That is applied to Christ in Revelation and in Peter's letters in the Latin Vulgate. So the KJV translators, by sticking with tradition, created so much confusion and deception on particular matters of faith, which in this case has to do with Lucifer and other things as well, as you'll see when we get into the errors. Moral of the story. What's the moral of the story? Always question your assumptions. Always question the traditions that you've been brought up with. Question what you believe. Build your case on evidence. And do not settle for traditions of men and what other people say. Examine the evidence. So, was there a secret Jewish meeting to destroy Christianity? Well, things are more complicated than that. It's hard to know what happened at the Council of Jamnia. Was there a meeting at Jamnia? Probably they had some meetings, of course, because again, the climate, the political climate, the spiritual climate, all the social things that were going on, very likely there were many meetings that the Jews had in trying to put together everything and figure out a way to continue their religion. That's very clear. The Jews solidified in rebellion after the destruction of the temple, and they created 3 tenets of Judaism. Teshuvah, Tefillah, and Tzedakah, which is repentance, prayer, and charity. So we don't have a temple anymore, but God's going to accept these efforts on our part instead, and that's what the rabbis said, and okay, well, I guess that's true then. Rather than sticking with what the Bible says, is that you need a blood sacrifice, and of course, the blood of bulls and goats can't take away sins. You need a proper sacrifice, which Jesus offered, and they rejected despite 40 years of signs. And so they just stubbornly created their own religion. So that's why, again, Judaism is a rebellion to the Old Testament. It's works-based. It's not based on sacrifice, which is what you need. You need blood sacrifice in order to pay for your sins. They also rejected 2 powers in heaven, and they deemed it a heresy because it was being associated to Christ and gave Jesus legitimacy. We also know that the Jews hated Christians and ostracized Jewish Christians and persecuted them, kicking them out of synagogues. This was a prophecy that Jesus gave. They also feared other Jews converting, like, for example, the letter to the Hebrews. You'll see there was a lot of Jewish changes to the Old Testament to counteract the prophecies that are quoted in the New Testament and to counteract the letter of the Hebrews, the letter to the Hebrews, who was written to Jews on the fence about Jesus, saying, look, this is how Jesus fulfills the Old Testament. Look, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. And of course, the Pharisees of the time responded to that by creating their own narratives, as you'll soon see. We'll tie all this together, I promise. But nonetheless, there's history, documents, all of these things, folks. The 2nd century also saw a sudden rejection by the Jews of the Septuagint, which is very interesting. And as a result, there were 3 new Greek translations of the Old Testament. Theodosian's translation, Aquila's translation, and Symmachus's translation. So if we go back to Hexaplad, what is that? Okay, here it is. So the 3 new Greek translations that the Jews created because they rejected the Septuagint were from Theodotion, Symmachus, and Aquila. So these three translations were the ones that promulgated new things. As you can see, the Latin Vulgate was translated from Symmachus's translation of the Old Testament. Theodotion went into other, branches, and Aquila was obviously cited by the Talmud and so on. So there's many things that happen as a result of these things. But the point is that these things were created in response to them suddenly rejecting the Septuagint. So the question is why? Why did they reject the Septuagint suddenly? Why did the Jews suddenly reject the Septuagint? And we have 3 new translations that if you trace them and you see the differences, there obviously is a pattern, and that pattern is Antichrist. Now, we also know that these things reduced the prophecies of Christ. They reduced the things that are important details like genealogies you'll see in Genesis 11 and the timeline of the Bible. It eliminated certain miracles and things that identified Jesus, like in Psalm 20, the only begotten, and so on. And we also know historically that Christians reacted negatively to these translations. So there's a lot going on that isn't articulated in the mainstream narratives like on Wikipedia. We also know the Masoretic scribes used these Greek translations of their fellow Jews to create the Masoretic text eventually. The Leningrad Codex, which is the most complete version, is the basis for most modern Bibles, the Old Testament, not the Septuagint. Of course, by that point, if you understand the history of how rabbinic Judaism came along, you also have the Kabbalah and secret knowledge and the secret teachings of Moses and so on, things that were passed down orally. Obviously, it was very much part of rabbinic Judaism. How do you know that? Because the thing on the cover of the Leningrad Codex is a giant star of Remphan, which is an occult symbol and used for magic and creating magical seals and sigils and so on. So modern Masoretic Hebrew, which is something you'll learn in this presentation, was ripped off from Aramaic. Aramaic was the baseline skeleton alphabet. They modified it. They added magical aspects to it, like cantillation marks and pronunciation and crowns and all these different tools for their occult activities. And they created Masoretic Hebrew. Now, I want to read really quick from 2 people, Origen and Irenaeus, who were early church fathers. And remember, Origen compiled an analysis of various translations during his time and was criticizing the Jews for what they were doing. And I want to document what these people said. Of course, I don't believe church fathers are authoritative in terms of doctrine, like Scripture. That's a Catholic idea. But the point is, it's history, folks. These people were living during these times and documenting certain things. Origen was all over the place in some of his ideas. But the things he documented regarding the Jews and their conspiracies and their narratives against Christianity are very valuable. So is Irenaeus, and so are many others, but I've chosen 2 of these to document for you. So this is from, which one is it? Yeah, Ante-Nicene Fathers, Volume 1, and this is page 451 and 452. So here we go. This is Irenaeus. God then was made man, and the Lord did himself save us, giving us the token of the Virgin. But not as some allege among those now presuming to expound the Scripture, i.e. the people who are translating it and reinterpreting it. Behold, a young woman shall conceive and bring forth a son, as Theodotion the Ephesian has interpreted, and Aquila of Pontus, both Jewish proselytes. Now, really quick break. Do you remember when I broke that verse for you, where the word that's used in the Old Testament, like the laws against, I forget where it was, but anyway, the laws against finding a woman, if you find a virgin that's like a bride that's committed to a man and, you do something to her, then you're in big trouble. Versus the word that's used by the Masoretes, the Masoretic text, in the prophecy of Isaiah 7:14 is not a word that means virgin, committed virgin, like a consecrated bride type of thing. It's just a young woman. And this is attested to, this switch of words is attested to by Irenaeus, who lived a very long time ago, that Aquila and Theodotion, when they translated these scriptures For Isaiah 7:14, they used a word that didn't denote virgin, but just young woman, which is a very important point because a young woman could not be, she might not be a virgin. You don't know. Moving on. The Ebionites, following these, assert that he was begotten by Joseph and thus destroying, as far as in them lies, such a marvelous dispensation of God and setting aside the testimony of the prophets, which proceeded from God. So a lot of Antichrist people early on. For truly this prediction was uttered before the removal of the people to Babylon, that is, anterior to the supremacy acquired by the Medes and Persians. But it was interpreted into Greek by the Jews themselves, much before the time of our Lord's advent, that there might remain no suspicion that perchance the Jews, complying with our humor, did put this interpretation upon these words. I.e., the Jews, he's saying, look, the Jews translated this through the Septuagint originally, because Jesus hadn't come yet, so they didn't know. Do you get the point? The Jews who translated the Septuagint were Jews. They're Greek-speaking Jews. And they originally translated the word as virgin. Now he's saying, look, now after Jesus has come, you're retranslating it as young woman, trying to erase the prophecy that Jesus fulfilled? What's going on here? Moving on. They indeed had they been cognizant of our future existence. This is a good. They indeed, had they been cognizant of our future existence, i.e. Christians, and that we should use these proofs from the scriptures, would themselves never have hesitated to burn their own scriptures, which do declare that all other nations partake of eternal life, and show that they who boast themselves as being the house of Jacob and the people of Israel are disinherited from the grace of God. Mic drop, Irenaeus. Mic drop. Do you understand what he just said? And all the things we looked at in the first part of this, we looked at the different samples that talk about the Gentiles will worship God and the Gentiles will be saved, how those were taken out. This is exactly what he's addressing. All of these translations were very old, folks. So it didn't start necessarily with the Masoretes in the sense that the Masoretes just changed the Old Testament in 1000 AD. No, this is early Christianity. In response to Christianity, the Jews were already starting to change the scriptures. And those scriptures influenced the Masoretic text through tradition, and KJV aligned with Talmudic tradition as opposed to the truth. One more here from Irenaeus. Gosh, that was a good one. That was such a good one. 452, same volume. Volume 1, Ante-Nicene Fathers. For the apostles, since they are of more ancient date than all of these heretics, agree with this aforesaid translation, and the translation harmonizes with the tradition of the apostles. For Peter and John and Matthew and Paul and the rest successively, as well as their followers, did set forth all prophetic announcements, just as the interpretation of the elders contains them. What is the commentary here? The idea is that the New Testament's quoting the Septuagint, folks. It's not quoting the Masoretic text. What does that tell you? That tells you the Masoretic text is not the source. It's not the preferred text. And you have an attestation to that from people very early on in the church, that we're seeing something happening and seeing this conspiracy being promulgated throughout the world, throughout the ancient world at the time. This is from Ante-Nicene Fathers 4, Volume 4. This is Origen speaking now. And we're going to look from page 663 to 667 at some various commentaries. This is Origen talking now. And in many other of the sacred books, I found sometimes more in our copies than in the Hebrew, sometimes less. I shall adduce a few examples, since it is impossible to give them all. Of the book of Esther, neither the prayer of Mordecai nor that of Esther, both fitted to edify the reader, is found in the Hebrew. Neither are the letters, nor the one written to Ammon about the rooting up of the Jewish nation, nor that of Mordecai in the name of Artaxerxes delivering the nation from death. Then in Job, the words from "it is written" that he shall rise again with those whom the Lord raises to the end are not in the Hebrew, and so not in Aquila's edition, while they are found in the Septuagint and in Theodotion's version, agreeing with each other at least in sense. So Theodotion, I think, he used the Septuagint for his translation, but still, he still changed some things. Nevertheless, Origen is documenting these scriptural differences. And many other places I found in Job where our copies have more than the Hebrew ones, sometimes a little more and sometimes a great deal more. A little more as when to the words, quote, rising up in the morning, he offered burnt offerings for them according to their number. They add, quote, one heifer for the sin of their soul, and the words, the angels of God came to present themselves before God, and the devil came with them, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. Again, after, quote, the Lord gave, the Lord has taken away, the Hebrew has not, quote, it was as so as seemed good to the Lord. These are basically just differences that he's documenting that are strange to him, and he's just saying, look, there's so many of these, I can't even document all of them. Then our copies are very much fuller than the Hebrew. When Job's wife speaks to him, from how long wilt thou hold out? And he said, lo, I will wait yet a little while, looking for the hope of my salvation, down to that I may cease from my troubles and my sorrows which compass me. So again, he's documenting the fact that the theme of salvation has been throughout the Old Testament. Again, that's why I said the Bible is perfect. The revelation of God, the information is perfect. It's the translations and all the things that have happened in the last 2,000 years plus that you have to reconcile with and see. And of course, God will preserve his word and the elect will always learn the truth. But the point is, as you research these things, if you want to grow in discernment, you have to understand that there's the Bible, there's the wall of interpretation that I just mentioned with all those factors, and then there's you. You have to pass through that barrier. You're not getting access to that perfect information unadulterated. You get the perfect information, it has to be interpreted. Even if you could speak the language perfectly, this is an argument for the KJV only folks. Even if you could speak the language perfectly and you had all of the original manuscripts and nothing, they were perfect, they were just like written for you immediately. You could read them perfectly, there's no smudges, nothing, and you could understand the language fluently. Guess what? You would still have to interpret it. You'd still have to interpret it. Do you understand? There's a filter. And look at the Pharisees, perfect example. They knew the scriptures better than anybody. Did they interpret the scriptures well? No. They got insecure and they crucified Jesus. So that's something you have to understand. But anyway, moving on. For they only have these words of the woman, but say a word against God and die. So they're saying, look, they took out as Job some things having to deal with the plan of salvation. Because again, all these things are types of Christ. This is number 4. Again, through the whole of Job, there are many passages in the Hebrew which are wanting in our copies. Generally 4 or 5 verses, but sometimes, however, even 14 and 19 and 16. But why should I enumerate all these instances I collected with so much labor to prove that the difference between our copies and those of the Jews did not escape me? In Jeremiah, I noticed many instances, and indeed in that book I found much transposition and variation in the readings of the prophecies. Again, in Genesis, the words, God saw it was good, when the firmament was made, are not found in the Hebrew, and there is also no small dispute among them about this, i.e., a dispute among the Jews, and other instances are to be found in Genesis, which I marked for the sake of distinction, with the sign of the Greeks call an obelisk, as on the other hand I marked with an asterisk those passages in our copies which are not found in the Hebrew. What needs there to speak of Exodus, where there is such diversity in what is said about the tabernacle and its court, and the ark, and the garments of the high priest and the priests, that sometimes the meaning even does not seem to be akin. And forsooth, when we notice such things, we are forthwith to reject as spurious the copies in use in our churches, and enjoin the brotherhood to put away the sacred books current among them, and to coax the Jews and persuade them to give us copies which shall be untampered with and free from forgery. So he's basically saying, are they trying to basically subvert us into saying, well, I guess the Jews have it right, let's listen to them. He's very skeptical of the Jews. Why? Why is he skeptical? Which is the question. Of course, the reason is he's documenting all of these things. I think there's some more here. There it is. Page 666. All right, number 9. But probably to this you will say, why then is the history not in their Daniel, if, as you say, their wise men hand down by tradition such stories? The answer is that they hid from the knowledge of the people as many of the passages was contained any scandal against the elders, rulers, and judges, as they could, some of which have been preserved in uncanonical writings, like apocryphal writings. As an example, take the story about Isaiah, and guaranteed by the Epistle to the Hebrews, which is found in none of their public books. For the author of the Epistle to the Hebrews is speaking of the prophets and what they suffered. And he says, quote, They were stoned, they were sawn asunder, they were slain with the sword. To whom, I ask, does sawn asunder refer to? For by an old idiom not peculiar to Hebrew but found also in the Greek, this is said in the plural, although it refers to one person. Now we know very well that the tradition says that Isaiah the prophet was sawn asunder, and this is found in some apocryphal works, which probably the Jews have purposely tampered with, introducing some phrases manifestly incorrect that discredit might be thrown on the whole. Do you understand what's going on? The Jews, he's saying here in this particular case that a couple things. He's saying that the Jews are not only tampering with the scriptures to erase, delegitimize Christ, let's put it that way, which I've already shown you proof of that, but they're also making themselves look better by erasing stories like, for example, of Isaiah getting sawed in half by Manasseh. That's a tradition, and it's pointed to in the letter of Hebrews. So the author of Hebrews was citing scripture when he cited that. He wasn't just pointing to apocryphal works. But that's not in the scriptures. Why? Because the Jews removed it. However, moving on. Let us see now if these cases are not found are not forced to the conclusion that while the Savior gives a true account of them, none of the scriptures which would prove that what he tells are to be found. For they who build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, condemning the crimes of their fathers committed against the righteous and the prophets, say, quote, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. In the blood of what prophets? Can anyone tell me? For where do we find anything like this written of Isaiah or Jeremiah or any of the 12 or Daniel? Then what about Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, who was slain between the temple and the altar? We learn from Jesus only, not knowing it otherwise from any scripture. Wherefore I think no other supposition is possible than that they who had the reputation of wisdom and the rulers and the elders took away from the people every passage which might bring them into discredit among the people. We need not wonder then if this history of the evil device of the licentious elders and against Susanna is true, but was concealed and removed from the scriptures by men themselves not very far removed from the counsel of these elders. This Susanna, I think, was like it was some kind of apocryphal work. It was, I forget what it's called, Susanna something, or the something of Susanna. So he's just referencing that, like, look, what other things should we question if the Jews removed all these things concerning all the nasty things they did to the prophets that we only know because of the Gospels, because Jesus said it. Obviously, he's referring to historical facts that were probably written down but then removed later. What other things do we not know about? That's what he's saying, basically. Moving on. In the Acts of the Apostles, also, Stephen in his other testimony says, which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them with which showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have now been betrayers and murderers of. That Stephen speaks the truth. Every one will admit who receives the Acts of the Apostles. But it is impossible to show from the extant books of the Old Testament, meaning the books that are existing, how with any justice he throws the blame of having persecuted and slain the prophets and the fathers of those who believe not in Christ. I.e., so again, Stephen is mentioning things that happened, but Origen is saying we don't have those documents because the Jews probably got rid of them because the elders didn't want to be associated with that, to say, look, we're righteous. We had no hand in all the things that happened. Moving on. And Paul, in the first letter to the Thessalonians, testifies this concerning the Jews. Quote, for you, brethren, became followers of the churches of God, which in Judea are in Christ Jesus, for you also have suffered like things for your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews, who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, and have persecuted us, and they please not God, and are contrary to all men. What I have said is, I think, sufficient to prove that it would be nothing wonderful if this history were true, and the licentious and cruel attack was actually made on Susanna by those who were at the time elders, and written down by the wisdom of the Spirit, but removed by the rulers of Sodom, as the Spirit would call them. So the rulers of Sodom, i.e. these evil, wicked Pharisees that basically have nothing to do with God, that blaspheme the Spirit, and that continually resist the grace of God and the truth, have done throughout the ages. So this is testimony from Origen. And of course, this is just a small part, the Ante-Nicene Fathers, Volume 1 through 4. They're hundreds of pages long, If you're really into that kind of thing, then I recommend checking it out because it is very interesting. But nonetheless, conclusion, is there a conspiracy going on? Well, the initial evidence suggests yes, there is, my friends, and there's definitely a motive, which we'll be exploring much more, and a track record as well. So history and scriptural analysis both agree that something nefarious has been going on for several centuries, and people a long time ago knew that it was happening, that what was up, and they exposed it. So it's very important to be aware. Now I want to look at more evidence. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of some examples. In the next section is part 3. We're going to look at over 30 examples of quotations from the New Testament to the Old Testament and how they follow the Septuagint. All right, well, welcome to part 3. Now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty and look at the scriptural evidence. Of course, we looked at a few examples in the beginning that were pretty important and they should have raised your eyebrow. Now you're going to see a lot more. We're going to look at 34 examples of quotations from the New Testament and how they actually follow the Septuagint. This is just going to be a line item, verse by verse quotation comparison so you can see for yourself. This is 1 Peter 1, verse 24 through 25. Quoting Isaiah 40, "All flesh is like grass, and its glory is the flower of grass. The grass withers, and the flower falls, but the word of the Lord remains forever. And this word is the good news that was preached to you." So Peter makes an association between this verse in Isaiah to the gospel that is being preached currently. So if we go to Isaiah 40, verse 6 through 8, and we compare these, a voice says, "Cry," and I said, "What shall I..." This is the ESV. So the first one that I read in this comparison will be ESV. It's here on the left. If you're listening to this, then the first one that I read is ESV. The second one is Brenton's. A voice says, "Cry," and I said, "What shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all its beauty is like the flower of the field." The voice of saying, "Cry," and I say, What shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the glory of man as the flower of grass." Okay, let's go back to 1 Peter. All flesh is like grass, and all its glory like the flower of grass. So glory what is glory relating to? Glory is relating to flesh, the glory of man. What glory does man have? We're like flowers that fade and die, and we would die forever if it wasn't for Christ resurrecting us who are faithful. But going back to Isaiah, all flesh is grass, and all the glory of man as the flower of grass. This is the citation that is being made, because it has to do with the glory of man. In the Masoretic, it's the beauty is like the flower of the field. So that's interesting. "The grass withers, the flower fades, and the breath of the Lord blows on it. Surely the people are grass." Then you have verse 8 comparison. "The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God will stand forever." Verse 8 in the Septuagint. "The grass withers and the flower fades, but the word of our God abides forever." Okay, let's go back to Peter. "Remains, but the word of the Lord remains." Well, remains and abides is what the word is being translated to here. Whereas in the Masoretic, you can see they also have an extra thing here with the fading and breath and so on. "But the word of our God will stand forever." It's a different usage of the word. Abide and remain, glory, these are the ones being cited by Peter, not the Masoretic. 1 Peter 2, verse 9. "But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light." Peter's talking to Christians, by the way, so if you think the Jews are the chosen people, this is an easy one to use as a refutation. But Exodus 19, verse 6 says, let's see, ESV, "And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel." Okay? Verse 6 in the Septuagint. And ye shall be to me a royal priesthood and a holy nation. These words shalt thou speak to the children of Israel. So in the Masoretic it says a kingdom of priests. In the Septuagint it says a royal priesthood. So that's the difference that is being cited. And of course Peter says what? But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood. Royal is the direct quotation from Scripture, meaning he's identifying to you where he's getting this particular appropriation from, which is the Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. He's not just making up the word royal, because royal is a very specific word. 1 Peter 5, verse 5. Likewise, you who are younger, be subject to the elders. Clothe yourselves, all of you, with humility toward one another. For God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. This is quoting, actually, we'll look at James as well. James 4, verse 6, but he gives more grace, therefore it says, God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. So both James and Peter are quoting the same thing, which is Proverbs 3, verse 34. Well, let's see what it says. What does Proverbs 3, verse 34 say? Toward the scorners he is scornful, but to the humble he gives favor. This is the ESV, which is the Masoretic. Well, let's see what the Septuagint says. The Lord resists the proud, but he gives grace to the humble. Does that sound like what Peter and James are quoting? Yeah, it does. That's what they're quoting. Hebrews 1, verse 6. And again, when he brings the firstborn into the world, he says, let all God's angels worship him. Oh boy, the Jews didn't like that one. Deuteronomy 32, verse 43. Let's compare. Rejoice, this is Masoretic. Rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods, for he avenges the blood of his children and takes vengeance on his adversaries. He repays those who hate him and cleanses his people's land. So this could be twisted by Zionists to say, you need to be a Jew and worship what we worship and worship our God. But that's not what's being quoted. Verse 43 in the Septuagint. Rejoice, ye heavens, with him. Let all the angels of God worship him. Rejoice, ye Gentiles, with his people. Wait a minute, where did the Gentiles come from? Were they taken out? Interesting. And let all the sons of God strengthen themselves in him, for he will avenge the blood of his sons, and he will render vengeance and recompense justice to his enemies, and will reward them that hate him, and the Lord shall purge the land of his people. So isn't that interesting that again you see the Gentiles were taken out? And again, you also have the word worship. Where is it? With him, let all angels of God worship him. Whereas it says, rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods, for he avenges the blood. This is not even dealing with what was being quoted. Back in Hebrews 1, verse 6, it says, let all God's angels worship him. Of course, this is being applied to the Christ, to Jesus, but the issue is worship. And if you look in Deuteronomy, again, 32, verse 43, let all of the angels of God worship him. You don't see that in here. You see, oh heavens, bow down to him, all gods, for he avenges the blood of his. It's not the one that's being quoted. You know why? Because you know that the words are identical. Also, rejoice ye Gentiles, which is taken out of this. Again, this passage from the Masoretic could be used to twist, Talmudic Judaism, that everybody needs to be a Jew and convert because you're a goyim. But actually, if you read what the original scriptures say, rejoice Gentiles. Why should the Gentiles rejoice? Why should the Gentiles rejoice? Because salvation is coming to the world. That's why. And of course, the Jews took that out. Hebrews 1, verse 12. Like a robe, you will roll them up. Like a garment, they will be changed. But you are the same, and your years will have no end. This is quoting Psalm 102. 26 through 27. A couple things that are out of alignment here. Let's read. They will perish. This is the Masoretic. They will perish, but you will remain. They will all wear out like a garment. You will change them like a robe, and they will pass away. Sounds like it's the same, but it's not. They shall perish, but thou remainest. And they shall wax old as a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them, and they shall be changed. So the robe is rolled up and folded, and the garment is changed, versus the robe is changed and the garment is worn out. So where is this original one? Hebrews 1, verse 12. Like a robe, you will roll them up. So the robe is the one being rolled up. Like a garment, they will be changed. Keep that in mind. Robe is rolled up. They're going to be changed like a garment. Okay. Let's see what this says. Again, one more time. Masoretic says they're going to wear out like a garment, and you'll change them like a robe. What does the Septuagint say? They shall wax old as a garment, as a vesture thou shalt fold them. This is Old English, but it's basically robe is folded, rolled up, and they shall be changed. So which one is being quoted? Well, the Septuagint is being quoted. That's pretty clear. It follows the same track as the previous ones. The vesture and garment are folded. Therefore, we know that this is the one being quoted because it's linking. A lot of time, one thing you have to understand really quick, it just came to my mind that I didn't explain. A lot of times, sometimes when they cite the New Testament, when they cite from the Old Testament, sometimes they're citing word for word exactly as it was worded. Sometimes they're citing not word for word because people understand, oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're citing. So it's, an approximation. That doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that's how people cited. And in this case, how do we tie this to the Septuagint? Well, again, we know that the sequence of events is the robe is folded and the garment is changed. In verse 26 of Psalm 102, in the Septuagint, it says, they shall wax old as a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them. Vesture is robe. So the robe is being folded. This is the verse that's being cited, because the robe is the one that's being folded. And they shall be changed. So it's worded slightly different than how the guy is originally citing it in Hebrews, but it's the robe that's being folded. In the Masoretic, it says they're changing like a robe. So it's the words don't match. So we know that, again, the one being cited is the Septuagint. Yet again, Hebrews 2, verse 7. You made him for a little while lower than the angels. You have crowned him with glory and honor. Okay, this is quoting Psalm 8. Let's take a look at it, 5 through 6. This is now Masoretic. Yet you have made him a little lower than the heavenly beings and crowned him with glory and honor. You have given him dominion over the works of your hands. You have put all things under his feet. Okay, so now we're going to go to Septuagint. Thou madest him a little less than the angels. Thou hast crowned him with glory and honor. And thou hast set him over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet. So the angels is the thing that's mentioned versus heavenly beings. And there's no and. Do you understand? Masoretic, yet you have made him a little lower than the heavenly beings. This should be angels. And crowned him with glory and honor. Septuagint says, thou madest him a little less than the angels. Thou hast crowned him with glory and honor. So if we go back to the original Hebrew, letter to the Hebrews, you made him for a little while lower than the angels. Doesn't say and. It's a semicolon, meaning it's a break there in the thought. You have crowned him with glory and honor. He's doing that on purpose because he's citing Scripture. He's citing Scripture, so he's inflecting it in the same way. Do you understand? So again, this is written to Jews on the fence, showing that the Scriptures, that Christ is the fulfillment of the Scriptures. So this is all very intentional. Well, because of that, it's talking about the Septuagint, not the Masoretic. Hebrews 3, verse 15. As it is said today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion. Okay, that's citing Psalm 95, verse 8. Let's read it. Masoretic, do not harden your hearts as at Meribah, as on the day at Massah in the wilderness. Okay, verse 8 in the Septuagint. Today, if you hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation, according to the day of irritation in the wilderness. Do you notice how a couple of things, first off, going back to the things we talked about, there's, in the Masoretic, it's just, they took away provocation, i.e., provocation's negative, right? Provocation is negative. You provoked God. That's what happened. Like, there's guilt there. There's a negative situation that you don't want to repeat, guys. That's what the author of Hebrews is saying. Don't harden your hearts. In the Masoretic, it doesn't tell you there was a provocation. It just says, oh, don't harden your hearts as at Meribah. You have to know what that is. Somebody who's reading that's not going to immediately get it. So the Jews eliminated, again, things that made them look negative. Little snips here and there, little changes that watered down the testimony of the scriptures against the hardness of heart of the Jews. They eliminated a lot of those things. And so this is an example. Now the author of Hebrews is citing the Septuagint here, because again, it's the same language. Today, if you hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation according to the day of irritation in the wilderness. Okay, well, what does Hebrews 3:15 say? As it is said, today, if you hear his voice. Well, that's exactly what it's saying. Do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion. Does the Masoretic, if we go back to verse Psalm 95, verse 8, does this have anything about a rebellion or a provocation? No. The Septuagint does. Provocation according to the day of irritation. Yeah, God was very irritated with their hardness of heart. And today, if you hear his voice, this is exactly how it's written. Now, of course, this is also written in the previous verse here in the Masoretic text. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. But the main thing is these issues here with the substitution of provocation, i.e. what the Jews did to provoke God, with just specific words, which is not what the author of Hebrews is citing. The author of Hebrews is citing this text, which is the Septuagint, which should be clear by now. Hebrews 8, verse 10, let's read it. For this is the covenant that I will make with them in the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord, I will put my laws into their minds and write them on their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. So the laws are going into their minds, and it's going to be written on their hearts. Keep that sequence in mind. This is, of course, citing Jeremiah 31, the new covenant, verse 33. Here we go. For this is the Masoretic. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Okay. And where is the Septuagint? Oh, okay. So for some reason, sometimes this is something to be aware of if you do use eSword. I don't know why sometimes this happens with the Septuagint, but it doesn't pull it up. Like, for example, if I just go back so you can see for yourself. If I go to Jeremiah 31:33, see, first off, it takes me to 34, which is really weird. So, because the Septuagint and the Masoretic don't align sometimes with verses. There's been some changes. In this case, these are two different verses. So sometimes it pulls up, not that this is the actual verse of Septuagint, sometimes it pulls up a different thing. So anyway, if that doesn't work, if you're looking through your own research and you're doing things using eSword, it always helps to have a backup, which in this case, I went to, this is a Q Bible, Brenton Septuagint, Holy Name KJV, I guess, but anyway, it's Septuagint. So if we go all the way down to verse 33, but this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. Versus, if we go back to, for this is the covenant that I will make with Israel after those days. I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. What was the issue with this one? Minds versus hearts. Let's see. This is verse 10 in Hebrews 8. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. I will put my laws into their minds and write them on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. So if we go back to the Masoretic, puts the law within them, not their minds, and I will write it on their hearts. So the issue is the minds, and that's not written here, whereas if you go to the original Septuagint, he puts it in their inward parts. Inward parts, the words here, again, this is English translation. Within them versus inward parts is two different words. Inward parts, your being, your heart, your mind. There's very different words for these types of things. And so when it says inward parts, it really means your minds. It's the same word that's being used in the original scriptures. But of course, the Masoretic just says within them. It doesn't say in their minds, so that you're thinking of the law all the time. So anyway, some of these are a little bit more obscure, but you can hopefully see the pattern. Hebrews 10, verse 37. For, quote, yet a little while, and the coming one will come and will not delay. So there's a coming one versus we'll see what happens. In Habakkuk, this is Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3 through 4. For still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Well, there's nothing about a coming one. That's interesting. Verse 3 in the Septuagint. For the vision is yet for a time, and it shall shoot forth at the end, and not in vain. Though he should tarry, wait for him. For he will surely come and will not tarry. Now we're talking about a person. That's interesting. Who do you think Hebrews 10, verse 37 is talking about? Quote, yet a little while, and the coming one will come and will not delay. This is, again, this is an example where he's citing a scripture. Obviously, he's quoting it, so it's a citation, but he's not citing it exactly. He's pointing to a scripture by citing it in like a paraphrase, and that was a common practice. So you have to understand that. But when they are paraphrasing it, you have to understand what is linking. How do I determine which source he was citing? That's the question. Because this is paraphrased. Yet a little while, and the coming one will come and will not delay. That's not actually how it's written. But it is quoting the Septuagint. How do you know? Because the Septuagint, again, we go back to Habakkuk, and some people pronounce it Habakkuk, but whatever. I mean, either way you pronounce it, it says a person in the Septuagint. The Masoretic says, for still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. You see what they did? It will surely come. It will not delay. It's not. You don't get any sense that it's about a person. Whereas the Septuagint, which was translated from the original scriptures, in Hebrew, for the vision is yet for a time, and it shall shoot forth at the end, and not in vain, though he should tarry, wait for him, for he will surely come and will not tarry. It's talking about a person. So that means when the author of Hebrews is saying coming one, he's talking about a person, therefore he's citing the Septuagint. That's how you know. That's how you infer that. It's very obvious. Hebrews 11, verse 5. Here it is. By faith Enoch was taken up so that he should not see death, and he was not found because God had taken him. Now therefore before he was taken, he was commended as having pleased God. Okay, it's Genesis 5. Let's take a look at it. Verse 24. Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. This is the Masoretic. Septuagint. And Enoch was well-pleasing to God, and was not found, because God translated him. That's an interesting word choice. In the Masoretic, it says, and he was not, for God took him. So it seems on first glance that if you go, so this is the Old Testament, this is Genesis, and in the Masoretic it says took him, in the Septuagint it says translated, because there's a specific word that's used there, translated. And if we go back to Hebrews 11 verse 5, in the New Testament it says, by faith Enoch was taken up so that he would not see death, and he was not found because God had taken him. So it seems that it's actually quoting the Masoretic text, but it's not. Because if you go to the KJV Plus and you look at the original language, oh gosh, there's so many things here. It says, because God has translated him. You see, the KJV actually does a decent job because it aligns with the Greek here of the Septuagint. Because the word here is metatithemi, which is only used 6 times in the New Testament. It's not a common word. Transport, translate, exchange, change sides, carry over. I talk about Enoch's death as being, like a grace from God, basically. I think God gave him a peaceful death and probably removed him from danger and then gave him a peaceful death instantly because he was preaching repentance, and it was Enoch was before the flood, so you had Nephilim, you had corruption, you had all kinds of crazy things happening. So I talk about this in my Afterlife series, so go check that out. But anyway, Enoch died. He did not go to heaven. He did not get teleported to heaven or anything like that. But the word there is metatithemi. If we look in the original Greek language, this is the Polyglot Bible again, and Enoch was well-pleasing to God, and he was not found, for transposed him, God. Same word, you see? Metatithemi. That's why the Septuagint translates it as translated. Where's it at? Yeah, translated. Translated him versus taking him. So this is why this is nuanced. Even though in our English, although if you have the KJV, caveat, if you have the KJV aligns with the Septuagint and reveals to you that the author of Hebrews, yet again, is quoting the Septuagint because of the word translated, metathemi. ESV modernized it and, of course, aligns with the Masoretic, but it's wrong. Do you see the point? So again, this is because this is a supernatural type of situation. Now, again, he didn't go to heaven. He didn't get teleported into heaven or anything like that. He probably got rescued, I'm guessing, because Elijah was rescued several times and transported. Philip was rescued by the Holy Spirit. So there's a precedent for that. But he was taken. He died. He was probably given a supernatural death. God snapped his fingers, gave him a peaceful death. And to Enoch, it's just like he's dead, and the next minute he's resurrected, and it's the end of time. So that was a very great mercy that was given to Enoch because he was righteous. But anyway, if you do a little digging, you can see that the author of Hebrews consistently quotes the Septuagint. Hebrews 11, verse 21. By faith, Jacob, when dying, blessed each of his sons of Joseph, bowing in worship over the head of his staff. Okay, what does the book of Genesis say? Genesis 47, verse 31. Masoretic. And he said to me, swear to me. And he said, swear to me. And he swore to him. Then Israel bowed himself upon the head of his bed. Well, that's very different. What does Septuagint say? And he said, swear to me. And he swore to him. And Israel did reverence, leaning on the top of his staff. Which one is the author of Hebrews quoting? It's the Septuagint, because the staff and the bed are two very different objects. Hebrews 12, that one was easy. Verse 6. For the Lord disciplines the one he loves and chastises every son whom he receives. Okay, that's quoting Proverbs 3, verse 12. Let's read it. Masoretic. For the Lord reproves him who he loves, as a father the son in whom he delights. Verse 12, Septuagint. For whom the Lord loves, he rebukes and scourges every son whom he receives. Is the Septuagint being quoted? The answer is yes. Hebrews 13, verse 6. So we can confidently say, the Lord is my helper. I will not fear. What can man do to me? This is quoting Psalm 118, verse 6. Let's read it. Masoretic. The Lord is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do to me? Okay, Septuagint. The Lord is my helper, and I will not fear what man shall do to me. So what is the issue? Well, the issue is helper versus on my side. Hebrews 13, if we go back here, so we can confidently say, the Lord is my helper. Lord is my helper. That's the issue. That's how you know that this is being referring to the Septuagint, which was the scriptures that these people had. And if we go back into the comparison, the Masoretic says the Lord is on my side versus the Lord is my helper. So this is quoting, again, the Septuagint. All right, moving on from the book of Hebrews, let's look at Timothy. 2 Timothy 19. But God's firm foundation stands bearing this seal. Quote, the Lord knows those who are his, and, quote, let everyone who names the name of the Lord depart from iniquity. Okay, this is citing Numbers 16:5, and there are a couple differences in this one. Masoretic. And he said to Korah and all his company, in the morning the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. Okay, verse 5 in the Septuagint. And he spoke to Korah and all his assembly, saying, God has visited and known those that are his, and who are holy, and has brought them to himself. And whom he has chosen for himself, he has brought to himself. So, why is this? This is, again, one of those things where it's being paraphrased, so you have to understand which translation is it being paraphrased from. In the Septuagint, it says, all his assembly saying, God has visited and known those that are his. This is a past tense reality versus a future tense reality. In the morning, the Lord will show who is his. Do you understand? What this is attacking is the principle of election, because the Jews were the first ones to, if anything, the Gentiles didn't care about election. They were pagans. The Jews, who, like the Pharisees, thought that they were elect based on the flesh. And of course, there are elect in the Jews, but not by the flesh is the point that Paul makes throughout all of his letters. And the point that the scriptures are making in the New Testament is that this was already a precedent in the Old Testament. If you read it in the Septuagint, it's very clear. God has chosen who is saved and who isn't. And he spoke to Korah and all his assembly, saying, God has visited and known those that are his. Past tense. It's a known thing. He's foreknown these people. I've reserved 7,000 that are not going to bow the knee to Baal. I've given those people the ability to believe and repent. And they won't. I will preserve them. So these things are common themes. And who are holy and has brought them to himself. So these are very consistent things. So the difference is past tense versus future tense, which means that when you go back to 2 Timothy, but God's firm foundation stands bearing the seal. The Lord knows those who are his, and let everyone who names the name of the Lord depart from iniquity. Well, there's a big difference because one of them is past tense. The Lord knows because he's visited them already, versus the Lord will show. That's an uncertain future. It hasn't been done yet. Does that make sense? So if he's citing it as if it's already been done, then we know that he's paraphrasing from the Septuagint. That one is not so obvious. And again, some of these are a little less obvious than others, but hopefully by giving you both the obvious ones and the not as obvious ones, you can see that there is a consistent pattern. Galatians 3 verse 10. For all who rely on works of the law are under a curse, for it is written, Cursed be everyone who does not abide by all things written in the book of the law, and do them. Now, the word here, abide, is very important. If we go to Deuteronomy 27, verse 26, cursed be anyone who does not confirm the words of this law by doing them. In the Septuagint, it says, cursed is every man that continues not in all the words of this law to do them. And all the people should say, so be it. Now, again, this is Old English translation. It's Brenton's. I forget what year this was translated, but it's older English. Continues not is the same word as abide. So it's not confirm, but rather abide, meaning abide is the word that identifies that this is being paraphrased and cited from the Septuagint. Galatians 4, verse 27. For it is written, Rejoice, O barren one who does not bear. Break forth and cry aloud, you who are not in labor, for the children of the desolate one will be more than those of the one who has a husband. This is quoted from Isaiah 54. Let's read it. And it says, Sing, O barren, this is Masoretic. Sing, O barren one who did not bear, break forth into singing and cry aloud, you who have not been in labor. For the children of the desolate one will be more than the children of her who is married, says the Lord. Septuagint. Rejoice, thou barren that bearest not. Break forth and cry, thou that dost not travail. For more are the children of the desolate than of her that has a husband. For the Lord has said. Now, if you go back to the Galatians 4, verse 27, there's a couple things that are different between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint. The Masoretic text, one of the key things that, again, identifies this as a Septuagint quotation is has a husband. That's not in the Masoretic text. If we go to the Masoretic text, it says, children of her who is married. The Septuagint says that has a husband. Husband is the issue. That is the key identifier. Also, in the Masoretic text, actually, let's go back to Galatians. Rejoice, O barren one who does not bear, break forth and cry aloud, you who are not in labor, for the children of the desolate one will be more than those of the one who has a husband. Is there any mention of singing here? Well, no, and that's why we know the Masoretic text is not the one. It says, sing, O barren one who did not bear, break forth into singing and cry aloud. There's no singing being mentioned. It just says rejoice, but there's no singing. And this quotation from the Septuagint doesn't have any singing. So the Septuagint has no singing mentioned, and it has a husband being mentioned versus being married. So we know that the section that Paul is paraphrasing is from the Septuagint. So hopefully you're seeing a common thread, because we still have a few to go through. 1 Corinthians 1:19. This is, let's just go. Why is this giving me this? All right. Anyway, 19. Where's you at 19? For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and the discernment of the discerning I will thwart. This is quoted from Isaiah 29, verse 14. Let's see what it says. Therefore I will again do wonderful things with this people, with wonder upon wonder, and the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the discernment of their discerning men shall be hidden. That's the Masoretic. Septuagint. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to remove this people, and I will remove them, and I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and I will hide the understanding of the prudent. So, very clear, this one's obvious. Septuagint is the one being quoted. Okay, the next one is 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2. And it says, for he says, in a favorable time I listened to you, and in a day of salvation I have helped you. Behold, now is the favorable time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. So he's taking this from Isaiah 49, verse 8, which says the following. In the Masoretic, it says, thus says the Lord, in a time of favor I have answered you. In a day of salvation I have helped you. I will keep you and give you as a covenant to the people, to establish the land, to apportion the desolate heritages. Septuagint. Thus says the Lord, in an acceptable time I have heard thee, and in a day of salvation I have succored thee, i.e. helped. And I have formed thee and given thee for a covenant of the nations, to establish the earth, and to cause to inherit the desert heritages. Now, the difference here is heard and helped versus answered and helped. So it says, in a time of favor I have answered you, in a day of salvation I have helped you. Versus, in an acceptable time I have heard thee, and in a day of salvation I have helped you. So heard and helped is what the Septuagint says. The Masoretic, the sequence is answered and helped. Okay, what does the original or the New Testament say? In a favorable time I have listened to you, and in a day of salvation I have helped you. So listening and helping you is what he is paraphrasing. If we go back to Isaiah 49, verse 8, what is this one? Answered versus helped, or answered and helped with the Masoretic. And in the Septuagint, it says heard and helped. So heard is listened. This is what is being, remember, this is English translation. The original language is talking about hearing something, listening, auditory, and helping. So the sequence that's being paraphrased by Paul in this case is heard and helped, which is, of course, pointing to the Septuagint over and over again. I think the KJV, let's see. Does the KJV do this? Let's see. Thus said the Lord, in an acceptable time I have heard thee, and in a day of salvation I have helped thee. See, the KJV actually deviates from the Masoretic text, which is interesting. There's sometimes where it deviates from the Masoretic, which, if that's the case, then why weren't they consistent, which is just so frustrating. But either way, you see the KJV has it correct here, which if you read the New Testament, there's an alignment, meaning this was a correct translation choice. It went with the correct older text. So that's an interesting little point. A couple more here. Romans 2, verse 24. For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written. Okay. Well, this is citing Isaiah 52, verse 5. Now, therefore, let's go to parallel. Much better. Masoretic. Now, therefore, what have I here, declares the Lord? Seeing that my people are taken away for nothing. Their rulers wail, declares the Lord, and continually all the day my name is despised. Okay. Septuagint. And now, why are you here? Thus saith the Lord, because my people was taken for nothing. Wonder ye and howl. Thus saith the Lord, on account of you my name is continually blasphemed among the Gentiles. So, is this example of Septuagint being cited or Masoretic? Of course, Septuagint. Of course, also an example of them whitewashing this and basically taking out any connection that the Gentiles might have to God and to a future plan of salvation and so on. So very, very interesting, but very clear that the Septuagint is being used in this one. Romans 3, verse 4. By no means let God be true, though everyone were a liar, as it is written, that you may be justified in your words and prevail when you are judged. Okay, it's written somewhere, and where is that? Is Psalm 51, verse 4. Masoretic, against you only have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you may be justified in your words and blameless in your judgment. Okay, Septuagint, against thee only have I sinned and done evil before thee, that thou might be justified in thy sayings and might overcome when thou art judged. Okay, so prevail and overcome versus being blameless. So again, if we read this and we compare the two, so that you might be justified in your words and blameless in your judgment, so that you might be justified in thy sayings and might overcome when you are judged. Okay, well, let's go back to the original Romans 3. That you might be justified in your words and prevail when you are judged. So which one is it being cited from? Well, it's being from the Septuagint. That you might be justified in your words and your sayings and might overcome when you are judged, meaning you prevail in your situations and your judgments. So the Septuagint is being cited by Paul consistently so. Romans 3, verse 10 through 18. As it is written, none is righteous, not one understands, no one seeks for God. All have turned aside, together they have become worthless, no one does good, not even one. Their throat is an open grave, they use their tongues to deceive. The venom of asps is under their lips. Their mouth is full of curses and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. In their paths are ruin and misery. And the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Boy, did the Jews not like that one. Let's see what they did with it. This is citing Psalm 14, verse 3. They have all turned aside. This is the Masoretic. They have all turned aside. Together they have become corrupt. There is none who does good, not even one. Gosh, does that look a little whitewashed to you? I think so. Let's see what the Septuagint says. Look at all this in the Septuagint. They're all gone out of the way. This is now Septuagint. They're all gone out of the way. They are together become good for nothing. There is none that does good, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre, grave. With their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips, whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in their ways. And the way of peace that they have not known, there is no fear of God before their eyes. Who do you think is being cited here? It's the Septuagint. So we have an example yet again that the Septuagint is the superior text, and confirming Origen's analysis that the Jews whitewashed the scriptures to extricate any connection that they might have had to all the evils that they did to God's prophets and those who are righteous. Very interesting point to hide the Jewish apostasy. Romans 9, verse 27. And Isaiah cries out concerning Israel, quote, though the number of the sons of Israel be as the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will be saved. Okay, that's quoting Isaiah 10, verse 22. Let's look at it. Masoretic. For though your people Israel be as the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will return. Destruction is decreed, overflowing with righteousness. Septuagint. And though the people of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant of them shall be saved. Saved is the issue. Not returning. Return to the promised land. Hello, Zionists. But be saved. How are they going to be saved? Through Jesus. Do you see what they did? Spiritual salvation, material salvation, return. Keep all this in mind when we get to the end times implications of the Masoretic text, because unfortunately a lot of Christians are deceived by it. But this is the issue. This is a very subtle thing, but you can start to see, hopefully, hints of the kabbalistic, fleshly, third temple, materialistic salvation that they've been planning and hoping for a very long time. Return, not be saved, as in being forgiven by God and reconciled to God, but return to Israel, return to the promised land. Romans 9, verse 29. And as Isaiah predicted, if the Lord of hosts had not left us offspring, we should have been like Sodom and become like Gomorrah. Okay, this is quoting Isaiah 1, verse 9, which is also very interesting for another reason. But if the Lord of hosts had not left us a few survivors, we should have been like Sodom and become like Gomorrah. Okay, verse 9 in the Septuagint. If the Lord of the Sabbath had not left us a seed, we should have been as Sodom and we would have been made like Gomorrah. Now, this is a very interesting thing. If we go back to Romans, he says, if the Lord of hosts had not left us offspring, he would have been like... Now, this is very deceptive because Lord of hosts here in English, in the ESV, I wonder if KJV does it better. Yeah, you see, KJV does a better job. Look, I give credit where credit's due, folks. I'm not biased against the KJV, but I am wanting for people to realize that the KJV onlyism is nonsense. It's a psyop, and we will expose it. But anyway, for the time being, we're exposing the Masoretic text. Look at what the KJV says. And Isaiah said before, except the Lord of Sabbath had left us in seed, we had been in Sodom and been made into like Gomorrah. So obviously, what's the difference? Well, the difference is if you go back to ESV, the Lord of hosts has been replaced for, where's KJV? Lord of Sabbath. Lord of Sabbath is what actually the Septuagint says. Where's Isaiah verse 9? Here we go. See, this is the Masoretic text, Isaiah 1 verse 9. If the Lord of hosts, but it's not. The original language is not Lord of hosts. It's the Lord of the Sabbath. Who claimed to be the Lord of the Sabbath? Do you understand how important that is? People think that when Jesus says, I'm Lord of the Sabbath, he's just saying, well, I can tell you what to do on the Sabbath, or, you know, I fulfilled the Sabbath, or all these things. No, that is a direct and explicit claim to being God. Do you understand how significant that is? When Jesus says, I am Lord of the Sabbath, he's directly saying that he's God, because Lord of the Sabbath is a term that is specifically applied to Yahweh in the Old Testament. However, that term was taken out by the Masoretes because, of course, Jesus claimed to be the Lord of the Sabbath, and we don't want that. But again, it proves to you that the original language cites the Septuagint, which now, even, you see, this is another point to mention, which is so frustrating with all these things. You really need to use a fine-tooth comb with these things, and hopefully, you know, like a software like this that helps you compare things easily, because otherwise you just lose your brain. But the ESV, if you look at the ESV, where's the ESV? The ESV goes with the Masoretic and has changed the original language. They didn't translate this correctly. You see what they did? They actually went with the Masoretic instead of going with the original language and translating it, because I believe in the Greek, KJV plus. You see, in the Greek it says, no, hold on. Dang it. Where's my verses? So many verses. Lord of Sabaoth. In the Greek, it's Sabaoth. In the Greek, it's Lord of the Sabbath. So you can't get away from that. It's explicitly mentioning Lord of the Sabbath, i.e. Isaiah 1 verse 9, which the Masoretes changed to Lord of Hosts, in which the ESV, if we go back to the Romans 29 verse 29, the ESV rejects the original Greek language to say the Lord of Sabbath and goes with the generic Lord of Hosts, which of course, whatever, I mean, I get the idea that this is talking about God, but again, people who like KJV onlyists, why do I mention this? Because this is a very important point. KJV onlyists love to pick out examples. See, look at all these corrupt Bible translations. They're taking out the divinity of Christ, and they're corrupt, and they're, hiding the truth about Jesus, which is not true at all whatsoever. However, if you see that the Masoretic text hides the truth of Christ by changing Lord of the Sabbath to Lord of Hosts, a generic name for God in the Old Testament, which basically disconnects Christ's claim of being Lord of the Sabbath as making an explicit claim to what God said. Do you understand? This is a subtle subversion, and the ESV should have translated this as Lord of the Sabbath, because the Greek says Sabaoth. It's not saying Lord of Hosts here. It's Lord of the Sabbath. It's an explicit reference to the Old Testament, to the Septuagint, really, in Isaiah. Anyway, That's an important point to understand because it's hiding the proof of Christ's divinity. And when he said, I'm Lord of the Sabbath, it wasn't just, I can, tell you what to do on the Sabbath. It's a direct claim of deity. But you don't pick that up if you don't understand these things, which is very important. Come all to me who are weary, I'll give you rest. Because why? Because he's Lord of the Sabbath. That's why the Sabbath is so important to God. He's Lord of the Sabbath. And if Jesus claimed to be Lord of the Sabbath, then what does that mean? Well, it means the Sabbath is still in effect, folks. We're not saved by keeping the Sabbath. We're saved. We keep the Sabbath because we're saved. We rejoice in the Sabbath because we're saved. Romans 10, verse 11. A couple more. For the scripture says, everyone who believes in him will not be put to shame. Isaiah 28, verse 16. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am the one who has laid... let's go to parallel. Which one was it? 16. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am the one who has laid as a foundation in Zion a stone, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone of a sure foundation. Whoever believes will not be in haste. Seems like they left something out. Very important, don't you think? Let's see. Septuagint. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, even the Lord, behold, I lay for the foundations of Zion a costly stone, a choice, a cornerstone, a precious stone for its foundations, and he that believes on him, shall by no means be ashamed. The stone is not this generic symbolic thing. The stone is a he. It's a person. And that was changed in the Masoretic. The Masoretic says whoever believes will not be in haste. Whoever believes what? The cornerstone of what? What is the cornerstone? It's a him. It's a he. It's the Messiah. But of course, if you take that out, well, then you could say, well, it's this in the Talmud or it's that. You can do all kinds of things. This is exactly what they're doing. But again, if you go back to the original, the New Testament, what does Paul say? For the scripture says, what scripture are we talking about? We're talking about the Septuagint because that's what they had at the time. Everyone who believes in him, personal pronoun, will not be put to shame. So he's citing and paraphrasing the Septuagint. Romans 10, verse 20 through 21. Then Isaiah is so bold as to say, I have been found by those who did not seek me. I have shown myself to those who did not ask for me. Okay? But of Israel, he says, all day long I have held out my hands to a disobedient and contrary people. So this is quoting Isaiah 65, verse 2. This disobedient people. Let's see what it's about. Masoretic. I spread out my hands all day to a rebellious people who walk in a way that is not good, following their own devices. Walk in a way that is not good. Okay, let's see the Septuagint. I have stretched forth my hands all day to a disobedient and gainsaying people, to them that walked in a way that was not good, but after their sins. Disobedient is the key word. Go back to Romans 10, verse 21. But of Israel, he says, all day long I have held out my hands to a disobedient and contrary people. Contrary, what does contrary mean? That means everything you say, everything somebody says, you're always against it. Always against it. So if you look at these two adjectives, disobedient, contrary, they are pointing to the paraphrase that the Septuagint is using. The Masoretic says rebellious people who walk in a way that's not good. Okay. But the Septuagint says disobedient and gainsaying. Gainsaying is like contrary. It's the same feeling and adjectives that are being described. Disobedient is one for one. Gainsaying, it's English translation. It's an older English, but it's contrary to them that walked in a way. So this is the text that's being cited. Contradictory. Gainsaying is contradictory. Romans 11, 9 through 10. And David says, let their table become a snare and a trap and a stumbling block and a retribution for them. Let their eyes be darkened so that they cannot see and bend their backs forever. Psalm 69, verse 22 through 23. Masoretic. Let their own table before them become a snare, and when they are at peace, let it become a trap. Let their eyes be darkened so that they cannot see and make their loins tremble continually. Septuagint. Let their table before them be for a snare and for a recompense and for a stumbling block. Let their eyes be darkened so they should not see and bow down their back continually. Are we talking about Septuagint or Masoretic? Well, it's obvious that the Septuagint is being quoted because you have the back bending, over basically and being bowed down, and that's associated in the previous verse in Romans 11. That's the source that's being cited. The details are clear. Romans 11, verse 26. And in this way, all Israel will be saved. Gosh, I hope you understand the truth about this verse. What if you don't watch my entire episode in the End Time series? I always have to provide a caveat when I get to this verse because so many people think this is talking about a future Jewish revival. It's not. It is not talking about a future Jewish revival. Romans 11, verse 26 is talking about present realities in Paul's time and how the gospel is going to redeem both Jews and Gentiles. What is the role of the Jewish people? The Jews are going to get jealous of their fellow Jews converting and seeing the promises of the Spirit being given to the Gentiles, that the elect ones are going to convert. That's what Paul is saying. In this way, all Israel will be saved. Israel being the spiritual conglomerate of the Jews and the Gentiles. It's not talking about a future revival of the Jews. So watch that episode in my End Time series. It's towards the end. I think it's episode 30 or something. Anyway, just have to provide that caveat. As it is written, the deliverer will come from Zion. He will banish ungodliness from Jacob. Okay. Isaiah 59, verse 20. Masoretic. And a redeemer will come to Zion, to those in Jacob who turn from transgression, declares the Lord. Septuagint. And the deliverer shall come from Sion's sake, and shall turn away ungodliness from Jacob. Which one is being cited? You know this by now. Very clear. Romans 11, verse 27, next verse. And this will be my covenant with them when I take away their sins. Let's see what the Masoretic Hebrews thought about that. Jews, really, because the Hebrews were a long time ago. Isaiah 27, verse 9. Oh, here we go. Therefore, by this the guilt of Jacob will be atoned for, and thus, this is a Masoretic, and this will be the full fruit of the removal of his sin. When he makes all the stones of the altars like chalk stones crushed to pieces, no ashrim or incense altars will remain standing. Okay. Septuagint. Therefore shall the iniquity of Jacob be taken away, and this is his blessing, when I shall have taken away his sin. When they shall have broken to pieces all the stones of the dust of the altars of fine dust, and their trees shall be not remain, and their idols shall not be cut off as a thicket afar. So what is actually the difference here? Well, it's again one of those more subtle ones, but you have to see the difference. The difference is that God is doing the work. I shall have taken away Jacob's sin, versus something that Jacob is doing. This will be, therefore, this is the Masoretic. Therefore, by this, the guilt of the Jacob will be atoned for, and this will be the full fruit of the removal of his sin, when he makes all the stones of the altars like chalk stones crushed. Do you see the difference? It's you doing something, synergistic rabbinic Judaism, removing the propitiatory atonement of Christ when Christ does something on your behalf, versus the Septuagint, which is the one being quoted, I shall have taken away his sin. Which if we go back to Romans 11, verse 27, and this will be my covenant with them when I take away their sins. Paul is paraphrasing, but again, this is a legitimate citation, and people in those days knew what he was talking about. I take away their sins, meaning God is doing the work to take away their sins. And of course, because the Jews knew all these letters, folks, you have to understand that the Jews knew the letters that Paul were writing. They knew the New Testament, the Hebrews. These things were going around to the people. They were going around all over the place. So the Jews knew the verses being cited by the apostles and Paul and the author of the Hebrews, and they went quickly to these scriptures and altered them, which is very obvious by now. Hopefully you see that, to counteract all of the times that these things were being used to prove Christ's legitimacy, to prove Christianity, and so on. That's why all these verses you see, they don't align with the Masoretic. A lot of the Masoretic ones remove a lot of important information, and of course they cite the Septuagint. Anyway, this one is obviously taking away the propitiatory atonement, God doing the work, and making it more about Jacob doing something, and the synergistic rabbinic Judaistic religion. Verse 34 of Romans 11. Let's see. Sometimes it doesn't go to the verse. That's annoying. Verse 34. Come on. For who has known the mind of the Lord, or who has been his counselor? Okay, that's Isaiah 40, verse 13. This is Masoretic. Who has measured the Spirit of the Lord, or what man shows him his counsel? Septuagint. Who has known the mind of the Lord, and who has been his counselor to instruct him? Which one's being cited? Well, it's obvious the Septuagint is. You're not measuring the spirit, but knowing the mind. That's the one that Paul is citing. Romans 15, last one, verse 12. And again, Isaiah says, the root of Jesse will come, even he who arises to rule the Gentiles. In him will the Gentiles hope. Oh my gosh, we need to change this immediately. Let's see which one is that. Let's see, Isaiah 11, verse 10, Masoretic. In that day, the root of Jesse, i.e. the Christ, who shall stand as a signal for the peoples, of him shall the nations inquire, and his resting place shall be glorious. Septuagint. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, and he that shall arise to rule over the Gentiles. In him shall the Gentiles trust, and his rest shall be glorious. Do you see the difference between these two texts? One is this generic thing, and really, again, it could be appropriated by the Jews to say, well, everybody's just going to be converted to Judaism, and we're going to have this fleshly Messiah, and everybody's going to just be, under us. They can appropriate that because it's changed, because the original tells you exactly what's happening. In him, the Gentiles will not only be ruled by him, but they'll also trust in him. That's a personal relationship between the Gentiles and the root of Jesse, i.e. the Jewish Messiah. Can't have that, so of course that had to be changed and into, more generic things like people will inquire of him, i.e. like Solomon. Do you see the difference? Going back to the good old days when Israel was, had their empire from coast to coast, from the two rivers with Solomon, and people inquired of Solomon, and everybody was bowing down to the Jews and Israelites and so on. This is the Zionist ideal being manifest through these various scriptures. So anyway, conclusion, that was a lot. There's certainly a lot more, and you can do your own research, but certainly I think I've given you enough evidence that the New Testament's authors quoted the Septuagint, not the Masoretic, because the Masoretic is only 1,000 years old. The Septuagint is much older. It's over 2,000 years old. There's textual corruptions from the 2nd century Greek translations, which was used by the Masoretes, and basically, there's some grammatical ones, others are intentional. Some of the corruptions are hiding Christ from the scriptures. They're hiding the prophecies. They're hiding the nature of salvation, the gospel, the worldwide nature of salvation. In him, the Gentiles would trust. Those kind of things are taken away. And there are many of such examples. And again, you can research them on your own. I thought this would be enough, certainly. And it's, like I said, I highly recommend getting something where you can compare two things like this, like I did with the parallel function in eSword. Because otherwise, it's a lot of work. It really is to go back and forth with these, unless you have a digital way of comparing them. I think that's the easiest way. But either way, it proves that the Masoretic text is not the original that the authors of the New Testament were quoting from. It also proves, and is consistent with everything we've seen so far, with historical evidence, and with other biblical evidence like we looked at in the very beginning, with all those removals of Christ from the scriptures, that there is a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy to subtly discredit and erase Christ from the scriptures. And it's very consistent because these people knew what writings were going around, and so they addressed those writings in their new renditions and translations, which ultimately resulted in the Masoretic text, which is a corruption. So now that you know, onward to part 4, into Egypt and Canaan, where we're going to look at a pattern of the timeline in the Bible, why that's important, because that's going to relate to the major issue with the genealogy in Genesis 11. So I'll see you in the next part. Okay, well, welcome back. This is part 4, and now that we've established some important things both scripturally and historically, it's time to take a different route, not a totally different route, but just a different perspective, and to look at a pattern in how the Masoretic uses times and timelines and ages so that you can understand a very important point later with the biblical timeline. This is a very important topic so that we can get deeper into the biblical alterations of the timeline that the Masoretic text has. And you'll know what I mean by that in just a minute. The modern story of the Israelites in Egypt is that they were their slaves for 400 years, which isn't true. Of course, you've seen movies like, is it Ben-Hur, I think, or, I forget. I think it's Ben-Hur. Anyway, we've been slaves for 400 years, this kind of thing. This kind of stuff is Hollywood. It's not true. The Jews were not in Egypt for 400 years, certainly weren't enslaved for 400 years. So we want to expose the truth on this because it's going to expose a pattern of error throughout other places that leads to very consequential impacts on your eschatology. And again, you'll understand what I mean by all this. We're going to tie it all together. But the Masoretic text has changed times and dates in Genesis 11 with the genealogies of the patriarchs. And that has a very significant impact. You'll see what we mean. In this particular part, I want to look at Egypt and Canaan and the history involving that, and to show you why the Masoretic text is wrong and why it can't be right, and what that means for our understanding of other things, like with the biblical timeline. So, Exodus 12, verse 40. Let's go to ESV. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do a parallel so you can see the difference? Exodus 12, verse 40 in the ESV says, the time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. Okay? Septuagint. And the sojourning of the children of Israel, while they sojourned in the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan, was 430 years. So one is telling you they lived in Egypt for 430 years. The other one is telling you the sojourning period of Canaan and Egypt total was 430 years. Now, let's see what the Samaritan... Oh, goodness. Some of these windows are so tricky to do. Okay, there it is. Sometimes when you have so many tabs, it's like impossible to find the tab you're looking at. Anyway, this is the Samaritan Pentateuch. This is from stepbible.org. Let's read. Zoom out a little bit, please. Okay. The Samaritan Pentateuch reads, quote, now the sojourning of the children of Israel and of their fathers in the land of Canaan, in the land of Egypt, was 430 years. So it agrees with the Septuagint. The Alexandrine copy of the Septuagint has the same reading, and the same statement is made by the Apostle Paul in Galatians 3, verse 17. We're going to look at all of this, but this is just kind of a nice little introduction to the whole topic. Who reckons from the promise made to Abraham to the giving of the law, that these three witnesses have the truth, meaning Samaritan Pentateuch, Septuagint, and Paul. The chronology itself proves, for it is evident that the descendants of Israel did not dwell 430 years in Egypt, while it is equally evident that the period from Abraham's entry into Canaan to the Exodus is exactly that number. Thus, from Abraham's entrance into the promised land to the birth of Isaac was 25 years. Isaac was 60 at the birth of Jacob. Jacob was 130 at his going into Egypt, where he and his children continued 215 years more, making the whole 430 years. See Kennicott's dissertation on the Hebrew text. We're going to break this down in just a second. I just want to show you what the issue is. There's three witnesses that agree. Septuagint, Paul, and Samaritan Pentateuch. They all agree. But now let's go back to Paul and see what he says. So this is Galatians 3:16, 17 through 17. Now the promise is made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does not say, and to offsprings, referring to many, but referring to one, and to your offspring, who is Christ. There are no promises, folks, to anybody outside of Jesus Christ. So all these dispensationalists that insist that the Jews have this and the Jews have, no, they don't. They have Christ. If they don't accept Christ, there's nothing. You will get the lake of fire is what you'll get. Verse 17, this is what I mean. The law which came 430 years afterward does not annul a covenant previously ratified by God, so as to make the promise void. Now, I wonder how the KJV has it versed. So now, verse 16, now Abraham and his seed were the promises made. So the promises were made to Abraham. Verse 17 says, and this I say, that the covenant that was confirmed before of God in Christ, the law, which was 430 years after. After what? After the promises that were made. So Paul, in verse 3, in 16 through 17, in Galatians 3, is reckoning the 430-year period from the beginning of the promises, not from when they came to Egypt. Do you see the error in the Masoretic text? Very important. So let's put it together, a couple more important details. Exodus 7, verse 7. Let's do ESV, because these things are correct even in the ESV. Now Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 years old when they spoke to Pharaoh. So when the Exodus happened and Moses left Egypt, he was 80. Exodus 6, verse 20. A little bit before that. Amram took as his wife Jochebed, his father's sister, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. The years of the life of Amram were 137 years. So Moses' father was 137. He lived to be 137 years old. Okay, keep this in mind. We're going to all add it up in just a second. Exodus 6, verse 18. So a couple verses before that. This is Moses' grandfather. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izrah, Hebron, and Uzziel. The years of the life of Kohath, which was Moses' grandfather, Amram's father, was 133 years. Okay, Genesis 46, verse 11. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. So Kohath, Moses' grandfather, was from the tribe of Levi. And verse 26 of the same chapter, all the persons belonging to Jacob who came into Egypt, who were his own descendants, not including Jacob's wives, were 66 persons in all. Keep this in mind because this is actually not the same number according to the Septuagint. In fact, let's see. Does it say? Oh no, maybe I'm thinking of something else. There's another thing that Stephen quotes, but something to do with people migrating from Israel into Egypt. Anyway, the point is, what is the point? Moses' grandfather was one of the people who went with Jacob to Egypt. Do you get it? So Jacob and his tribe, Moses' grandfather was one of the people that came to Egypt with Jacob. Moses' father was 137 years old. Moses' grandfather was 133 years old. Moses was 80 years old when he left Egypt. So if you add up all of this together, 133 plus 137, that's 270, plus 80, you get 350 years. So even if it's end to end, it's impossible for them to meet that criteria of 430 years in Egypt. Do you understand the problem? All of these ages give you maximum 350 years, assuming they came one after the other, meaning like if his grandfather had his father at 1 year old and then Moses was birthed right at 1 year old, like if the ages came one right after the other, but that's not the case. They usually had kids when they were like 20, 30, maybe even 40, who knows. They didn't have kids very early on when they were like 10, right? So the point is that it's even shorter than that. But if you were to add all these ages up, you have a less number than 430 years. So the Israelites couldn't have been in Egypt 430 years, as the Masoretic text says. It's wrong. The reality is that they were much less than 350 years because, again, Kohath was not a newborn when he came to Egypt with Jacob. He was, probably a couple of years. Who knows how old he was, doesn't say, but he wasn't a newborn. And Amram, Moses' father, probably had Moses at an average age. Again, just estimating based on other things, 20, 30 maybe. So all those differences reduce the number from 350 to probably like 300 years, the total that you could possibly have. Meaning there's no way that the Israelites could have been in Egypt for 430 years. The real timeline is as follows. Genesis 12, verse 3 through 7. I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. And Abram took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions and that they had gathered, and the people that they had acquired in Haran. And they set out to go to the land of Canaan. When they came to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land to the place at Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring I will give this land. So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. So Abraham receives a promise. He enters Canaan, and he was 75 years old when this happened. Now we know that Isaac was born when Abraham was 100 years old, meaning 25 years later. Genesis 21, verse 5. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him, meaning Abraham, 25 years after the promise, is when Isaac was born. Genesis 25, verse 26 tells us when Jacob was born. Afterward, his brother came out with his hand holding Esau's heel, so his name was called Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. So we know Isaac was 60 when Jacob was born. Genesis 47, verse 8 through 11 tells us that Jacob arrives in Egypt 130 years later. And Pharaoh said to Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my sojourning are 430 years. Note the word sojourning here. "Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained to the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their sojourning." And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from the presence of Pharaoh. And then Joseph settled his father and his brothers and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. So Jacob, when they finally arrive in Egypt, Jacob was 130 years old. So now we can do some math. Well, okay, 25 years for the distance between the promise and Isaac being born. Then 60 years later, Jacob was born. Then 130 years later, Jacob arrives in Egypt with the crew. What do you get when you add 25 plus 60 plus 130? You get 215. 215 years pass from Abraham entering Canaan, getting the promise, to Israel arriving in Egypt. Very straightforward. 430 years minus 250 years of that sojourning around in Canaan and all the things that I just described, and you have only 215 years in Egypt possible. Josephus agrees with this, and we know Josephus is an accurate historian. This is from Antiquities of the Jews. I forget which chapter. Okay, here it is. This is chapter 15, section 2 of book 2, I believe. They left Egypt in the month of Xanthicus on the 15th day of the lunar month, 430 years after our forefather Abraham came into Canaan, but 215 years only after Jacob removed into Egypt. It was the 80th year of the age of Moses, and of that of Aaron 3 more. They also carried out the bones of Joseph with them, as he had charged his sons to do. So, does Josephus, who is a very well-known and respectable historian, agree with the Masoretic text or the Septuagint? He agrees with the Septuagint timing, because he reckons, just like Paul, the sojourning beginning from the time of the promise. The 430 years began with the promise, not with, being in Egypt. That's nonsense, because that's just not what happened. Now, there's another source that I'll cite, and you can look into this for yourself, named Patterns of Evidence. They do a great job. They're archaeologists. They have a lot of things they've produced. But one of the things they've produced is on the Exodus. And basically, to give you the long story short, they also confirm the Septuagint, because they basically realized that the arrival of the Israelites was around 1665 BC. The Exodus was around 1450 BC, meaning there's a difference of about 215 years between the time that the Israelites arrived in Egypt and the time that they left. So we have now Josephus, Paul, Samaritan Pentateuch, archaeological evidence all agree with the Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. Ironically, though, the Masoretic text contains the ages of Moses and his fathers, which refute itself. Do you get the point? When you add up what we did in the very beginning of this, if you add up just the ages of Moses, his father, and his grandfather, it's less than 430 years. So how could they possibly have lived in Egypt for 430 years? It's a mistake. Now, interesting tidbit going back to the people with the 70 people. In Acts 7, verse 14, just another example of, people citing the Septuagint and not the Masoretic text. Stephen's speech. And Joseph sent and summoned Jacob, his father, and all his kindred, 75 persons in all. Okay. Genesis 46, verse 27 says, "And the sons of Joseph who were born unto him in Egypt were 2. All the persons of the house of Jacob who came into Egypt were 70. So this is the Masoretic text. But if we look, I wonder if it says, yeah, you see, the Septuagint says we're 75 souls. So Stephen is not wrong. He's citing the Septuagint. And how you know that is the number is being cited from the Septuagint. In Exodus 1, verse 5, it says, all the descendants of Jacob were 70 persons. Joseph was already in Egypt. But this is Septuagint. But Joseph was in Egypt, and all the souls born of Jacob were 75. So the Septuagint is the one that Stephen is citing, and it's yet another proof that the Masoretic text is not accurate, but rather must be double-checked, especially when it comes to biblical timelines, numbers, prophecies concerning Christ. All of these things are suspect in the Masoretic text. Again, God preserves his word, and the elect will always find the truth. You don't need... the idea that, oh my gosh, maybe the Jews corrupted the Bible or the translations, now nobody can learn the truth. I don't believe in that. My point is, be a good researcher and understand that the KJV is not this book to put on a pedestal as if Jesus came down and wrote it himself. It's a translation. It's useful, and I've shown you in places where it does a better job than modern translations, for sure. But there's also a lot of places where it doesn't do a better job, and that's the narrow road, folks. Anyway, Stephen cites the Septuagint, not the Masoretic text. Back to the story. So the years of slavery were 215 years maximum. However, they're less than 215 years for several reasons. Out of the 215 years the Israelites were in Egypt, there are other things that need to be deducted. Exodus 1, verse 6 through 8, we see a couple of things very important. Let me just read this from ESV. Then Joseph died and all his brothers and all that generation. But the people of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. So they prospered after Joseph's death. They didn't get enslaved immediately. Verse 8, now there arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph. And he said to this people, behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. And so eventually a new king came along that didn't like what was going on. And that's when you started to have the oppression. So there was a lag time between Joseph dying, who had favor with all the Egyptian royalty, and this new king coming along and basically, making new policies to enslave the Israelites. Genesis 41, verse 46, tells us that Joseph was 30 years old when he entered Pharaoh's service. Joseph was 30 when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went through all the land of Egypt. So Joseph was 30 when he basically began his role as kind of like the vice regent type. We also know he had that vision of the 7 years of abundance, 7 years of famine. And 2 years into the famine, Joseph was basically when Joseph arrived in Egypt. Let's see, verse 45 through 6. Verse 45, chapter 45, verse 6. For the famine has been in the land these 2 years, and there are yet 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvest. So Joseph was 39 when Israel arrived in Egypt. That's what I was trying to say. Meaning, so the 7 years of prosperity passed. 2 years into the famine is when Israel arrived into Egypt, meaning Joseph was 39. Very important. This means that Joseph was 39 when the 215-year period started. Do you understand? Because, again, they sojourned for 215 years. The maximum that they could be in Egypt is 215 years, meaning Joseph, we have another time marker that when that period began of the 215 years, Joseph was 39, based on the 7 years of famine, 7 years of prosperity vision that was being fulfilled. Now, Genesis 50, verse 22. Joseph dies at the age of 110. So Joseph remained in Egypt, and he and his father's house. Joseph lived 110 years. Okay, now we have a timestamp. 110 minus 39 years when Israelites came is 71 years of prosperity under Joseph, where they were not slaves because Joseph was in charge. Do you get it? Joseph was like the grand poobah next to the Pharaoh, and so he was the one managing, and he gave them a nice place. So under Joseph, they prospered. And they prospered even a little bit after Joseph until whatever, these reforms happened through the new king, through the new Pharaoh. So you have 215 years maximum that they could possibly be in Egypt, minus a period of 71 years. Because again, remember, the Israelites came when Joseph was 39 and he died at 110, meaning there's 71 years they enjoyed of not being slaves. They enjoyed actually prosperity. They were high-class citizens. So what do you get? Well, 215 minus 71 is 144 years maximum that they could have been slaves in Egypt. They were not enslaved for 400 years. They weren't enslaved for 430 years. They weren't enslaved for 215 years. The maximum possible that they could have possibly been enslaved is 144 years. However, again, there's more questions to ask. Did they start getting enslaved right away, or did this take like a generation or maybe two? They were the Bible seems to suggest back in Exodus 1 verse 6 through 8 that Joseph dies and then Israel continues to flourish, and eventually the king's like, okay, this is a problem. So to me that suggests that there's even more time, like maybe a generation, that passes and things start to go south and there's new policies being put into play. So my particular leaning, again, there's no specifics on this, but my guess, if I were to give you an educated guess, would be it's less than 144 years. The period of time that they were enslaved was probably something like 120 years, give or take, let's say 5-10 years, something like that. Either way, it was not 400 years. It wasn't 430 years. It wasn't even 215 years. Now, there's a challenge that comes with this, and that is in Genesis 15, verse 13. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted for 400 years. Okay, so people say, you see, they're going to be afflicted, and that proves that they're going to be slaves for 400 years. Well, it doesn't say enslaved in Egypt for 400 years. It gives you a lot of different things. It says they're going to be sojourners, they're going to be servants, they're going to be afflicted in a foreign land for 400 years. Okay, well, Canaan is also a foreign land, and so is Egypt. So this is much more broad than what maybe Talmudic Jews or people who are, very Jewish focused are going to make it. It says Abraham's seed will be enslaved and mistreated in a foreign land not their own. Also, the period is for 400 years, which is a slightly different prophecy than the 430 years. Very interesting. It's not that God is contradicting himself. There's two reckonings that are happening, which is very interesting. The 400-year period is not, it's that they'll have these experiences happening to them. Do you understand? 430 years was the sojourning. 400 years is a prophecy that intersects with that one. It's an intersecting prophecy. Intersects for most of it, but it's a slightly different prophecy. One is about sojourning, which encompasses the sojourning that we just described. The 400 years prophecy is one that deals with also other things that are happening in that time. Sojourners in the land, not their own, servants, and being afflicted. Okay, I wonder what the Septuagint says. Sojourner in the land not their own, they shall enslave them, they shall afflict them, and humble them for 400 years. This is also important. I think this is a better translation. Because they're being humbled, they're being enslaved, they're being afflicted, and they're being sojourners. So there's more going on with this prophecy. It's a little more specific, even though it not overshadows, but intersects with the previous one. So what's going on? Well, you're looking at two different reckonings. In Genesis 21, verse 8 through 9, Ishmael, who is born again before Isaac, is mocking Isaac. And the child grew, this is verse 8 in Genesis 21, and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast in the day that his son Isaac was weaned. And Sarah, having seen the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, who was born to Abram, sporting with Isaac her son, meaning Ishmael was like mocking Isaac. And she said to Abram, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of the bondwoman shall not inherit with my son Isaac. So obviously, sporting here doesn't mean like, hey, they're playing tag. She wouldn't say cast this, woman out with her spawn. She's basically telling Abraham to cast Hagar out with Ishmael because Ishmael is basically mocking and harassing Isaac. The older brother is harassing him. So this is a very important point, because if we look at Galatians 4, verse 28 through 29, but that's not in the Septuagint. Hold on. So that's another issue. Sometimes if you're going back to the New Testament and you're on the Septuagint, it won't do it. Verse 28. Now you brothers, like Isaac, are children of the promise. But just as at that time he who was born according to the flesh persecuted him who was born according to the Spirit. What are we talking about? So also it is now. This was a type and shadow, Ishmael persecuting Isaac and sporting with him. Of course, you don't get the meaning from the Old English sporting, but this is what's happening. Ishmael was giving Isaac a hard time. And that was the beginning of the 400 years. Do you see the brilliance there? This is the brilliance, and you'll see how it all ties together. So Paul appropriates that exact thing, which is that the persecution, this was a type and shadow, and it was prophecy being fulfilled, is that Ishmael persecuted Isaac. Now, notice another important thing. If we go back to Genesis, and the child grew and was weaned. So Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. So when was the persecuting starting to happen? It's when Isaac was weaned. Now, if you study what is the tradition around that time, children were weaned around 5 years of age, which is very likely. Now, remember a couple things. Isaac was born 25 years after the promise was given to Abraham. Abraham was 75. Isaac was born when Abraham was 100 years old. So 25 years. Plus another 5 years, if you can see where I'm going with this, is when Isaac was weaned. Meaning 30 years had passed of the 430 years of sojourning prophecy. When the persecuting aspect of the prophecy, the second prophecy of the 400 years, began. Do you understand how incredibly just aligned this is? It's so perfect. It's just truly amazing. So Isaac was being persecuted. He began to get persecuted by Ishmael at his weaning party, probably because Abraham was treating him with favor, and Ishmael was like, oh, look at you, you little girl, or something like that. Who knows? That's when the persecution started. But that was a type and shadow for the people of God being persecuted by those of the flesh, and those being of the Spirit being persecuted by the flesh. That was designed as a prophecy. Isaac being persecuted as a 5-year-old was a prophetic thing. So that began the 400-year period, which is the period of the persecuting, of being made humble, and all these other things that were described earlier. So, conclusion is that the Masoretic text is wrong about the Israelites' time in Egypt. All the evidence that we've looked at, and of course we looked at historical, scriptural, and so on, aligns with the Septuagint. Remember that the Israelite slavery was maximum 144 years. It cannot be more than that. But again, in my opinion, probably less, like 120 years, give or take 5 or 10 years. The movies are wrong. The modern Bibles are wrong on this. Anyone using gematria with the number 430 as a number for slavery and captivity, they're wrong about this. And again, people have used these things for Bible prophecy. Look, if you do 430 times 3 or this, it comes out like they weren't enslaved for 430 years. So that's wrong. And also, the 400-year objection is not... It's not an objection, because the 400-year prophecy is not about being enslaved in Egypt for 400 years. It's a parallel time period that runs with the 430-year period. There are 2 periods of time that are running parallel with each other. One of them is sojourning, and then God gives a more specific prophecy, like, look, out of those 430 years would be a way to discern it. 400 of those years, you're going to be... your offspring is going to be humbled and persecuted and enslaved and afflicted in a foreign land, not their own. Well, was Isaac being humbled and persecuted in a foreign land? Yes, because Ishmael was making fun of him. Then you had, Jacob and Laban, or maybe I'm getting that confused, but maybe it was Isaac, I forget. Anyway, there's always something going on with the people of God of the promise until they got into Egypt. And then Egypt... the whole thing with the slavery happened. So there was always something to happen where they were being either afflicted or humbled in some way. Remember the feast, or not the feast, the famine, the 7 years of famine. 2 years into the famine, they came to Egypt. So they were experiencing famine. They were being afflicted. Usually when the Bible says afflicted, it means fasting. So all these things point to various tribulations that the people of God, Abraham's offspring, had to experience for a period of 400 years. That was parallel to the period of 430 years of them sojourning in a foreign land. So the 400-year thing is not an objection to, the validity of the Septuagint, because it doesn't deal with the same thing. They're two different prophecies. So hopefully you see that. Hopefully I've made that clear. But anyway, now that you have some idea of the problems in the Masoretic text, it's time to unpack a more serious issue, which is the corruption of the biblical timeline. And with that, we are going to go to part 5. All right, so part 5, this is the biblical timeline corruption, and now we're really starting to get to the nitty-gritty of the impact of the Masoretic text. Of course, hopefully you've seen the impact so far, and there's a lot of impact, but this is a very important issue because it concerns legitimizing the Bible. And there are many atheistic arguments against the legitimacy of the Bible because of the Masoretic text. So now that you understand the Egypt slavery issue, and the narrative there and all the numerical issues going on and how to hunt for the truth, we can get some deeper things with bigger consequences on our plate. This ties into some other important topics like defending Jesus as the high priest and the end times, which we're going to be defending. The issue is this, folks. The issue is that in the Masoretic text, you have about 750 years of missing history that were removed from the genealogy of the patriarchs in Genesis 11. This affects many things. So today we're going to start with the pyramids to give you an objective point of reference to see what the problem is, and then go from there. So what's the problem? Well, creationists say that the flood was around 2350 BC. However, Egyptologists agree, consensus, that the pyramids were built around 2550 BC. The pyramids have no water damage and no damage from water at all. Like, there's no evidence to suggest that they were built before the flood. So something's wrong. Skeptics say that the flood never happened. See, all these creationists have a date of 2350 BC for the flood, but the pyramids were built before that, yet they have no water damage. Therefore, the Bible's wrong. That's what they're arguing. So this is a major problem. Either the creationists are wrong about their date for the flood, or the Bible's wrong. So we have to make sure we have the right answer here and defend our beliefs. The pyramids are built on sediment layers that have been laid by the flood, so it's very obvious that they were built after the flood. Also, Egypt in Hebrew is Mizraim, who was the grandson of Noah, who was the son of Ham. So genealogically, because nations are named after individuals, it would stand to reason that Egypt was built after the flood. So something isn't adding up here, because we know that the Bible has no error. We also know, very importantly, that the Bible is a revelation from God. I mentioned this before, and it's perfect. Of course, translations are an issue, and this is the issue of today. Translations are the things that have sometimes errors, as you can clearly see. Sometimes they have poor word choices, and we need to discern the truth because we know God is perfect. We know He's sovereign and He preserves His word. And we know that the information He's revealed about Himself is perfect. He can't make errors. So something is amiss here. Something's amiss with the translation possibly that's being used. And of course, that's the Masoretic text. So we want to find the core information. We don't want to settle for the translation. Do not settle for the translation. Always do your due diligence. Now, patterns of evidence, which I just mentioned, their archaeology research. They won 13 film festival awards. They're very prolific archaeological work. I highly recommend them. If you're into archaeology, check them out. Don't look for stuff with Ron Wyatt. Look for people who are actually doing research. Patterns of evidence. I've cited Expedition Bible also on YouTube. He does an amazing job. I think his book on our biblical archaeology is like #1 in Amazon and archaeology. Great guy, great research. There's legitimate people legitimizing the Bible all the time. You don't need Ron White. Anyway, that's a tangent. But Patterns of Evidence, 13 Film Festival Awards, discovered that Egyptian history is off by 200 years. For various reasons, doesn't matter. But it's off by 200 years, which means that the actual pyramid date is not 2550 BC, but 2350 BC, around the time the creationists say the flood happened. Well, that doesn't really solve the problem, though, because you have other questions that you need to ask. Like, for example, when did the Tower of Babel happen? When did people have time to build up into a giant nation and create the pyramids? The step pyramid of Saqqara is 100 years older than the Great Pyramids, so you still have issues because now, even if you move the date to 2350 BC, the problem is that you have this step pyramid of Saqqara, which is the oldest one, I believe. That one's 2450 BC, so that one has to be before the flood. So it doesn't work. Something is missing. We still have a major problem. So the only conclusion is that the biblical timeline is the issue. But we know the Bible's perfect, so what is the problem? The problem is the Masoretic text, as you have hopefully seen by now. So, in Genesis 11, the ages of the patriarchs are very different. And we're going to look at that right now. We're going to do a parallel comparison just so you can see. This is Genesis 11, verse 10 through about 26. These are the generations of Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he fathered Arphaxad. Okay, when Shem was 100 years old, he fathered Arphaxad. So these two align. Then you have Shem lived after he fathered Arphaxad 500 years and had other sons and daughters. This one's the same, 500 years. When Arphaxad lived 35 years, he fathered Shelah. When Arphaxad lived 135 years, he begot Canaan. Now we'll talk about Canaan in just a second. This is an interesting issue. But the point is what? Arphaxad was 135 when he had his next child, versus 35 in the Masoretic text. And Arphaxad lived after 403 years, and he begot other sons and daughters. This one goes on about Canaan, and Canaan begot Selah. Of course, in the Masoretic text, Arphaxad begot Selah, and you'll see that this Canaan might be an error in the Septuagint. We'll talk about it. But either way, when Canaan was 130 years, he begot Selah. So there's added time there. When Selah lived 30 years, he fathered Eber. Septuagint says, and Selah lived 130 years. Shelah lived after he fathered Eber 403 years and begot other sons. Selah lived after he begot Eber 330 years and begot sons. So there's different times that they lived, but the main thing is the difference is when they had the children. When Eber lived 34 years, he fathered Peleg. And Eber lived 134 years and fathered Peleg. So they've taken hundreds of years out of these particular verses. This is verse 18. When Peleg lived 30 years, he fathered Reu, and Peleg lived 130 years and begot Regal. There's different names for the same person, but they're the same thing. So this is the problem, folks. This is the problem, is that if you go through this whole thing, the ages are different. There's about 600 years, give or take, of missing history because the ages of the patriarchs when they had their children are manipulated. People think that, well, what's the big deal? You will see there's a very big deal. So if we go to a little graphic here. Okay, here we go. This is taken from a really good presentation on this topic. And you'll see also in Answers in Genesis has the same graphic, but this is the problem. So as it's currently laid out in the Masoretic text, keep this in mind, Shem lives long enough to meet Abraham. This is a very important issue. But you can see all these people, based on the Masoretic text, when they had their children, and based on when they died, none of them, like Shem outlived practically everybody. So this is the ages that you have as a result of these ages reported to you in the Masoretic text. This is Answers in Genesis, who's very well known for their creationist leanings and teachings. And they're talking about this same topic. It is hard to imagine that Abraham could have spoken to Shem, Noah's son, who surely talked to his great-grandfather Methuselah, who in turn could have spoken to Adam, the first man, directly. Not true. This is Jewish fables. Although the Bible never records that Adam and Methuselah or Abraham and Shem met, because they didn't, that possibility is likely. Consider the other patriarchs that could have talked to one another. And they give you this fancy chart and say, look, these are the ages, and it seems really legit, like you're looking at this, and you see here's Shem, and he's living basically past everyone. Here's Abraham. So you see Shem and Abraham basically are intersecting, but everybody else except for Eber is dead. So Shem got to see the death of his son, his grandson, his great-grandson, his great-great-great-grandson, 6, 7 generations over, and until he saw Abraham. So the question is, why would God put Shem, first off, through the death of all of his great-grandsons and all his family? That's pretty horrible, right? To outlive all of these people. And of course, the calculations that these people are using are based on the Masoretic, which was originally made by James Usher, a man that was an Irish archbishop. He was a very well-known scholar. I think in the 1600s, I could be wrong. I forget what year, but he's, quite a few centuries ago. But he used the Masoretic text. And so again, tradition gives you this, but you're not using a good tradition. You're using Pharisee tradition to come to the truth. And you'll see what the agenda behind changing these ages was, because it's a very sinister agenda. When you use the Septuagint numbers, everyone died before their sons, meaning everybody had normal life expectancy. I don't mean normal life expectancy in the terms of how long they lived. I mean in the expectancy that you wouldn't outlive your children. You understand? So when you apply the actual ages, if we go back to our little graph here, this is a graph that's done with the actual times from the Septuagint, you can see this is much more realistic. Shem went from here to here, Arphaxad here to there. Shem did not outlive his son. Arphaxad did not outlive his son. Shelah did not outlive Eber. Eber did not outlive Peleg. Nobody outlived anybody in terms of their son. Every father died before their son. And Shem died about 500 years before Abraham. There was no contact between Shem and Abraham. And you will learn again why this is so important. So, at a minimum, 600 years of history is missing. Now, there are some other things that we need to talk about. Let's talk about the missing Canaan that I mentioned previously in Genesis 11. In Genesis 11, verse 12, you have this Canaan that's mentioned here. Arphaxad lived 135 years and begot Canaan. Whereas in the Masoretic, it says that Arphaxad fathered Shelah. And then in the Septuagint, it says Arphaxad fathered Canaan, and then Canaan lived so on and so far, then he fathered Selah. So the question is this another person that we need to add to the genealogy that's not there? Well, in Luke's genealogy, which is interesting, this is Luke 3, verse 35 to 36, he mentions Canaan, the son of Serug, the son of Reu, the son of Peleg, the son of Eber, the son of Shelah, the son of Canaan, the son of Arphaxad. So this particular, if you go to like the ESV, I wonder if the KJV does it. You see, the KJV does have Canaan. So the KJV also has this error. Yeah, so Luke's genealogy has Canaan. And here's the issue. First off, in the genealogies in Genesis 11, it says that Canaan lived for 130 years. Where does it say this? Parallel. Canaan, yada, 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 and Canaan lived 130 years. So potentially, there could be yet another 130 years on top of the 600 already missing. However, the problem is this. The oldest copies of the Septuagint do not include this additional Canaan. The oldest copies of the New Testament from Luke do not include Canaan in the genealogy. The Samaritan Pentateuch doesn't include Canaan. Josephus doesn't include this genealogy with Canaan as well. So it's very clear that that's not the case. We also have a testimony from the Old Testament itself, 1 Chronicles 1:18. And you can see that even the Septuagint testifies against itself in that sense, where you have these genealogies, the sons of Shem, Elam, Asher, Arphaxad, Selah, Eber, Phaleg, Regan. So there's no Canaan here. So in this sense, the Septuagint probably very likely has a scribal error in this particular case in Genesis 11 with the extra Canaan. And the younger manuscripts of Luke followed that Septuagint error and added the Canaan in there. It's very likely that that's probably not the case, but if it is, that would be another 130 years or so of missing history. Could be possible, but given the evidence and how many witnesses agree, again, Josephus, the oldest copies of the Septuagint, other places in the Septuagint, like the Old Testament, in Chronicles, the Samaritan Pentateuch, older copies of Luke, all these witnesses agree. So very likely it's probably a scribal error. So not a big deal, but again, just so you realize the process of discerning the truth with these things, because you're dealing with translations, folks. 2,000 plus years of history is a lot to consider. However, there is the issue of Nahor. Genesis 11, verse 24 to 25. In the Masoretic, it says, and Nahor lived after he fathered Terah 119 years and had other sons and daughters. Or he said 24. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he fathered Terah. In the Septuagint, it says, and Nahor lived 179 years and begot Terah. And Nahor lived after he had begotten Terah 125 years and begot sons and daughters. So Nahor, did he have Terah at 29 years old, or did he have him at 179 years old? There's 150 years of missing history based on which translation you choose. Now, the Samaritan Pentateuch has a different one, which is, again, kind of interesting. It says, and Nahor lived 79 years and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begat Terah 69 years, 60 and 9 years, and begat sons and daughters, and they were all the days of Norah, 88 and 40 years and 100. So 184 years, and he is dying. So what is the point here? Well, the Septuagint, or the Samaritan Pentateuch, gosh, the English here is just so weird because the order of the words they use is totally different. But Samaritan Pentateuch says that Terah lived for a total of 148 years, which matches the Masoretic total. If we look at the Masoretic text, where's the Masoretic text? So Nahor lived 29 years, this is Masoretic, or before he had Terah, and then after that he lived 119 years, which comes out to 148. So the total amount that Nahor lived, according to the Masoretic text, is 148 years, which the Samaritan Pentateuch matches. But it doesn't match the time that he had Terah at. It says he had him at 79 years when he fathered Terah and lived, 69 years after that. So there's a 50-year difference. So that's interesting because, again, the Septuagint says he lived 179 years before he begot his son Terah. And then after that, he lived another 125 years. So he lived, 300-something years. Much more time has passed, according to the Septuagint. So the Samaritan Pentateuch and the Masoretic have a total that's the same, which is 148 years, but they disagree on when Terah was born. It seems that the Samaritan Pentateuch dropped 100 years or so from Nahor's timeline. Probably a scribal error. Maybe it's the early signs of the genealogy conspiracy. Who knows? Septuagint is 100 years older than the Samaritan Pentateuch. The Samaritan Pentateuch agrees with the Septuagint in many other places. So it's probably a scribal error. You never know. I'm not going to make a claim either way. I think it's more likely that it's a scribal error because there are other things that the Samaritan Pentateuch agrees with. However, it is an error because the Septuagint is the superior source, and we can see very clearly that everybody believed that. Everybody quoted the Septuagint. So what's the point? Well, the point is that you now have a minimum of 750 years of missing history due to the Masoretic corruption. Now, here's a bonus mistake for you, just to log it in your list of why the KJV onlyism is nonsense, but it's the age of King Ahaziah. This is just another example. Just another example because people love to use the KJV as this, absolute truth, but the KJV has errors, folks, and this is an example of an error. an actual error because they used the Masoretic. 2 Chronicles 21, verse 20. It says, we'll go to the KJV so you can just see what it says. 32 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years and departed without being desired. Howbeit they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. So Jehoram, this is what he was talking about, was 32 years old. He reigned 8 years, and he dies at the age of 40. 2 Chronicles 22, verse 2, a little bit earlier than that. 40 and 2 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, and the daughter of Omri. So, according to the KJV, Ahaziah starts reigning at 42. But that's a problem because Ahaziah is Jehoram's son. See the problem? Jehoram dies at 40. Ahaziah, according to the KJV, starts ruling at 42 years old. So how does that work? How does the son become older than the father? That's the issue, which means it's an error. It's an error in the KJV. It's reporting to you an error in the information. Now, it's funny because the ESV in this case does a better job. Let's go to the ESV. It says Ahaziah was 22 years old when he began to reign. See, they caught it. They caught that mistake. Because again, the Septuagint, this is Septuagint, Ahaziah began to reign when he was 22 years old, or 20 years old, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. So it says 20 years old, ESV, Ahaziah was 22 years old. Either way, they're both correct they're more correct in the sense that it's possible, right? You can't be older than your father. That doesn't make any sense. But notice again that there's a contradiction here. Like in 2 Kings 8, verse 26, it says Ahaziah was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah. She was a granddaughter of Omri, of king of Israel. This is ESV. If we go to KJV, 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign. Well, wait a minute. Let's go back to 2 Chronicles 22, verse 2. 40 and 2 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign. How does that work? Which one is it? Well, obviously it's not 42, because you can't be older than your father. So it must be that 2 Kings 8, verse 26 is correct in the KJV. It's a possible age, and that the other one is an error. But if that's an error, all you KJV onlyists, then verbal inspiration is not accurate. It's not something that's true. The words aren't verbally inspired because you have errors. You have actual errors in the translation. So there you go. Now again, compare it to the Septuagint. If we go to Septuagint on the 2 Kings 8:26, 20 and 2 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign. So it seems that the Septuagint is the one that is being cited from. However, the Septuagint has a little bit of an error also when it says in 2 Chronicles 22, verse 2, that he began to reign at 20 years old. So you see, that's interesting too. The Septuagint has a different age here as well. But either way, they're both possible. That's the point. You can't rule when you're older than your father. So what's the point when it comes to important verses with numbers, prophecy, and anything that you feel is of consequence in the Old Testament? Always double check the Septuagint. It's always handy to have a copy of the Septuagint. Now, back to the story. So you have 750 years of missing history minimum because of this corruption of the genealogies. Now, this timeline issue means that the flood was probably around 3100 BC, not 2350 BC. This explains why the pyramids were built on sediment fossil layers, because now we have time for everything to happen. 750 years is plenty of time for the Tower of Babel to be constructed, for repopulation of the earth, for building up various nations, so on and so forth. Now we have a timestamp in the person of Peleg, who was Eber's son. Eber's Hebrew comes from Eber, but Peleg was Eber's son, and Peleg means division, meaning Peleg was born during the events of the Tower of Babel. So that is a living time marker that we've had. Now, Josephus agrees with this. So if we consult Josephus really quick, And this is from, again, like Antiquities, and it's all cited in the references, but this is from his Antiquities, and he says, Heber begat Joatan and Phaleg. He was called Peleg, because he was born at the dispersion of the nations to their several countries. For Phaleg among the Hebrews signifies division. So Josephus agrees that the reason Peleg was named Peleg, that could be pronounced Phaleg or Peleg, I don't know. Either way, the reason this person was named this name is because his birth coincided with the issue of the Tower of Babel. Now, that's a very important time marker, because now we can say, okay, well, how many years has it been since the flood and all these genealogies and people that lived up until Peleg? How many years was that? Well, we'll see in just a second. But according to the Masoretic timeline, this is the problem. There's only about 100 years difference between the flood and the birth of Peleg, when the Tower of Babel happened. Do you understand the problem? There's not enough time in 100 years for the world to repopulate, to build the Tower of Babel, to build pyramids and all this kind of stuff. The atheist argument is that, well, at a population growth of average of 3.2%, which is pretty aggressive for population growth, that's about 8 people in 100 years, which means 186 people total. From 8 people from Noah's Ark in 100 years at 3.2 population percent growth, you have a total of 186 people, which obviously is not enough to build nations, the Tower of Babel, and all these different things. It's nonsense. So the atheists have a point. They say, look, there's no way this could have happened. Your Bible is corrupt. It's wrong. It's reporting to you. But of course, they don't realize the issue is the translation. It's not the information God has given you. The information is perfect and it's very accurate. If you use the Septuagint genealogies, then you have about 400 years plus of history between the flood and the birth of Peleg. At 3.2%, 400 years starting with 8 people reproducing, you have, just guess a number in your mind right now and see what you think it is. In 400 years, the number that you have is 2 million people at 3.2%, which is it's an average growth rate of a very aggressive growth rate, but it's a realistic growth rate. And of course, people were much more robust then physically, let's put it that way. So they're reproducing probably much more robustly than they are today. So it could be even more than that, because our population growth is based on today. Do you understand? Either way, using today's numbers, 3.2%, with 8 people over 400 years, you have what? 2 million plus people in 400 years. Is that enough for a Tower of Babel incident? Yes. Is that enough for multiple nations to be built and dispersed? Absolutely. The Tower of Babel incident happened around 2700 BC, give or take. Then you have another 250 years after that until basically the first pyramid, the pyramid of Saqqara, which is around 2450 BC. And now you have everything reconciled. You have the history of the secular people who are saying, oh, well, this is when the pyramids were done. That's reconciled. You have God's word is true. You have everything in alignment, which of course, what does that result in? It results in the Masoretic being the one that's the problem. The Masoretic is corrupt. All the points of evidence point to the same conclusion, which is that history and the Bible agree with the Septuagint and people who are citing the Bible. So the Masoretic is corrupt. The ages that they give here eliminated 750 years of history. But now the question is very important. Why? Why did this corruption happen? Is there an agenda? Was it just a ton of scribal errors that just accumulated? Or was it a very deliberate agenda that has to do with attacking Christ and changing eschatology for the Jews? That's what we find out up next in part 6, the motive. Welcome back. Welcome to part 6. Now we're going to talk about the motive. We have to understand that this is not just scribal errors, but rather something a little more sinister. And of course, there's a lot of documentation to discuss here. But the truth is that this was part of the Jewish conspiracy to attack Christianity, to corrupt the scriptures, to take Christ out, to delegitimize Christ's priesthood. There's two main reasons, and we're going to look at the first one in this section and the other one in the next section. The first reason is to disprove the book of Hebrews. Remember, the letters were going out and the Jews were intimately connected to the writings of the apostles. And all of these things were being said, like, look, he's quoting this and he's applying it to Jesus. And of course, those who were elect and believed understood what the apostles were saying. The reprobate Pharisees, who were seeing how the apostles were appropriating scripture to Christ, said, oh, we need to change those scriptures so that they aren't pointing to Christ anymore and to his ministry. This is a problem. So this is what happened, folks, and this is well documented. But the first reason is to disprove the book of Hebrews specifically about Jesus as being the high priest by order of Melchizedek. We saw in other places plenty of examples of them omitting details about Christ, his ministry, his propitiation, his worldwide ruling, and the Gentiles trusting in him and that sort of, universal type of ministry. And of course, this is just another part of that conspiracy. This is just another part to it, but this is a very significant part. The second reason is end times kabbalistic false golden age deceptions, and we're going to talk about that in the next section. I've also talked about this in my Great Delusion series, but I want you to notice something very important. It's the typical signature of the spirit of Antichrist, which is openly against Christ and in place of Christ as the counterfeit. You always see this with the devil, folks. It's denying the legitimacy of Christ as the high priest while creating an alternative kabbalistic future with a false Christ and a false golden age. This is exactly what's happening. This is a double attack, and it's got the signature of the devil all over it. So in this section, we're going to unpack the Melchizedek issue, and in the next part, I'll talk about the end times. So Melchizedek, Hebrews 7, verse 13 through 14. And it says, if I can get to it, for the one whom these things are spoken belonged to another tribe, from which no one has ever served at the altar. For it is evident that our Lord was descended from Judah, and in connection with that tribe, Moses said nothing about priests. This becomes even more evident when another priest arises in the likeness of Melchizedek, who has become a priest not on the basis of a legal requirement concerning bodily descent, but by the power of an indestructible life. Very, very important. For it is witnessed of him you are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. So the author of Hebrews is appropriating all the things concerning Melchizedek and the typology to Christ. Christ is the priest by the order of Melchizedek, not by the physical fleshly lineage of the Levitical priests, but by something greater, which is immortality. Now, Melchizedek could have been a real king and priest. He could have been a supernatural appearance of Christ in the Old Testament. It's unknown. I don't think the Bible makes that clear. You could speculate either way. The conclusion is the same. It doesn't matter whether it was supernatural appearance of Christ or if it was a real king and priest that lived and was basically, having some sort of initial typology, I guess, with what Jesus would do as the king and priest. Because what matters is the Bible paints Melchizedek very mysteriously. It doesn't tell you his genealogy, which most of the time, every time there's a patriarch, there's always a genealogy. It doesn't tell you when he dies. It doesn't tell you very much about him. It leaves this open and mysterious to create a type. Why? Because that's the type that Jesus is fulfilling. Jesus is the immortal priest that lives forever to intercede. And that type was created in Melchizedek. Again, there's arguments on both sides. I think it's an interesting study. I'm not biased towards which side you pick. Either way, the point is that Melchizedek is a type and shadow for Christ through his mysterious, immortal... Now again, if you believe that he was a real king and priest, obviously he had to die. But the Bible paints him as a very mysterious figure without a genealogy, without a death. That's on purpose. It's not that it's hiding or lying. It's just painting a picture of the future Christ, which is an immortal priest that lives forever to intercede for us. So either way you believe, it doesn't really matter so much. The point is to realize that it was a type for Jesus to fulfill. A higher priesthood that's based on immortality, not the Levitical system. It's based on God and his own being, his own self-existence, rather than the works of men and their flesh. The Melchizedek priesthood is a key argument for Christians, and really it was a key argument for the author of Hebrews to try to convert the Jews, to say, look, we have a superior high priest, an immortal priest by the way of Melchizedek. So this was a real thorn in the side for the rabbinic system and the rabbis and the Pharisees, and they needed a way to discredit this, because this was a very compelling argument by the author of Hebrews, that if there was a way outside of this tradition that was even better, boy, that threatens the entire system. Do you understand the point? Why this was such a threatening truth? Let's put it that way. So this motivated them to discredit this priesthood. And of course, remember that the letter to the Hebrews was written to Jews on the fence. So this was a very hot topic. Let's put it that way. Very hot topic. So as a result, what did they do? Well, they went back to the genealogies. They removed 750 years of history so that basically Shem can outlive everybody and be in contact with Abraham. And the Talmudic Jews say that, oh, well, Shem inherited his priesthood from Noah, and, he passed it down to Abraham, and Abraham passed it through all the, Levitical, through Isaac to Jacob, Jacob to Levi, and then Levi to Moses. And you see, it's a succession. It's an unbroken succession. So Jesus, he just doesn't make it because he's not part of the tribe of Levi. So the Jews make an argument of the flesh versus an argument of the spirit, which is what the book of Hebrews makes. Again, if we go back to this graphic, you can see here, this is Shem. This is the Masoretic text. This is an error. This is not right. But this is the point. Shem outlives everybody, is in contact with Abraham. According to the Jews, he passed his priesthood down to Abraham, so Abraham went to Isaac, Isaac to Jacob, Jacob to Levi, Levi to Moses, and so on and so forth. So there you go. Jesus is disqualified. He can't possibly be by order of Melchizedek because Melchizedek was Shem. So the author of Hebrews was lying. Well, no, you're lying, Pharisees, because you corrupted the text to prove your teaching. But anyway, let's read about Melchizedek. This is on Wikipedia. In the Bible, Melchizedek is king of righteousness, often translated as king of Salem. He is first mentioned in Genesis 14, where he brings bread and wine and blesses Abraham and El Elyon. Very interesting. You see, again, these are types and shadows of kind of like the Last Supper and so on. But anyway, in Christianity, according to the epistle to the Hebrews, Jesus is identified as the high priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. And so Jesus assumes the role of high priest once and for all. Chazalic literature, specifically Targum Jonathan, Targum Yerushalimi, Babylonian Talmud, presents his name as a nickname for Shem. So the Jews believe that Melchizedek is actually Shem. Did I highlight anything else here? And that basically Shem passed his priesthood down to directly to Abraham and so on and so forth. Righteous priest. This is Shem under righteous priest. According to the Avot of Rabbi Natan in Gen 1:27, Adam was born circumcised because he was created in the image of God. While they were in Egypt, the children of Israel were not circumcised because they wished to follow the customs of the Egyptians. The Israelites lived in Egypt for 210 years. According to Midrash, you see, that's interesting because even the Jews kind of contradict their own corruptions of the Masoretic thing. According to Midrash, Rabbah, Satan denounced Israel when they were in Egypt. Generally, this is interpreted as happening after Joseph died and was because they stopped practicing circumcision. However, the priestly tribe of Levi practiced circumcision in Egypt. Entry into the land of Israel was not required. It required the circumcision of all the tribes. Noah, the second Adam, was also born circumcised, according to them. Noah's son Shem likewise was born circumcised, although Shem is unanimously declared by the rabbis to have been the youngest son of Noah, a view most biblical scholars disagree with. He is always named first, being the most important of the three brothers. He was the ancestor of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was also a priest, a prophet, and one of the 8 righteous mentioned twice in Genesis 11, verse 10. They were allotted a portion both in this world and in the world to come. Again, this is all rabbinic stuff, so don't think this is the Bible. Shem is styled the Great One according to Genesis something something. It was Shem who offered the sacrifices on the altar after Noah came out of the ark, because Noah, having been crippled by a lion, was unfit for the priestly office. So this is all just traditions of men, folks. Noah gave the priestly garments which he inherited from Adam to Shem. Shem is extolled by the rabbis for his filial devotion in covering his father's nakedness. Although his brother Japheth helped in this act, Shem suggested and began it. His brother did not arrive on the scene until Shem was already on the way with the garment. Noah, in blessing the two sons, said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem," giving special significance to Shem because Shem would be the forefather of the Jewish people. There you go. There it is. There it is. Specialness in the eyes of God. And that's the whole point, folks. Do you see? Is that they basically ascribe all of these priestly duties to Shem, which the Bible does not say whatsoever, so that they can justify Melchizedek as Shem. The name Melchizedek translates as King of Righteousness. He also has priestly duties based on biblical lifespans in the Masoretic text. Ding, ding, ding. Shem would have still been alive during Abraham's life. The identification of Shem as Melchizedek is found in the Talmud, Targumim, and Midrashim. Many Christian sources have said that Shem was associated with Melchizedek for anti-Christian reasons, which is true. He was probably already associated with priesthood, if not Melchizedek, in the pre-rabbinic times. Probably not. Targums, all these Targums, all identify Shem as Melchizedek. So the Jews, very hardcore on this point. The Book of Jubilees also says Shem was linked with the priesthood. Similarly, Philo's writings exalt Shem. None of these documents contain anti-Christian polemics. Yeah, they don't. Of course not. It is not known when Shem became associated with Melchizedek. By the 4th century AD, this identification of Shem with Melchizedek was well established. Do you understand? 4th century, that's the 400s, 300s. So what was happening around that time, folks? Hopefully you understand. This was not limited to Jewish sources. Ephraim the Syrian also identifies Melchizedek as Shem. So this was a very vast and prolific conspiracy and a rumor and a tradition spread by the Pharisees to discredit what the author of the Epistle to the Hebrews wrote, which is, again, that the priesthood of Jesus was by order of Melchizedek. So, conclusion, the Jews started this rumor early on in Christianity's history and propagated it throughout the ancient world to counteract the argument that the Christians were making, where they saw the typology in the Bible of the eternal king and priest being fulfilled in Christ. No, we got to erase that. Can't have that. And of course, by the time the 300s and 400s came around, what did they have? They had 3 new translations of the Bible. They had all these midrash and targums, and people were talking about it. Even pagan sources like Philo were talking about him. So what did you have? You had an entire conspiracy being by the 4th century, which is what this article tells you, was very well established. The Bible tells you when Shem died, and it tells you his genealogy. And if you use the correct numbers, Shem cannot be Melchizedek because they died 500 years apart. Abraham, well, let me put it this way. It doesn't say when Melchizedek was born or dead, but Abraham and Shem died 500 years apart. The Bible also tells you the Christ's priesthood is spiritual. It's according to the priesthood of eternal life that Christ is priest. Whereas the rabbis are making an argument of the flesh, which again is typical of the Jewish argument. They're always going towards the flesh. Now, interestingly enough, Paul warned of these types of issues, which is very interesting. It adds to the picture. 1 Timothy 1, 3-4, warning against false teachers. As I urged you when I was going to Macedonia, remain at Ephesus so that you may charge certain persons not to teach any different doctrine, nor devote themselves to myths and endless genealogies, which promote speculations rather than the stewardship from God that is by faith. Titus 1, verses 13-14. This testimony is true, therefore rebuke them sharply that they may be sound in their faith, not devoting themselves to Jewish myths, and the commands of people who turn away from the truth. Interesting. Titus 3, verse 9. But avoid foolish controversies, genealogies. dissensions and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable and worthless. What's going on here, folks? Excuse me, voice is getting a little dry. Been recording for what, like 4.5 hours so far. Goodness gracious. But this is a very important topic. Paul was addressing these issues from the very beginning. Why? Why does he mention Jewish fables and genealogies? What's going on here? Unless there were Jewish fables and genealogies being, disseminated through the crowds, through the cultures, to counteract Paul's writings and Paul's arguments and the gospel. Do you see what's going on? In other places, Paul writes about people impersonating his letters. The Antichrist spirit was alive and well, folks. Since the atonement, remember, the devil was thrown down to earth. He's been very, very busy. And one of his vehicles were the rabbinic Jews, who basically spread all these types of rumors. Rabbinic system, by that point, was alive and well and was already making arguments against Jesus. That's what this proves. We know from other things we looked at previously that the Jews suddenly started rejecting the Septuagint, and they made their own Greek translations, which were very different, and the Christians were very suspect. So very likely these changes are dating to early Christianity as a war against the truth, meaning even by Paul's day, you could start seeing these rumors and conspiracies with genealogies and Jewish fables and myths and all these things happening from the very beginning. The Jews did not waste any time. They saw the argument, said, okay, how can we counteract them? And the conspiracy was born. Why would Paul tell Christians not to worry about Jewish fables and genealogies? Why? Why does it matter? Like, who cares? Do you understand the point? Because one of the main arguments is that Jesus is the high priest according to the priesthood of Melchizedek. He's the fulfillment of the law. And it's legal because he's according to the priesthood of a higher priesthood, of a priesthood of immortality. But if that's one of the main arguments for Christians during that time for the gospel, especially to the Jews that were on the fence, then of course genealogy is going to become front and center. Well, wait a minute, what's Jesus' genealogy? Is he legitimately a priest? So on and so forth. And of course, if you were a rabbinic Pharisee, you would find a clever way, not that clever if you understand how to read and discern the truth, but either way, you find a clever way to discredit that genealogy. Do you understand? That's why Paul is addressing, don't get caught up in genealogies, because that probably those things were already happening. The rabbis were plotting how to subvert Christianity from the very beginning, folks. And of course, these things only accentuated over time. You see all these things happening and layering. That's why I said this is hundreds of years in the making. The Masoretic text and the corrupt text that were used to create the Leningrad Codex, this is the result of hundreds of years. And of course, unfortunately, it's the basis for all modern Bibles, including the KJV. But modern Bibles use a corrupt lineage, and as a result, they give mental power to the Talmudic lie of Shem being the high priest, which is Melchizedek, which of course is not true. But you have to understand that these people, these occultists, believe that the more people give their mental energy to something, the more something is true. So the more they can convince you of a lie, in their mind, you're giving your consciousness and your thought pattern to that lie, and it gives it power for it to manifest in the world. This is the point, folks. And this is going to tie into the next section on the end times and the corruption of these timelines and how they affect the idea of a future golden age and a false Christ and so on. It's all designed to give mental power to the occult. By fooling you with a deception, and then you think, just like Answers in Genesis, look at these creationists that basically are aligning with the Talmud and giving the Talmud glory through aligning through what they're saying and giving power to that reality, which is not a reality, it's a lie that Shem interacted with Abraham. But Answers in Genesis is giving that power by manifesting articles in the world, writing things, legitimizing the Talmudic timeline and so on. And so for the Jews, it's like, okay, well, you're just a goyim, you're giving us power through your legitimacy of our timeline. You see the point? Anyway, the spirit of Antichrist was very busy. It attacked the legitimacy of Jesus from the very beginning, while also changing the eschatology with these numbers and aligning with the Kabbalah, prepping people for a 1,000-year golden age in the future. And that's our next topic in part 7, End Times Deceptions. All right, well, welcome to part 7. This is End Times Deceptions, and we're talking about the second reason why the genealogies in Genesis 11 are used basically for nefarious purposes. Now, if you remember, the spirit of Antichrist has 2 tactics that it always uses, and if you see these 2 tactics, then you know that the devil's fingerprints are all over it. Antichrist, anti means against or in place of. And generally, both of those meanings are active simultaneously. Meaning you will see the good cop and the bad cop, or the dark and the light, the left and the right, action happening at the same time, desire and fear, these types of things. So what we saw in the last section was basically that very openly against Christ, right? So Melchizedek is actually Shem, so there you go. Jesus is disqualified as the high priest, very openly against Christ. Now, the second aspect to this genealogy of Genesis 11, which again tells me that the devil's fingerprints are all over it, besides being anti-Christ, being against Christ, to delegitimize Christ, the other effect of it, as you will see in this section, is to introduce a false Christ, a false millennial kingdom, a false golden age, a false material salvation. Very, very important. We're going to be discussing how all of this comes together because it's a very complex web of end times deceptions, and unfortunately it's gripped a lot of Christians. And you'll see what I mean by that. But we're going to talk about a few examples. And unfortunately, a lot of people have been duped by things like the millennial kingdom, futurism, the idea that the creation days represent 1,000 days each. Of course, this is all just Jewish fables. They're kabbalistic lies. And you know that by now because the earth, as you'll soon see, and hopefully you've already figured that out, the earth is older than 6,000 years. The earth is not 6,000 years old. It's older than 6,000 years because they removed 750 years of history. So the first example I want to give you of these end times corruptions, which, again, just like we did with Egypt and Canaan, so you can see that's an interesting little blip of an error. What kind of patterns, what other patterns exist like this? In the same way, I want to show you an example from Daniel 8, verse 14. And this is, if we go to parallel, this is 8:14, and it's about the prophecy of the 2300 days, which if you're a historicist, you understand what that is, but there's more. In the ESV, which uses the Masoretic text, it says this, "And he said to me, for 2300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary shall be restored to its rightful state." So this is how long is basically the vision of, the transgression that makes desolate, the giving over of the sanctuary to the host to be trampled underfoot. Basically, how long are all these things concerning the little horn and these various empires and beasts and things that have come to pass, or that will come to pass? How long is that? How long is this period of time of trouble and testing? Well, the answer is 2300 days, but it's actually not 2300 because if you look in the Septuagint, it says something else. "And he said to him, evening and morning there shall be 2,400 days." Uh-oh. "And then the sanctuary shall be cleansed." Well, which one is it, 2,400 or 2,300? Now that's very interesting. That's actually very interesting because there's other things that relate to this difference, this change. It's very significant if you're a historicist, which there aren't too many, unfortunately, but historicism is the correct way to interpret Bible prophecy. But nevertheless, it is significant because if you're a historicist now, this is a problem. Out of all the time dates in Daniel and John, this particular one of the 2,300 days is different. It's not 2,300 days in the Septuagint, it's 2,400 days, which is very, very important. So what do we make of it? Why the error? What's going on? If we investigate this a little further, we see that there are kabbalistic numerical signatures all over this thing. For example, Jeremiah 52 verse 30 versus the Septuagint, there's data that's been added. So for example, if you look in the Septuagint, so this is a parallel, and you see that Jeremiah stops at verse 27 and then it continues at 31. So it doesn't have these particular, pieces of information. So what's the information here? Well, it says the number of the people that Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive in the 7th year was 3,023 Judeans. In the 18th year of the Nebuchadnezzar, he carried away captive 832 persons. In the 23rd year, he carried away 745. So the total is 4,600 people that were carried away by Nebuchadnezzar after he destroyed the first temple. The first temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. After he destroyed the temple, he carried away 4,600 people, according to the Masoretic text. Now, in John 2, verse 20, we see the Jews saying, "It has taken 46 years to build this temple, and will you raise it up in 3 days?" So referring to the physical temple, of course, Jesus was talking about the true temple, which is his body. So 46 years, this is actually a good timestamp also understanding when Jesus' ministry was, and I talk about in my Daniel's 70 Weeks episode, because this was a marker for when the Herod basically had some renovations with the temple and so on, and you can timestamp that. I forget the exact date, but everything coincides with Daniel's 70 Weeks prophecy of Jesus arriving on the scene 27 AD, being crucified 31 AD. So anyway, that's an interesting kind of side note, but the point is they were saying, well, it's 46 years to basically rebuild this temple. Of course, they're referring to Herod's renovations. So you have a couple numbers now. You have 4,600, you have 46 years, and they're kind of associated to the temple. We also have the Jubilees, which are every 50 years. And if you do 46 Jubilees, that comes out to 2,300 days. That's interesting. And if you multiply 2,300 by 2, it equals 4,600 captives. So do you see what's going on? You see what they did there? Well, they basically changed the number from 2,400 to 2,300 because all of this relates to the building of the temple, the rebuilding of the temple. The Septuagint doesn't have the details about how many people were taken to Nebuchadnezzar by Nebuchadnezzar. Just says he destroyed the temple and so on, but he doesn't say 4,600 people were taken. The Masoretic text changed the time of Daniel's prophecy to align with this new information. And of course, it's just Kabbalah magic to basically rebuild their temple once more and usher in their false golden age. Remember, the occult believes that as long as there's conscious attention on something, you have to get in the habit, like this stuff may seem like, really, that's kind of weird. It's weird because you don't think that way. You have to think like an occultist. You have to think that the way they believe things, they're very synergistic. They believe that there's the more consciousness and attention is on something, whether completely conscious or not, as long as they're giving you the information and you're agreeing to it, you're giving power to that future reality. Okay, so Kabbalistic Jews believe they're synergists. That means they have to do something in order to bring the result. It's not God who is sovereign who brings the result. So if you understand that, then you understand why they do all these little changes. Because it's subtly implanting the idea that every time you read that and you give your power to it, for them, you're putting conscious energy and attention into the reality of the third temple being rebuilt. So all of these numbers are going together. They have 4,600 captives. That's 2,300 times 2. 2,300 is 46 Jubilees, which is the number of the years that it took to... The Pharisees were basically talking to Jesus when he was claiming that he's going to basically destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days. So all of these things are related, and it's just Kabbalah magic. The rabbis believe that they're making people give their energy to a third temple reality and the Jewish golden age. Now, we'll discuss this later, but modern Hebrew script that you're used to, that you believe is Hebrew, is not real Hebrew. It's fake Hebrew. It's an imposter. It's a counterfeit. Modern Hebrew was made by Kabbalists, by mystics, and people who basically believed in all sorts of Antichrist things. They perfected it through the Masoretic alphabet, the Masoretic scribes, but it's a magical language, and it's a magical alphabet, and I'll prove that to you today, hopefully. But they added these Kabbalistic principles and sigil magic and gematria and numerical correlations and all these things. None of these things existed in original Hebrew language. In the actual Hebrew, there is no such gematria or all these, numerical correlations. This is a product of modern Kabbalistic Hebrew. But it's designed to cast spells. It's designed to create sigils and magic amulets. And again, if this sounds really crazy, I'll document all this stuff in the coming sections. I really will. Hopefully you will see the truth on this. But the point is that the language of Hebrew, modern Hebrew, I should say the script, the alphabet, not so much the language, but the script, is designed, and it's inextricable from the occult. It is designed to do occult things. And you will see what I mean. But who does this affect? Well, primarily it affects people who are historicists And really the only people that I can think of denominationally that teach of the 2300 days as 2300 years are Seventh-day Adventists. Now that's really important because ultimately it makes Ellen White even more obviously a false prophet. Now, of course, if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch my Adventism series. I don't know how many episodes on that. It's about 8-9 hour series. Very, very edifying, very detail oriented on all of the things that Adventism. Look, I love my Adventist friends, but Adventism is a denomination, okay? You have to get out of denominations. You have to realize that denominations aren't the truth. Adventists get some core things right in terms of their end times. Yes, with the Sabbath, but then they align with the Talmud instead of, they reject Rome, but they align with the Talmud by keeping it in the evening. They get it right with the separate immortality of the soul, meaning there's no separate immortality of the soul. But then they have Ellen White as a false prophet. And again, if you're Adventist, if you have Adventist friends, don't be insulted. Look, we've all been deceived in various ways. There's no shame. But you need to realize that Ellen White is a false prophet. And the point here is that the 2300 days is actually 2400 days. It was changed by the Jews to do their little Kabbalah magic. It's actually 2400 days. So that is another point against Ellen White and her investigative judgment doctrine and their sanctuary doctrine that, it ended in 1844. And there you go, because it ended in 1844. Seventh-day Adventism, is super special because we're the true church. But wait a minute, if it's actually 2400 years, and we have very good reason to believe that, given all of the evidence we've covered on the Masoretic text being corrupt, then the period of time described here in Daniel is actually ending in 1944. Well, wait a minute. Now that destroys the entire sanctuary doctrine of the Adventists and the investigative judgment and so on. Do you see the impact here, which is very significant? I don't know how many Adventists there are in the world, but that affects all of you. So what happened in 1944? Well, World War II was finishing up. You had the Zionist state of Israel being born. Vatican 1929 was basically created. The political wound was healed. The papacy was basically brought back up politically and got its territories back and so on. So you now have the final stage, final phase of the deception with the whole, again, state of Israel, Christian Zionism, and now we're well into that with the NAR and everything else. But either way, it's a major blow to the whole 1844 doctrine. And the point is this: the Jews changed Daniel's prophecy to subtly put energy into a third temple narrative. And you're going to see that in the next piece of evidence that we're going to look at, because it's very significant. Remember that the rabbis put a curse on anybody trying to basically use the book of Daniel to calculate the arrival of the Messiah. And I can document that for you fairly easily. All right, this is Sanhedrin 97b, verse 9 in the Talmud. And it says the following: Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmi says that Rabbi Yonathan says, "May those who calculate the end of days be cursed, as they would say once the end of days that they calculated arrived, and the Messiah did not come, and that he will no longer come at all. Rather, the proper behavior is to continue to wait for his coming, as it is stated, though it tarry, wait for it." Now, do you remember? They're stating it from the Masoretic text. Habakkuk. This is actually though he tarry. It's a person. So very interesting again that just confirms their conspiracies. But anyway, what's the point? The point is that the rabbis did not want anybody to calculate the arrival of the Messiah. And if you tried to use the 70 weeks prophecy to arrive at that truth, then that was a curse. You were cursed by the rabbis. Of course, because if you do that, what do you arrive at? Well, you arrive at Jesus. Jesus, this is the proof that Jesus is who he said he is. There's no other possible interpretation. When you line up all the times and you realize, okay, 27 AD is supposed to when the Messiah comes. That's exactly when Jesus came. 31 AD is supposed to when he dies. And all the other proofs, of course, that go along with this prophecy. It's one of the most prolific prophecies about Christ. And of course, if you're Antichrist, then you have to put a curse on people who are trying to use it to find the truth. So remember that they have synergistic attitudes. Also, this is a very important thing from what we just read in the Talmud. That if you do it, the Messiah might not come. That's the attitude of the Jewish tradition and Judaism and synergism. that you can do something to upset God's plans, versus God has decreed this from the beginning. He told Eve right after the fall that there will be a Messiah born, meaning you can't stop it. From the very beginning, it's been preordained. There's been prophecies, Daniel 70 weeks, and so on and so forth. So the idea that you can thwart God, or you can, if you, oh my gosh, you calculated that. Look how many people calculated so many calculations wrong about the end times, the rapture, and so on. Is that going to change God's plan for returning and, of course, lifting people in the air when he does return? No, it's not. So the idea that the notion that you can do something to thwart God's plans or arrival or delay it, this is a synergistic attitude, and it's false. Interestingly enough, it's also correlated to modern, religious nationalists, like all the Christian dominionists and Seven Mountain Mandate people. They believe that if we don't take over society, then Jesus won't return. Same idea. It's the same antichrist religious spirit. Do you see the correlation? And this is the fascinating thing, that whether they're Talmudic Jews or Christian nationalists, quote unquote, the same spirit is guiding them both. Now, the second example, now that you have an idea, kind of just a little light idea of how they work their Kabbalah magic and basically have changed the scriptures to point to this future reality, the more prevalent example, or the more serious example, is the Messianic age. Now, many Christians today believe in the teaching of a literal 1,000-year period at the end of time, when Jesus returns, where he rules on earth for 1,000 years. It's a golden age. The Muslims believe in this, and the Jews believe in it. Not, of course, they don't believe Jesus is coming, but they believe that the Messiah will have a golden age of 1,000 years. So this 1,000-year millennial reign, futurist, is not just Christian, quote unquote. It's really more universal, which is very interesting. The New Agers have a similar thing with their, counterfeit Christ and so on. But they believe what this is based on is that Earth's history is about 6,000 years total. And then the seventh, 1,000 years is the Sabbath rest. And the seventh is the golden age, basically. Now, I refute this quite a bit in my end time series, in my series titled The Great Delusion. So make sure you check those out if you haven't. In The Great Delusion, there's a clip there talking about this exact point. And it's a clip from Francis Chan, if you know who he is. Basically, just apostate, influencer, Christian influencer, which I wouldn't be surprised if he turns Catholic pretty soon. But the point is he's talking about, Earth's history is 6,000, and then the 7,000 years is going to be this rest. And he's just basically echoing kabbalistic teaching. And I'll prove it to you because it's a kabbalistic thing. But I'll give you another example today. Again, you can go look at that Francis Chan thing in the Great Delusion video, and we break it down there. But this is from 2028 End. Very popular site. And a guy named Abriel Ansley Erb, who claims himself to be a prophet, and he has a vision from God that, I know exactly when Jesus is going to return. He's going to come in 2028. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But either way, you can see from the very beginning, what is this based on? Well, it's based on day one was 1,000 years, day two of 1,000 years, so on and so forth. So he's definitely signed into the Kabbalistic understanding of the Messianic age, which of course this is wrong. It is a deception. It is a Jewish fable. So what does this tell you if you're claiming to be a prophet and you're claiming that God gave you this revelation, when in fact this is from the Kabbalah, it's not from the Bible. The Bible says Christ is ruling right now, and the Kabbalah is Antichrist. So who is telling you this information? And you think it's God. That's a really worrisome point. But this is based on the Masoretic text. That's why this is significant, because the Masoretic text changed the dates or the ages of the patriarchs when they had children. They took 750 years at least out of human history. Why? Well, first off, again, Antichrist against Christ to delegitimize Jesus as the priest of Melchizedek, and of course, to introduce the counterfeit as a result. Good cop, bad cop. The counterfeit is, the earth is actually less than 6,000 years, so we are waiting for the Messiah to come. Do you understand? Because Jewish tradition is that he has to come before year 6,000, because there's a 1,000-year period of rest. So therefore, against Christ, so they delegitimize Christ, and then in place of Christ, there's actually another Messiah that's coming, before the year 6,000, which of course is a lie, because we are in the year, 6,700 or something. So let's look at Messianic age on Wikipedia. We can read a little bit about it. This is in Judaism. So let's see, did I highlight something here? No, just Judaism. According to Jewish tradition, the Messianic era will be one of global peace and harmony, an era free of strife and hardship, conducive to the furtherment of the knowledge of the Creator. The theme of the Messiah ushering in an era of global peace and is encapsulated in two of the most famous scriptural passages from the book of Isaiah. And of course, they cite these scriptures like, they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift sword against nation, and they will no longer study warfare. So people use this. They go back to the Old Testament. And again, I talk about this in my end time series, but look, you have to understand that Isaiah he wasn't there with Jesus. He was a prophet. But the prophets of the Old Testament had limited, it's like looking through a keyhole in a shadowy room. You can see certain things, but you're not going to see the full picture. And so when there are verses like this that are describing what seems to be the millennial kingdom, it's not describing to you a future 1,000-year golden age. It's describing to you the eternal state in the language of the Old Testament that people could understand. Like, for example, I talk about one in my, I think, Revelation 20 episode, maybe, episode 8 in the End Time series, where we talk about end times prophecies in the Old Testament, like Zechariah. Like Zechariah, was it 12 or 13 or 40? Towards the end of Zechariah, where he has this vision of the temple and people are going up for the Feast of Booths, and people are offering sacrifices. Like, do you really think that God is going to allow a temple to be built, and Jesus is there supposedly reigning on earth in Jerusalem, and then there's a temple receiving sacrifices? Doesn't make any sense at all. Of course it's not sensical, because that's not what it's talking about. Those are Old Testament images that people who were under the Levitical system could understand. Imagine trying to tell people from, Zechariah's time about the gospel. I mean, it had to be progressively revealed. So these things, again, have to be taken in context. But this is what people believe, so there's a little more to read here. There is a kabbalistic tradition that maintains that each of the 7 days of the week, which are based upon the 7 days of creation, correspond to the 7 millennia of creation. Kabbalah. The tradition teaches that the 7th day of the week, the Sabbath day of rest, corresponds to the 7th millennium, the age of universal rest, the Messianic era. People who, by the way, believe in, like the first earth age and that kind of stuff, like the Genesis 2 being a separate creation and how each day was actually 1,000 years and so on, or 10,000. This is, where do you think this comes from? Comes from Jewish fables is where it comes from. The 7th millennium perforce begins with the year 6000 and is the latest time the Messiah can come. See what they did? Because if you use the actual dates, then, the Messiah has already come. Who could that be? Supporting and elaborating on this theme are numerous early and late Jewish scholars, including Rabbi so-and-so, all these different rabbis. In Shabbat Hasidic Judaism, the event that marked a state of the building of the Messianic era was the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans and by subsequent times of exile. They last until today. According to Yehuda Leib Shapiro, dean of the Yeshiva Gedola Rabbinical College of Greater Miami, what was old had to be destroyed to give room to the construction of the new Messianic temple and to the future revelation of Hashem that will surpass anything which is known until now. That is the meaning of the festival of Tish B'Av. I wonder if there's more. Yeah, so anyway, Messianic age, Messianic era, this is something that Christians have been duped into. This is something that Muslims believe, because they believe Jesus is going to return. He's going to have a golden age. He'll rule for a particular time. And the Jews obviously believe that too. They don't believe in Jesus, but they believe in a future literal golden age of peace. Not the eternal state where Jesus comes, destroys the wicked, resurrects everybody, and rules the earth forever, but a temporary period of time that's a golden age. And I talk about it again in my Great Delusion series, where you have everybody is aligning towards this belief, this mystery religion belief of a physical, fleshly redemption. And of course, the gospel tells you that your body will be redeemed physically, but this is the counterfeit, folks. It's this future golden age, and of course the Bible tells you that when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon them, and that the little horn will destroy many by peace. So this is where we're headed. Watch those series, especially the Great Delusion, so you understand where all this is going. But what's the conclusion? The conclusion is that the removal of 750 years of history, minimum, did two things. It delegitimizes, of course, it doesn't actually do that, but in the Masoretic text, it gives them an argument to delegitimize Christ by saying Melchizedek was actually Shem, and there's a priesthood passing down, and so on and so forth, while also introducing a false Christ and a false future salvation because, well, the Messiah hasn't come yet because it's not the year 6000. See what they did? Sleight of hand, again, Antichrist, open and against and in place of. The earth is actually much older. I don't know the exact age of the earth, but it's certainly older than 6,000 years old. If we simply just go with the time that was removed, like the 750 years, the earth is at least 6,700 years old, at least. So all the Christians who believe the whole 1 day equals 1,000 years in history, this is Kabbalah stuff, guys. You have to understand that it's wrong for two reasons. Number one, the Hebrew calendar is lunar. It intercalates. It's not the real calendar. I have a 6-hour something episode in my Sabbath series on the lunar Sabbath and how the Hebrew calendar and all these, the Tzadok calendar, there's all these different calendars that they use, all these legalists. They're all wrong, folks. They're all wrong because they're traditions of men. The Enochian calendar, they're traditions of men. If a calendar intercalates, it's not the real calendar because God doesn't create something that needs to intercalate. If you don't know what intercalate means, it basically just means you need to add every X amount of years, add, a couple days to catch back up. Well, that means you're not using the real calendar. Even our calendar today, which is relatively, accurate, it's not the real calendar because the real calendar is in the sky. And of course, we've lost touch how to keep time with the real calendar. And that's by design. The little horn power changes the times and laws, but the real calendar is in the sky. It's when the sun is going into a particular constellation. There are always 12 constellations in the sky, and the sun's circuit is always 12 constellations perfectly every solar year. That's why it never intercalates. But that calendar is long gone, and it's not, nothing for you to worry about. And of course, it's also another reason why keeping the feast days and all these people who argue about feasts and, we got to do this and the feast of this, feast of that. Well, if you're going to do that, then you need to discern them according to the actual time using the real calendar, the Hebrew calendar that the Hebrews use, not the counterfeit Hebrew calendar, which of course has nothing to do with the Hebrews because it's lunar and it intercalates. The Hebrews didn't use that. This is a rabbinical Babylonian system. And I proved that. I proved that in that lunar episode, so go check it out if you don't agree with that. But that's point number one. The Hebrew calendar has nothing to do with anything. So the time that they're giving you is not accurate. You have no way of knowing what actual year it is. And number two, again, the earth is older than 6,000 years because of corrupted history. That's very clear. Very, very clear. Now, interestingly enough, many church fathers, like Justin Martyr, were premillennials in the sense that they believed a future 1,000-year period of Christ. They read Revelation literally. And of course, Revelation was confusing to a lot of people for a long time. So we don't blame them. I talk about this in my End Time series and the Great Delusion series. I don't think we should blame the church fathers for being futurists. I think that was a very, not necessarily rational, but a very likely position to hold. If you just are reading it and you don't have really the context of history like we do, we have the luxury of seeing, well, what's happened in history in the last 2,000 years? Who has tampered with history, right? So imagine you're a church father like Justin Martyr, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century, and you don't have really the context of history, then yeah, I could see them understanding Revelation that way, literally. It's a common way to understand it, right? So ultimately, nothing to blame them for, but you have to realize that the church fathers were very skeptical of the Jews. They weren't pro-Jewish at all. There was no such thing as the Jews returning and rebuilding the temple for a third time and getting the promised land back. There was none of that stuff. All the things that are associated to futurism today that are very Jewish-focused, because they have to be. Nobody, to my knowledge, nobody has like a futurism that I've met that really doesn't involve the Jews in some way. This is the problem. So the Jews have been married to futurism, and of course, original futurism, historic premillennialism, like with the church fathers, was not at all tied to the Jewish state, the Jewish temple, or anything like that. So this is the problem. Origen, Irenaeus, remember that they documented many things that the Jews were up to, corrupting the scriptures and trying to spread these various narratives. It's not clear if the Jews corrupted the Greek translations of the 2nd century, and that, I should say, it's not clear if the corruptions of those 2nd century corruptions influenced the thinking of, of Justin Martyr and so on, because again, Revelation has been relatively intact. So there's that. The Jews wouldn't have written a counterfeit revelation. But would the Masoretic text, or I should say because the Masoretic text didn't exist at that time, but with like the translations that Aquila and Theodotion and so on, those new translations, were they influencing church fathers because of these new numbers in the genealogies, right? That's the question. I don't know, because it seems that a lot of them, at least the ones we documented like Origen and Irenaeus, were skeptical of these translations. But either way, what matters is that no church father would have ever been a preterist, i.e., you know what, Revelation's all about the Jews in the past, we don't have to worry about it. None of them thought this. And the ones that were futurists, most of them, in the sense that, hey, there's going to be this 1,000-year period of Jesus reigning on earth when he returns, that was all they believed. They didn't believe in a rapture. They didn't believe in a temple. They didn't believe in a Jewish state. They didn't believe in a future Jewish revival. The Jews were cursed by God, according to most people at that time. God had disowned them. They rejected the plan of salvation. And if they were elect Jews, then fine, they can believe in Christ. But most of them were probably going to go the way of the wind. That was the attitude. Of course, that changed with the Jesuits, and I talk about all that in my End Time series. But either way, you have a Jewish desire for a golden age. And you add that with the Jesuits being exposed, I should say the Catholic Church being exposed and having a desire to hide itself. And of course, you also have Islam, and I talk about that in my video, Did the Catholic Church Create Islam? And how there's relationships between the Catholic Church and Islam. And again, if that's controversial, then check that out. It's a very interesting video where we document some things there. But what's the point? You add all these things together in the context of Satan giving his throne and power and great authority to the Catholic system. And what do you get? Well, what you get is that all of these things are being married into one great delusion. The Jesuits needed the Jews because once the reformers exposed the Catholic Church as the beast, now we need to change prophecy. We need to take attention off of the narrow road, which is historicism, and we need to push people either to the left or to the right. It doesn't matter which way. If you're a preterist, you believe that's all having to do with the Jews, it's not concerning us in the modern day. Prophecy is meaningless. Or if you're a futurist, well, it doesn't concern us yet because the Antichrist hasn't come. He's not here yet. It's going to be a person, and the Jews have to rebuild their temple, then he's got to walk into it, etc., etc., etc. So either to the left or to the right. This was their strategy. And for the preterists, well, that was easy. You don't have to do anything. You just have to reinterpret the prophecies to make it about the Jews and say, look, it was fulfilled by Antiochus Epiphanes and so on and so forth, which of course, these things are wrong. Nero, a lot of Catholics are preterists. But then you also have futurism. Well, now for those people, now you're in trouble because now you need the Jews. Now you need to rope them in. And that's exactly what happened. If you look at history, the Jesuits, with Napoleon, the French Revolution, began Zionism, began to seduce them with the thing they wanted most, which was a fleshly, nationalistic salvation. The Jewish nation is going to be great again. That's what basically they wanted. And they gave them exactly what they wanted and seduced them with Napoleon. And of course, Napoleon failed. He wanted to declare a state of Israel in the early 1800s, and he failed. And then, then you had back and forth in Europe, then Moses Hess, Theodor Herzl. Then Theodor Herzl met with the Pope in 1900 and promised him a mass conversion of the Jews. And pretty soon, within 50 years, you had a state of Israel, which was right around the time of the 2400-year prophecy ending, which is very interesting. But either way, the point is that this is the Great Delusion, and even modern sources like Answers in Genesis and many others use the Masoretic numbers. As a result, they're giving power mentally to this deception. People love even numbers and numerical, mysticism and numerology. Oh, look, it's exactly 1,000 years, and it works so perfectly because, God is very symmetrical and he's very harmonious. Well, yeah, God is perfect in all he does, but don't be seduced by these things that are just so superficial, right? Oh, how do you know it's exactly 6,000 years? How do you know? The evidence tells you that it's not. Therefore, this is a deception designed to lure you away from Christ into a false idea. Because while you have to understand, the teaching of the 7,000th year, millennial reign, whatever, the 1,000 years at the end of time, it's inextricable from the kabbalistic view of the 1,000-year, the history of the earth, which is inextricable from the genealogy of the Masoretic text, which is inextricable from the desire to delegitimize Christ. Do you understand how all these things are tied together? So when you give your power to that, in their mind, you're giving power to delegitimizing Christ. That is the kabbalistic occult belief system. The Jews have seduced Christians with Kabbalah, with numerology, with gematria, even KJV people. Oh, look at all this numerology in the KJV. It must be written by God. Well, hold on a second, because there's more to the story with numerology. You can do numerology practically in any text and find significant correlations if the text is large enough and if your parameters are large enough. We'll look at a few of the things today. But either way, the point is this: Jesus is reigning right now from heaven, and that reign will be over when he returns, because he's going to destroy evil and he's going to renew the earth and he's going to reign on earth for eternity. Eternity happens when Jesus returns, not a 1,000-year millennial kingdom on earth in Jerusalem. But before that, very important also, before that, they're going to stage a counterfeit eternity. They're going to stage a counterfeit golden age because everybody expects it. Everybody expects things to get better. The pagans do. They don't realize that things are going to get worse. That's what the Bible says. The Christians expect a golden age. The Muslims expect a golden age. And the Jews expect a golden age. And they're going to tie all these eschatologies together with the third temple in a conflict in the Middle East. Just watch the series, The Great Delusion. You'll see what I mean. It's pretty crazy. Imagine, once they start building that thing, how difficult it's going to be to tell people, you're being deceived. This is not Bible prophecy. But look, it's the third temple. Doesn't the Bible say this? No, it says the temple. The Antichrist has to walk into the third temple. No, it doesn't. That's been one of the great deceptions of the last 400 or 500 years in terms of eschatology. So now that we have a basis of how the Masoretic text has intentional corruptions, now that we've seen the motive, which is very antichrist, and the kabbalistic magic that they work with their numbers and weaving various correlations together to give power to their future reality and to basically fool the goyim like you and me into believing that so you can give it mental energy and power. Now it's time to go on the last leg of this journey to see how the modern Hebrew alphabet is not really Hebrew. It's an engineered kabbalistic magical alphabet. So onward to part 8. Modern Hebrew is engineered. All right, well, welcome to part 8. Now we've kind of crossed an important threshold. So we've looked at all of the evidence that the Masoretic text is corrupt. We've looked at the motive. We have looked at a lot of different pieces of evidence for the end times deceptions and so on. So again, if you want further study, I highly recommend those series I mentioned, my end times series and the Great Delusion series, to really see how all of this is shaping up, because it's truly profound. But now we want to look at the actual alphabet of Hebrew and how it's related to this whole kabbalistic magical thing that's going on. Now, besides all of that evidence that proves that the Septuagint is a superior translation and the Masoretic text is corrupt, textual corruption, there's also the fact that modern Hebrew is not real Hebrew. It's fake. It's a counterfeit. Real Hebrew today is referred to as Proto-Sinaitic script or Paleo-Hebrew. And we're going to read about that in just a little bit. So here is from Wikipedia. This is Proto-Sinaitic script, and you can see what it looks like. And it says the Proto-Sinaitic script is a Middle Bronze Age writing system known for small corpus of about 30 to 40 inscriptions and fragments from Serabit el-Qadim and the Sinai Peninsula, as well as 2 inscriptions from Wadi el-Hol in Middle Egypt. Together with about 20 known Proto-Canaanite inscriptions, it is also known as early alphabetic. the earliest trace of alphabetic writing and the common ancestor of both the ancient South Arabian script and the Phoenician alphabet, which led to many modern alphabets, including the Greek alphabet. According to common theory, Canaanites or Hyksos who spoke a Canaanite language repurposed Egyptian hieroglyphs to construct a different script. Egypt had its hieroglyphs, so you have to understand that these people were all in contact with one another, and the Hebrews and the Israelites were in Egypt for quite a while. Of course, they weren't there for 400 years like we looked at previously, but they were there for enough time to take, their customs and their alphabets and so on. So out of the Exodus, you had the Hebrews and the Israelites became their own nation. So they needed their own language and their own way of writing. And of course, what was familiar? Well, Egypt. So they created a pictographic type of alphabet. And this is where it came from. The earliest Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions are mostly dated between the mid-19th century and the mid-16th, late century BC. The principal debate is between an early date around 1850 BC and a date around 1550 BC. The choice of one or the other dates decides whether it is Proto-Sinaitic or Proto-Canaanite, and by extension locates the invention of the alphabet in Egypt or Canaan, respectively. So who knows exactly how it happened, but we can trace these things pretty early on. However, the discovery of the two Wadi el-Hol inscriptions near the Nile River suggests that the script originated in Egypt. The evolution of Proto-Sinaitic and small number of Proto-Canaanite inscriptions from the Bronze Age is based on rather scant epigraphic evidence. It is only with the Bronze Age collapse and the rise of the new Semitic kingdoms in the Levant that Proto-Canaanite is clearly attested in various places. It tells you some things there. Now, I want to see if they have, you see, like, here's what it looks like. If we can just click on this picture. Here's what it looked like, right? It's very pictographic, meaning the symbols represent pictures of things, kind of like early Chinese and so on. Which, fun fact, early Chinese, here's the alphabet, but early Chinese has, you can look into this. Gosh, it's such an interesting, totally off topic, but very, very fascinating presentation. God in Ancient China, look it up. There's a man, I forget his name, but he preaches this message with showing how the ancient Chinese were monotheists, and they believed very likely in the God of the Bible, and their whole alphabet was structured around the narrative of Genesis. The various pictograms that they used all represented facts from Genesis, with the fall, with the two people, with so on and so forth. So fascinating thing. But these pictographic things were very common throughout the ancient world. This is what it looks like. You can see these various, pictures. This is the hieroglyph that it came from, and the various evolutions that it came from and what it meant. So you see, like, they're pictures. The way these pictographs work, so you understand. They're pictures of a particular concept that was pronounced a certain way, and so based on that, for example, this one is bait, which came from bet, or house. So house is bait, meaning this letter represents b, because it reminds you of bait, which starts with a b. So it's a pictogram, but the pictogram is designed to act almost like a sound cue. Does that make sense? So the B is bait because bait is house, and house starts, in this case, bait with a B. That's why the letter is bait. So it's because it's a pictogram of a house. So this is how it works, and it's very different than what modern Hebrew, quote unquote Hebrew, uses. Okay, let's look at the next one. This is Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, and of course here's the script, what it looks like. This is the true Hebrew. These various characters and pictograms, and of course they come from these older alphabets. The Paleo-Hebrew script, also Paleo-Hebrew, Proto-Hebrew, or Old Hebrew, is the writing system found in the Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions, including pre-biblical and biblical Hebrew from southern Canaan, also known as the biblical kingdoms of Israel, which is Samaria and Judah. It is considered to be the script used to record the original text of the Bible due to its similarity to the Samaritan script. The Talmud states that the Samaritans still use this script. The Talmud described it as the Livona script, translated by some as Lebanon script. However, it also has been suggested that the name is a corrupted form of Neapolitan, of Nablus, Use of the term Paleo-Hebrew alphabet is due to a 1954 suggestion by Solomon Birnbaum, who argued that to apply the term Phoenician from the northern Canaanite Lebanon region to the script of the Hebrews, which is from the southern Canaan, today's Israel-Palestine, is hardly suitable. The Paleo-Hebrew and Phoenician alphabets are two slight regional variants of the same script. So again, you had Proto-Sinaitic, which led to the Phoenician and Hebrew alphabets and so on. All these things are related, but you can see the evolution of language if we just look at, for example, the pictures. This is a photograph of a section of 10th century stone. See? I mean, you can kind of tell, but the markings are very, very different. They're pictographic. Here's a ring, I believe, a signet ring, Jerusalem, city of David. I don't know how old this ring is, but it's certainly probably, like 10th century, something like that. So you can see this is what it looks like. And if you're listening to this, then, look this up. You can look up Paleo-Hebrew. You can look up what it looks there. Very different than quote-unquote modern Hebrew. Very, very different situation. Use in the Israelite kingdoms. The Paleo-Hebrew alphabet was in common use in the kingdoms of Israel and Judah throughout the 8th and 7th centuries BC. During the 6th century BC, oh snap, it crashed for some stupid reason. Let's go back. During the 6th century BC, the time of the Babylonian exile, important, the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet was gradually replaced by the use of the Imperial Aramaic alphabet. Keep that in mind. The letters of the Imperial Aramaic were given shapes characteristic for writing Hebrew during the Second Temple period, developing into the square shape of the Hebrew alphabet. Keep all of this in mind, folks. The Samaritans, who remained in the land of Israel, continued to use their variant of the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, called the Samaritan script. After the fall of the Persian Empire, Jews used both scripts before settling on the Assyrian form, i.e. the Aramaic square script, which is the basis for the quote-unquote modern Hebrew today. This is an old scroll of, I believe it's a part of Deuteronomy. It's called the Ketef Hinnom scroll. And you can discern. Now look at, they put the actual modern Hebrew next to it. Look at the differences. Two totally different alphabets. Very, very different. And of course, there's a reason for that. This is the Imer Bula. It's another thing that was found around the 7th or 6th century. They date it. So again, very old, and you can see that the alphabet was very different. Original Hebrew was very different. It had certain characteristics that made it very different. This is a coin from the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is also very interesting because the Bar Kokhba revolt was like in the 2nd century, I believe, 140 AD or 110, something like that. But let's see what this coin looks like. You can see they have some original Paleo-Hebrew. Of course, some of the pronunciations, we'll talk about this in another place, like with the sacred name controversy. The pronunciation of the sacred name, by the time the Second Temple was destroyed, practically nobody knew how to pronounce it anymore. Because you had other things like this happening, with the language changing, with the Jews being judged by these various empires and so on and so forth, and their alphabet changing. Why do you keep crashing? That's really funny. Okay, anyway, this is the word Hebrew, written in modern Hebrew alphabet and in Paleo-Hebrew alphabet. So they're generous enough to give us a comparison. So here's the two. Here's real Hebrew and here's counterfeit Hebrew. Of course, they read it the other way around, I believe. But anyway, so this is the difference between these two alphabets. Very, very different. And of course, once we talk about other aspects of the modern Hebrew alphabet, you'll see that they are quite different. This is the Samaritan script, which you can tell it's very, very different. Of course, this has its own evolution too, which is interesting. Can I do this? Okay. So there's that. All right, one more here. I believe we have the list of Hebrew manuscripts. That's right. A Hebrew Bible manuscript is a handwritten copy of a portion of the text of the Hebrew Bible, made by papyrus, parchment, or paper, and written in a Hebrew language. Some of the biblical text annotations may be in Aramaic. The oldest manuscripts were written in a form of a scroll. The medieval manuscripts usually were written in the form of a codex. The late manuscripts written after the 9th century used the Masoretic text. The important manuscripts are associated with Aaron ben Asher, who, remember, they weren't Karaite Jews, they were mystics, especially the Leningrad Codex, which you can see that's got a nice little Kabbalah 6-pointed star right on the cover, and you're going to learn what that is. That's a magic sigil. But this is the Leningrad Codex of the portions of Exodus, so you can look at it. See, the Hebrew is very different. Suddenly looks very different. It's got little squiggles on the top. It's got dots. It's got lines. It's got these little crowns that are very meaningful things. They're esoteric things that you'll learn about. Moving on. The earliest sources, whether oral or written, of the Hebrew Bible disappeared over time because of the fragility of the media. Wars, especially the destruction of the First and Second Temple, and other intentional destructions. As a result, the lapse of time between the original manuscripts and their surviving copies is much longer than in the case of the New Testament manuscripts. That's right, folks. You need to understand that there's no such thing as a consistent line of, like Hebrew from, Moses all the way to the modern day, quote unquote, state of Israel and Jews that claim to have, connection all the way to Moses. There's no such thing. There have been so many dispersions and crazy things that have happened that there is no such thing. So a little history review for you as we get into this. Around 720 BC, you had the Assyrians judge Israel. And of course, that is when Aramaic began to become the, language of the Middle East. That was the universal language that everybody started to adopt. And of course, it comes with the Aramaic alphabet, which was very square-shaped. In around 597 BC, the Babylonians judge Israel, and Aramaic becomes solidified. Of course, the Jews get captured. They get taken to Babylon. They have to be there for 70 years, and that becomes part of their culture, and they start using the Aramaic alphabet. By the 4th century BC, we have like 336 to around 323 BC, you had Alexander the Great. He takes over the modern world, and everything becomes Hellenized through Greek culture, through Plato's understanding of the immortal soul, through Greek language, and so on and so forth. Then you have Jews that basically grow up generationally speaking Greek, and they don't speak Hebrew anymore. Paleo-Hebrew is not being written down anymore. And so that's why the Septuagint filled the void, because people needed the scriptures. And that's why the Septuagint is the best that we have in terms of the original scriptures. But then again, 200 years later, approximately, you had, the Rome conquering Greece and conquering everybody else. So Rome took over. So you had successive, and of course, Rome used Latin, and they had their own thing going on. And you had successive pagan dispersions of the Jews and conquering everybody, and many significant events that ultimately led to the loss of the original Hebrew and a lot of shifts happening. Hellenization took over the Middle East right after, Babylon and Assyria, and basically made everybody speak Greek. By 300 BC, the original Hebrew was not used anymore as a main language, whether you were writing or speaking it. You had the temple priests who were basically understanding these things, and of course, special situations, even like the Bar Kokhba revolt, you saw they put some Paleo-Hebrew. So people were using it for very special things, but Paleo-Hebrew was not used anymore by the 3rd century BC. By 70 AD, only the temple elites used Hebrew and knew how to pronounce the sacred name. People used Aramaic and Greek. That's what people spoke. That's what people spoke to one another. Jesus spoke Aramaic and Greek. That's why, again, when people look at the New Testament, it says Jesus. That's the Greek version of Joshua, of Yeshua. So all the sacred name people who are all about, you got to say Yeshua or Yehoshua or Yeshua, you have to realize that people called Jesus Jesus, and the people who wrote the New Testament wrote down Jesus. So if you're going to be legalistic about pronunciation, then you might as well learn Koine Greek perfectly and pronounce Jesus, because that's what it says. But either way, after 70 AD, you had a couple of other things develop, obviously with rabbinic Judaism. And by 200 AD, you had the Mishnah Torah, which is the oral Torah, was first written down. And this was written in Mishnaic Hebrew, which we'll look at a little bit later, which was a precursor to this kabbalistic modern Hebrew that the Jews use today. But they've been I want you to realize that they've been working on this for many centuries. It's not something that just happened with the Masoretes or happened overnight. This has been a progressive thing as a result of the development of rabbinic Judaism, which goes back to Babylon and all the traditions they picked up there from the pagans, from the mystery religion. But around 500 AD, you had the Gemara, which was written down, which is a commentary on the Mishnah, which is the oral Torah. And it was also written down in Mishnaic Hebrew, which again, it's kind of like a transitory form between what you have today, which is Masoretic kabbalistic Hebrew, and kind of the Aramaic Hebrew that was being, before that, between all these empires that were basically conquering everybody, that the Jews had to have some sort of way of writing things down. So, a little bit about the Gemara that I want you to know. This is from Your Jewish Journey, BJE. I don't know what BJE stands for. Maybe be Jewish and it'd be exciting or something. I don't know. .org. And let's see. It talks about the Gemara. And it says, when you look at a page of the Talmud today, you will find the Hebrew text of the Mishnah is featured in the middle of the page. Interspersed around the Hebrew of the Mishnah are explanations in Aramaic, which are called the Gemara. So it's written in Aramaic. The Aramaic word Gemara means tradition. In Hebrew, the word Gemara means completion. Indeed, the Gemara is a compilation of the various rabbinic discussions of the Mishnah, and as such completes the understanding of the Mishnah. Here's a page from the Talmud, and you can see what it looks like. We can zoom in. You can't really tell too much, but you see, it's got these little crowns and characteristics, and it's got all this stuff going on that has nothing to do with the original Hebrew. Gemara, Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian Talmud was redacted in the year 500 CE by Ravina and Rav Ashi, two leaders of the Babylonian Jewish community. The language of the Talmud is Aramaic, in Hebrew script. What does that even mean? I wonder. It contains explanations of the Mishnah, legislation, customs, case histories, and moral exhortations. The Gemara is a synopsis of the discussions, questions, and decisions of the Babylonian academies, in which the Mishnah was studied for more than 300 years. So, very interesting to understand that by 500 AD, when the Gemara was written, or Gemara, however it's pronounced, you already started to have this new alphabet going on, which was they basically took Aramaic, and you'll see other things, they basically took Aramaic and modified it in various ways. So, what's the point? Well, the point is that there were historical and political changes that forced the Jews to use a different alphabet than they were using. The original Hebrew that the scriptures were written in by Moses, by other prophets and scribes at that time, is not the Hebrew of today. There's not been a consistent succession of that same alphabet. It's a totally different alphabet. And of course, things change. Even English, for example, if you understand linguistics and history, even English has changed, and the script for English has changed, and the words and the spelling for certain things have changed. This is natural for any language. However, the changes that have happened, English has not become an occult, esoteric language that is used with certain markings to create sigils and spells. This is an important point. Original Paleo-Hebrew was a pictographic language. They didn't have numbers for letters. They didn't have esoteric meanings. It was just a pictographic language. There's a lot of pictographic languages. In fact, pictographic languages are actually very effective because they can, visually portray something very efficiently. But that's the point. The point is that Masoretic Hebrew is a magical alphabet. You're going to learn what that is today, hopefully. By the way, there was historical and political changes that forced the Jews to use a different alphabet. The rabbinic system, in response to Christianity, in response to all these different things that happened, had to maintain itself. And of course, the mystics took over, all the rabbis that rejected Christ and wanted to go their own way, like Cain. They created rabbinic Judaism, and they hijacked Aramaic, and they used it for their own purposes. They modified it, as you'll see. Kabbalism and kabbalistic principles created basically a special esoteric alphabet. And that started a very long time ago with people like Rabbi Akiva, as you'll soon see. So this was only pushed further and further with developments after the cross, with Christianity kind of flourishing and so on, which of course motivated even more rebellion and subversion in the people who rejected Christ and the Pharisee system. You have to understand that Jesus read out of the Septuagint. And we call it the Septuagint, but he read out of the scriptures. There was no Hebrew scrolls at that time. People were reading out of the Septuagint. It was translated Greek translations and Aramaic translations and so on. So Jesus did not read out of the Masoretic text. They didn't have Masoretic Hebrew or Mishnaic Hebrew at that time. Also, Jesus spoke Aramaic and Greek. The apostles were all named after Greek names. Philip, Paul, Peter. These were all Greek names, and they all used the Septuagint. So very likely that the Septuagint is the closest thing that we have to the original scriptures. It's far superior in terms of its information, and it's the one that everybody quoted. So obviously, that's the source, that is the true source, and the Masoretic text is a corruption. Remember also other important history after 70 AD. There were two more revolts, the Bar Kokhba revolt and the, I forget the other one, but anyway, the Jews basically revolted two more times within a period of like 150 years. And they got dispersed and really, really dispersed this time. And of course, that led to all sorts of things being destroyed, records being lost. This is why, again, like I say in my documentary, Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People, like you had all these revolts and dispersions. You had 70 AD, then you had the two other revolts by, I think, 150 AD. You had two more revolts where the Jews are just decimated and dispersed. Remember that in the 2nd century BC, the Edomites were converted, and the Edomites were the mortal enemies of the Jews, yet they were converted to Judaism. Then the 8th century AD, you had the Khazars who were converted, and they were just pagan Turks that were converted to Judaism. Then 2 centuries later, around the 10th and 11th, about the 11th century, you had the Crusades. And of course, if you know what the Crusaders did, everywhere they went, they pillaged and they robbed and they fathered bastard children. And of course, you had a lot of Jews that came out of Jerusalem that were bastard children between Catholic Crusaders and Jewish women, and they didn't find a home anywhere. And so they became crypto Christians, crypto Jews, whatever they were doing. Either way, basically, you had even more people that had nothing to do with the original Jews. Never mind that the Jews were kicked out of 100 countries, dispersed several times over the last 2,000 years. In all of this time, all of this history I just relayed to you, and certainly there's a lot to go over, but that's beyond the presentation. In all of this time, it is absolute nonsense to believe that there is an unbroken record of an alphabet, of genealogy, that people can trace back their genealogy back to the 12 tribes of Israel. Oh, I'm a Levite. Oh, I'm a, Benjaminite. Oh, I'm a this. No, you're not. Nobody has any clue, folks. There's no records. They've been destroyed. You think God is going to let that, exist? No, the old has been done away with, folks. So all these people that say, oh, he's a Levite, he's, back to David and so on and so forth. This is Jewish fables. Jews love their fables. And so ultimately, the modern Jews have little to nothing to do with biblical Jews or Israelites. You have to realize this. I hate to say it, but you call a spade a spade. It's not being anti-Semitic, it's not being racist, it's not being anything. It's telling you the truth. The God of Judaism is not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is sovereign, whereas the God of Judaism, co-creates reality with you. Of course, a lot of them are Kabbalists, so that's another point. The Jews reject the Messiah that was promised to Eve and to Abraham. They don't have a blood sacrifice. It's all works. They don't use even the same alphabet. The alphabet they use is a magical alphabet. And most of them aren't even related to actual Israelites from the 12 tribes. So see my documentary if this is a point that you want to learn more about. But the Kabbalah alphabet is just another piece of evidence that there is a divergence, a significant divergence from biblical Israel by people who call themselves Jews today. Because God never gave the Israelites a magical alphabet. They had a pictographic alphabet that was just designed to basically picture concepts, and that way you would know how to pronounce it, how you would know to pronounce the word. So, if the Pharisees, now, critical question, if the Pharisees are the ones who ultimately created this new script to serve their kabbalistic, rabbinic Judaism religion, well, then who are the Pharisees? Well, the Bible tells us very clearly. John 8, verse 44, you are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Boy, who is that addressed to? That's addressed to the Pharisees. Mark 7, verse 10 through 13, for Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever reviles father or mother must surely die. But you say, if a man tells his father or his mother, whatever you would have gained from me is korban, that is given to God, then you no longer permit him to do anything for his father or mother, thus making void the word of God by your tradition that you have handed down, and many such things you do. So tradition is not always a good thing, folks. Matthew 12, verse 33 through 35. Either make the tree good and its fruit good, or make the tree bad and its fruit bad, for the tree is known by its fruit. You brood of vipers, how can you speak good when you are evil? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. The good person out of his good treasure brings forth good, and the evil person out of his evil treasure brings forth evil. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word they speak, for by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. And of course, the Pharisees will be condemned because they rejected Christ, because they're reprobate. They didn't have the ability to believe. Matthew 23, 1 through 36. Woe to the Pharisees and scribes. Let's see. The scribes and the Pharisees sit on Moses' seat, so do and observe whatever they tell you, but not the works they do. So, interesting. They know the law very well, but they don't do it. For they preach, but do not practice. They tie up heavy burdens hard to bear and lay them on people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to move them with their finger. They do all their deeds to be seen by others, for they make their phylacteries broad and their fringes long. And they still do this today, folks. And they love the place of honor at feasts and the best seats in the synagogues. Is this still true today? And greetings in the marketplaces and being called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And call no man your father on earth, for you have one Father who is in heaven. That's right, Catholics. You should put this verse to heart, because when you put your attention to somebody calling himself Holy Father who stands in the temple, proclaiming himself to be God and forgiving sins, you are pledging allegiance to the Antichrist. Verse 10, neither be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Christ. The greatest among you shall be your servant. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees and hypocrites, for you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. For you neither enter yourselves, nor allow those who would enter to go in. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites! For you travel across sea and land to make a single proselyte, and when he becomes a proselyte, you make him twice as much a child of hell as yourselves. Woe to you, blind guides, you say, if anyone swears by the temple, it is nothing. But if anyone swears by the gold of the temple, he is bound by his oath. You blind fools! For which is greater, the gold or the temple that has made the gold sacred? And you say, if anyone swears by the altar, it is nothing. But if anyone swears by the gift that is on the altar, he is bound by his oath. You blind men! For which is greater, the gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? So whoever swears by the altar swears by it and by everything on it. And whoever swears by the temple swears by it and by him who dwells in it. And whoever swears by heaven swears by the throne of God and by him who sits upon it. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you tithe mint and dill and cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faithfulness. These you ought to have done without neglecting the others. You blind guides, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you clean the outside of the cup and the plate, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. You blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and the plate, and the outside, that the outside may also be clean. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites! For you are like whitewashed tombs, which outwardly appear beautiful, but within are full of dead people's bones and all uncleanness. So you also outwardly appear righteous to others, but within you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you build the tombs of the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous, saying, if we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have taken part with them in the shedding of the blood of the prophets. Now, really quick break. Do you remember all of the things that we reviewed? That basically they were trying to eliminate things like Isaiah getting cut in half. There's no record of these other than what Jesus says in the New Testament. So obviously there probably was a record that they removed because they didn't want to be associated with this. And so Jesus is calling them out on it. Verse 31. Thus you witness against yourselves that you are sons of those who murdered the prophets. Fill up then the measure of your fathers, you serpents, you brood of vipers. How are you Oh, Lord, how are you to escape being sentenced to hell? Therefore I send you prophets and wise men and scribes, some of whom you will kill and crucify, and some you will flog in your synagogues and persecute from town to town, so that on you may come all the righteous blood shed on earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the sanctuary and the altar. This is not in the Old Testament, but it happened. So what's going on? Truly I say to you, all these things will come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the city that kills the prophets and stones those who are sent to it, how often would I have gathered your children together as a hen gathers her brood under her wings, and you were not willing. My goodness. If that doesn't tell you who the Pharisees are, then I don't know what does. The conclusion from this is what, folks? That the villains of the story of the New Testament, the main villains of the story of the New Testament who crucified Jesus, are the ones who shaped the versions of our Old Testament today. You need to come to terms with that. The people that I just described through Jesus' words, who are vipers, blind guides, whitewashed tombs, sons of the devil, can't get any worse, folks. These people are the ones who shaped the Old Testament that you're reading today. Their descendants made the Masoretic text and perfected the magical alphabet that we call quote-unquote Hebrew today with their Babylonian kabbalistic traditions to usher in a false golden age and to delegitimize Christ. Modern Hebrews counterfeit Hebrew. It's not real Hebrew. It's just like modern Christianity is not really what Christianity used to be 2,000 years ago. Today, when you see Christian this, Christian that, that's an ecumenical term. Doesn't necessarily mean Christian. In fact, I've talked to a few people now where it's like, there probably will come a point where we might have to even stop calling ourselves Christians, if you can even believe that. Because Christianity has become just this whitewashed, ecumenical new thing, which is NAR, charismatic, one world religion type of thing. Christian this, Christian that. Well, I'm a follower of Jesus. I believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah, the Jesus of the scriptures. Because Christian now means something totally different. Either way, I'm not saying don't call yourself a Christian. I'm just saying it's the same thing with Hebrew. When you say, oh, it's the Hebrew calendar. What do you mean the Hebrew calendar? The Hebrews didn't use that calendar. The Israelites of the Bible didn't use that calendar. You're calling it a Hebrew calendar. It's a counterfeit. It's not Hebrew at all. It's nothing to do with the Hebrews. The Hebrews didn't watch the moon. They watched the position of the sun in accordance with the constellations, and that's very well documented. Of course, that system went out of line, and they picked up a new system in Babylon, just like they pick up the Kabbalah and all the kinds of things. So now that we understand the history of modern Hebrew and how it has nothing to do with real Hebrew, as well as its connection to the people who Christ singles out as the villains, right? The religious spirit. It's time to dig a little deeper into modern Hebrew as a magical alphabet. So on to part 9, the magical alphabet. All right, well, welcome to part 9. This is going to be a very in-depth part, so grab your seatbelt, grab your popcorn. We've seen now that there's been a Pharisee conspiracy to attack Christ and to introduce their false messianic age with the changes to the scriptures and also the other things that we looked at where they changed the Old Testament things having to do with Christ's prophecies and so on. We've seen historical evidence of how the alphabet has changed completely from what it used to be, where you have Paleo-Hebrew versus modern-day quote-unquote Hebrew. Now we're going to look at a lot of things in succession to show you that modern Hebrew is an engineered language. It's an engineered language for a very specific purpose, i.e. to be a magical alphabet. And of course to cast spells and do sorcery and do all kinds of divination. So this is Kabbalah Wikipedia. We're going to just read a couple of things, comment on them, and we're just going to go line item because there's a lot to look into. Some of these things you're probably familiar with a little bit, but it's worth a good review. Kabbalah is an esoteric method, discipline, and school of thought in Jewish mysticism. A traditional Kabbalist is called a Mekubal. The definition of the Kabbalah varies according to the tradition and aims of those who follow it. From its original origin in medieval Judaism to its later adaptations in Western esotericism, Christian Kabbalah, if there is such a thing, Hermetic Kabbalah, and so on. Jewish Kabbalah is a set of esoteric teachings meant to explain the relationship between the unchanging eternal God, the mysterious Ein Sof, which by the way is not the God of the Bible, this is their own counterfeit God, and the mortal finite universe, God's creation. It forms the foundation of mystical and religious interpretations within Judaism. Jewish Kabbalists originally developed their own transmission of sacred texts within the realm of Jewish tradition, and often used classical Jewish scriptures to explain and demonstrate its mystical teachings. These teachings are held by Kabbalists to define the inner meaning of both the Hebrew Bible and the traditional rabbinic literature and their formerly concealed transmitted dimension, as well as to explain the significance of Jewish religious observances. So they have their own interpretation of what the Word of God says, and of course it's very Antichrist. Historically, Kabbalah emerged from the earlier forms of Jewish mysticism in 12th to 13th century Spain and southern France, and was reinterpreted during the Jewish mystical Renaissance in the 16th century Ottoman Palestine. The Zohar, the foundational text of the Kabbalah, was composed in the late 13th century. Isaac Luria is considered the father of contemporary Kabbalah. Lurianic Kabbalah was popularized in the form of Hasidic Judaism from the 18th century onwards. During the 20th century, academic interest in Kabbalistic texts, led primarily by the Jewish historian Gershom Scholem, which we're going to get a quote from in just a second, has inspired the development of historical research on Kabbalah in the field of Judaic studies. So Kabbalah is very much an integral part of Judaism and the Jewish ideal. We're going to look at a quote from Gershom. Remember, he's a Jewish historian. And if I can find it, gosh, these things always change when you... Here it is. This is the Messianic idea according to Gershom Scholem. Quote, is totally different in Judaism than in Christianity. Judaism in all its forms and manifestations has always maintained a concept of redemption as an event which takes place publicly, on the stage of history, and within the community. In contrast, Christianity conceives of redemption as an event in the spiritual and unseen realm, an event which is reflected in the soul in the private world of each individual and in which affects an inner transformation which need not correspond to anything outside. Now, there is some truth to this, but he's also kind of twisting it a little bit too, because Christianity does have a physical redemption. That is the promise of the gospel. It's not just that, oh, I'm right with God. Well, if I can't live, then what's the point? The gospel is, you can't divorce the gospel from the future redemption of the earth, of your physical body, of a physical redemption, absolutely. But the point here is that Judaism has always been about the flesh. It's always been about, let me see it. Let me see. I got to see it. Like the apostles, when, before they got it, they were curious if Jesus is going to take out the Romans. He's going to lead a revolt. Is this the golden age now? Are you ready for the golden age? The Jews have always been about this, folks. About the fleshly salvation. And of course, there is no salvation of your body outside of Christ, and that's the point. This is from Chabad, very famous Jewish site. What is Kabbalah? The soul of Judaism, according to Chabad. Let's see, did I highlight something here? I must have, but it seems like it did not go through. So, 1 minute. And we are back. So, sometimes for some reason it removes these highlights, but here we go. This is by Tzvi Freeman, The Soul of Judaism. Inside your body breathes a person, a soul. Of course, right off the bat, you know that this is contrary to what the Bible teaches, because even the Israelites and Hebrews of the Bible were very different than the Jews of today, which have espoused a separate immortality of the soul, which is tied to Gnosticism and everything else. So, right off the first sentence, strike one. Inside the body of Jewish practice breathes an inner wisdom, the soul of Judaism. We often call it Kabbalah, meaning receiving. Just as Jewish practice is received through an unbroken ancient tradition from the revelation at Sinai, so is its soul. This is not true. This is not true, folks. This is a lie, absolute lie. What God gave to Moses and what the Jews do today is totally different, because if they listened to Moses, then they would have followed Christ. Anyway, Kabbalah then is the received wisdom, the native theology and cosmology of Judaism. Another name for Kabbalah, one much more revealing, is Torat HaSod, commonly that is mistranslated as the secret teaching. The proper translation, however, contains the opposite meaning, the teachings of the secret, the teaching of the secret. The secret teaching means that we are trying to hide something from you. The teaching of the secret means that we are trying to teach something to you to open up and reveal something hidden. Kabbalah is not secret teaching, it is the teaching of... Okay, that's a quote. Moving on. Now you might point out, if the secret is taught, it is no longer a secret. A revealed secret, it would seem, is an oxymoron. That would be so if we were discussing an artificial secret, one that is secret only because it is shrouded in secrecy, because others don't want you to find out. True secrets, even once taught, explained, illustrated, analyzed, and integrated into your consciousness, remain just as mysterious as before. No, vastly mysterious, for as the island of knowledge expands, so too its beach upon the infinite sea of the unknowable. Well, yes, in some sense I agree with you if the frame of perception here is Christ. Yeah, the more you study the Bible, the more you learn about Jesus, the more you learn about God. God is mysterious, absolutely. And of course, he's revealed himself. Jesus said, I've said nothing in secret. Very important. But still, there is the mystery of the incarnation, the mystery of the Trinity, the mystery of everything. There's a very mysterious thing you're dealing with. And it should only lead to more and more questions and mysteries and marveling. Absolutely. But this is introducing to you something else to marvel at that isn't in alignment with Christ. So it's, by definition, antichrist. It's false light. Moving on. Life teems with such mysteries. What is love? What is mind? What is life? What is existence? How do they come to be? From where do they emerge? What is your soul, the person within your body? You experience all these at every moment. They are you, and yet the more you gaze upon the depths of their mysteries, the deeper their waters become. Slither, slither. The deepest of all the secrets are those best known to all, that which we learn as small children, take for granted the rest of our lives, live with daily, and yet never manage to unravel or grasp with our cognitive mind. There is, things are, I exist, I am alive. Life is not death, darkness is not light, there is that which is bigger than me. Kabbalah plunges into these secrets and pulls their depths into the open. It provides metaphor, parable, understanding. It shines light and opens our eyes. Doesn't the devil say that when you eat of it, your eyes shall be opened and you will be like God? It inspires and guides us to use this wisdom for healing and growth in everyday life. This is why the experience of learning Kabbalah is one of, yes, I knew the truth all along. My heart knew, but my mouth was unable to speak it. The truths of the Kabbalah belong to every sentient being. So does the Kabbalah have an ecumenical, mystery religion of the ages manifesting in the world type of avenue? I think so. Yet most of all, Kabbalah provides a sense of the beyond, the knowledge of that which cannot be known, the wisdom of mystery, the understanding that we do not understand. Kabbalah is the knowledge of wonder. Well, Kabbalah is a false knowledge because the book of Proverbs is discussing wisdom, and wisdom is actually a picture of Jesus. Jesus is wisdom. If you don't, fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. And if you do not have God, the biblical God in your life, then all the wisdom you're attaining is just false wisdom. Take it from me, I was very much into personal growth. I was very wise in the world's wisdom, folks. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm saying I was very deceived. I read all the books. I read all the personal growth gurus, all the philosophies. I was very wise in the world's wisdom, and it's meaningless because ultimately what it does is point you to yourself and to deceptions, whereas you should be pointed to Christ. And this is exactly what it is. But what's the point of reading this to you? Kabbalah is the soul of Judaism. So it's not just like this little sect of people. It's intricately tied to rabbinic Judaism. This is on Amazon. It's just a book. It's called The Essential Kabbalah, The Heart of Jewish Mysticism by Daniel C. Matt. Very popular book. But either way, you have a ton of these types of things. So what is the conclusion from these initial sources? Well, Kabbalah is the heart of rabbinic Judaism, of Jewish mysticism, really, but this mystery religion, which of course is antichrist, very antichrist. Kabbalah is central to the idea of a future physical redemption that is outside of Jesus. Therefore, it is antichrist. Kabbalah is all about Gnosticism and pursuing esoteric knowledge in a way to advance yourself outside of Christ. Therefore, the God of the Kabbalah is not the God of the Bible. You are serving a different God. It's the God of this world. Anyone aligning with Kabbalistic teachings is either really deceived or they're part of the club, which of course many people are part of the club. The Kabbalah is a very ecumenical thing. There are secret societies that incorporate it. Hollywood stars, everybody's in the Kabbalah club in one way or another. Trump had a Kabbalah teacher. So These things are ecumenical in nature because the mystery religion of the ages is coming to the forefront. And part of the mystery religion is the Kabbalah. It's part of this esoteric Gnostic sect that has been since the dawn of time, since the temptation in the Garden of Eden. Now, a couple more things to look at. This is magical alphabet on Wikipedia. A magical alphabet or magical alphabet is a set of letters used primarily in occult, magical practices, and other esoteric traditions. These alphabets serve various purposes, including encoding secret messages, conducting rituals, creating amulets or talismans, keep this in mind, casting spells, invoking spiritual entities, and so on. Several magical alphabets, including the celestial alphabet, Malachim, and Transitus Fluvi, are based on the Hebrew alphabet, which itself has a long history of use in mystical and magical contexts. Did you know that? As ordered letter sets, magical alphabets are distinct from the various non-alphabetic, non-sequential magical scripts, which contain symbols representing entities, festivals, rituals, objects, or practices. Alchemical, astrological, astronomical objects or events, or other ideas rather than sounds. So, for example, like runes, if you know what that is, or sigils, which you'll see. You'll see plenty of those as well. Some alphabets, like runes, what we just said, may serve both purposes, thus acting as both alphabets and logographic or ideographic scripts according to their use at the time. So magical alphabets have certain characteristics or qualities that define them as a magical alphabet. They're used to convey secret knowledge, to conduct rituals, to create amulets or talismans, cast spells, invoke various entities, so on and so forth. We already know that several other magical alphabets, like celestial alphabet, Malachim, Transitus Fluvi, and so on, they're based on the Hebrew, quote-unquote, Hebrew alphabet. You'll see people in the occult using the quote-unquote Hebrew alphabet. So it's very interesting. Here's one for all the gematria folks, the Bible Code. The Bible Code, also known as the Torah Code, is a purported set of encoded words within a Hebrew text of the Torah that, according to the proponents, has predicted significant historical events. The statistical likelihood of the Bible Code arising by chance has been thoroughly researched and is now widely considered to be statistically insignificant, as similar phenomena can be observed in any sufficiently lengthy text. Although Bible codes have been postulated and studied for centuries, the subject has been popularized in modern times by Michael Drosden's book, The Bible Code, and the movie, The Omega Code, which, by the way, are very dispensationalist in their leaning. Some tests purportedly showing statistical significant codes in the Bible were published as a challenging puzzle in a peer-reviewed academic journal in 1994, which was pronounced solved in a subsequent 1999 paper published in the same journal. So basically, they thought they found some clever thing, but it was refuted because these things are very... So, for example, what is the Bible Code? Like if you see, here's the quote-unquote Hebrew, and if you space the letters out, equidistant spacing, you can find, oh, there's a code between these letters. And God wants you to sniff out these codes and create secret messages. Here's another example of ELS method. It's called the equidistant, what's the equidistant letter sequence. So you can type in, any kind of words, and you pick a distance. Like, okay, I'm going to do this particular distance and see if I have any codes on this page or that page. It's all statistics, folks. Ultimately, you can find these kind of codes in practically any text as long as it's long enough. Do you realize how long the Bible is? If you have the New Testament, it's like, 700,000 words. What are the odds that you're going to find such things on various pages and messages with the entire Bible at your disposal? Say, okay, every 3 words. No, that didn't work. Every 2 words. Oh, you see, there you go. Significant code. This is nonsense. History. The 13th century Spanish rabbi Bakia ben Asher, remember him from the Asher family of the Masoretes, that were not Karaite Jews. They were legalistic, mystical, kabbalistic Jews. This guy described an ELS in the Bible. So he's one of the first people to describe an equidistant letter spacing method. His 4-letter example related to the traditional 0 point of the Hebrew calendar, which is a fake calendar. Over the following centuries, there are hints that the ELS technique was known in Pardes Rimonim of the 16th century, Moshe Cordovero. So what's the point is that the people who did the Masoretic text were into gematria. There's proof for you. They aren't Karaite Jews. They are mystics, criticism. The precise order of consonantal letters represented in the Hebrew Masoretic text is not consistent across manuscripts in any period. It is known from earlier versions, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, that the number of the letters was not constant, even in the first centuries AD. The Bible code theory does not seem to account for these variations. Yeah, again, what script are you using? Which particular manuscript? They're all different. So does that change the Bible code? I mean, come on. This is just legalism, and of course it's not just legalism, it's mysticism is what it is. This is gematria in Wikipedia. Gematria is the practice of assigning a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase by reading it as a number, or sometimes by using it as an alphanumerical cipher. The letters of the alphabets involved have standard numerical values, but a word can yield several values if a cipher is used. According to Aristotle, isopsephy, based on the Milesian numbering of the Greek alphabet developed in the Greek city of Miletus, was part of the Pythagorean tradition. Now, if you know a little bit of Pythagoras, he was an occultist, very much in the occult. I will be talking about him in my cosmology series, so make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be talking about the heliocentric conspiracy from the ancient times, how heliocentrism cannot be divorced from the occult. So you have to understand that whenever you see a Pythagorean anything, that means the occult. So this numbering of the letters and giving them certain meanings and stuff originated with the occultists in around the 6th century BC. I'm sure it was probably before that too. This is the mystery religion stuff, folks. But anyway, it's as old as time. The first evidence of the use of Hebrew letters as numbers dates back to when? 7,000 or 700 BC? 800 BC? No, 78 BC. Uh-oh. Well, that means that's well past Paleo-Hebrew. That proves to you that Paleo-Hebrew did not have such correlations of numbers to letters and meaning of numbers and so on. Gematria is still used in Jewish culture. Similar systems have been used in other languages and cultures derived from or inspired by either Greek isopsephy or Hebrew gematria, including Arabic numerals and English gematria, which of course all the people today are doing gematria too, thinking that they're uncovering prophecies, which is really silly. Here's a table of the various, I think these are, sample showing variants of Phoenician letters and numbers. Yeah, so Phoenicians were all about it too. And who knows to what extent the people are using it, but this has been a very developed thing over time, and today people are all about it because we're at the end. Moving on. The most common form of Hebrew gematria is used in the Talmud and Midrash, and elaborately by many post-Talmudic commentators. It involves reading words and sentences as numbers, and assigning numerical instead of phonetic value to each letter of the Hebrew alphabet. What does the Bible say? That God is not a God of confusion? And God, it says, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament, I have said nothing in secret. Why would God need to say anything in secret? Think about it. Why would God need to say anything in secret? Why would he need to create all these fancy codes for you to determine what the real truth is when he's sovereign? God is sovereign. He just is. He expresses what he is, and is perfect. He doesn't need to hide it behind secret knowledge and have you discern it. Of course, it's hidden from the reprobate, and the Spirit guides you to all truth, but nevertheless, you don't have to do all these esoteric calculations to find the truth of anything. When read as numbers, they can be compared and contrasted with other words or phrases. The Hebrew proverb, wine entered, secret went out, yada yada. The geometric value of wine is 70, and this is also a geometric value of secret. Oh, there you go. Although a type of gematria system, Aru, was employed by the ancient Babylonian culture, do you understand where this comes from? Their writing script was logographic, and the numerical assignments they made were to whole words. Aru was very different from the Milesian systems used by the Greek and Hebrew cultures, which used alphabetic writing scripts. The value of the words with Aru were assigned in an entirely arbitrary manner, and correspondences were made through tables, and so cannot be considered a true form of gematria. Yeah, but we know where these things come from, folks. The mystery religion invaded the people of God through Babylonian captivity, through the Greek Hellenization. You always had the people of God right up and against the kingdom of darkness. This is a constant theme of history. And the kingdom of darkness is constantly trying to swallow the people of God. And of course, it doesn't, but the people who are counterfeits are swallowed, and history reveals that to you. Gematria sums can involve single words or a string of lengthy calculations. A short example of Hebrew numerology that uses gematria in the word chai, which is alive, which is composed of 2 letters that, using the assignments in the Mispar Gadol table shown below, add up to 18. This has made 18 a lucky number among the Jews. In early Jewish sources, the term can also refer to other forms of calculation or manipulation. For example, atbash, which is another type of calculating type of thing. But, you have basically, here's the letters, and then here's the numbers. And of course, who determines what the numbers are? That's another thing. You could totally scramble the numbers and do it differently. Who is the objective source that told you Aleph is 1, or it's 10, or it's 100, or whatever else, right? Who's the objective source that told you that? Because meaning comes from God. God is the one who tells you the meaning of everything, whether it's good or evil. God is the one who determines the meaning. He's the author. But God never gave you numerical values to letters and say, the Aleph is always, by default, I have created it this way, it's going to be 1. That's the numerical value of Aleph. No, there's no such thing in the Bible. But that's oral tradition. It wasn't revealed in the Bible. It was, secretly given to Moses and handed out to the rabbis. And of course, only through the rabbis can you know such things. Moving on. This is now Shabbat. Also, here we go. This is also interesting. From ShabbatMineola.com. Hebrew alphabet in the Star of David. Did you know that? Of course, it's not the Star of David. It's the Star of Remphan. An amazing fact about the Jewish, if I can zoom out here, there we go. About the Jewish star. Even if you're not Jewish, this is really amazing. The Jewish Star of David, which is not the Star of David, is also referred to as the Magen David. All letters of the Hebrew alphabet are found in a Magen David or a Star of David. There is no such thing in any other language. I wonder why. Can you guess why? I think I can guess why. I can take a very educated guess. So here is the Star of Remphan, the occult 6-pointed star that's used for as above, so and below, male and female intersecting, sex magic, all kinds of occult things. And you can draw every Hebrew letter using the Star of David. Isn't that something? Huh. Boy, that's really interesting. That should at least raise an eyebrow if you understand what there is to understand. So, conclusion from these, modern Hebrew is engineered to be perfect for divination and sorcery. It's a magical alphabet. You will see more confirmation of this as we go on. It's intimately tied to Kabbalah magic because Kabbalists created the Masoretic alphabet. Remember, Ben Asher, with the Masoretes who put it together, he was doing gematria already in the 13th century, 12th century. They were doing gematria probably long before that, since Babylon. You're going to see other things too that tie all these people to Kabbalah magic. And of course, the Pharisees and the people who were from the Pharisee lineage, the scribes and the Masoretes, and the people from Rabbi Akiva's school who all he trained. All of this is from very long time ago, folks, and it's not divorceable from the occult and mysticism. You will see there is an exoteric meaning and an esoteric meaning, meaning there's a meaning that's given to you as the goyim. Oh, look, like that last site. Oh, you can have all the, what do you call it? All the letters in the Star of David. Now, somebody who, like a Christian Zionist, say, oh, clap, 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 clap. Amazing, amazing. This is proof the Jewish people are the chosen people of God, which of course they're completely ignorant. The Star of David is not the Star of David. It's an occult symbol. So the fact that the engineered alphabet that is made by the Pharisees, who are Kabbalists, fits into an occult symbol, and you can make the letters from an occult symbol of the entire alphabet, that tells you everything about what there is to know about this. So you can't divorce modern Hebrew from the occult. You just can't. You cannot divorce these two things. So now we're going to look at some other things that are very revealing. This is Sefer Raziel Hamalach, and it's a grimoire of practical Kabbalah from the Middle Ages, when primarily in Hebrew and Aramaic. Liber Razielis Archangeli is 13th century Latin translation produced under Alfonso of Castile. This one survives. Here's page 44 of it, and you can see what's on here. Well, you've got Hebrew, quote-unquote Hebrew. By this point, it's already taken form in its Kabbalistic alphabet, and then you've got these runes. There's magical runes. There's the Star of quote-unquote David with various words and runes in there, and magic sigils all on one page to show you that these things belong together. Textual history. Like other obscure ancient texts such as the Bahir and the Sefer Yetzirah has been an extant, meaning existing text in a number of versions. The book cannot be shown to predate the 13th century, but many, in parts, date back to late antiquity insofar as its title is mentioned in other magical work of late antiquity, the Sword of Moses. So, point is, the actual work itself is from the 13th century, but the teachings and the principles go back much farther. The book claims to have been revealed to Adam by the angel Raziel. What does the Bible say about that? Critical historians regard it as a medieval work, most probably originating among the Ashkenazi Hasidim, if you know about them, as citations reliant on the main body content of the work as we receive it begin to appear only in the 12th century. At least one section was available to Ibn Ezra before 1153 when he finished the commentary to Exodus. The likely compiler of the medieval version is Eliezer of Worms as Sefer Gali Razia, which developed into what we now have as Sefer Raziel, including more writings written by people of various theological opinions. According to Jacob Emden, it was compiled by Abraham Abulafia. So it's very much related to tree of knowledge, kabbalistic type of things, but let's read a little bit about Adam and Abraham. According to Jewish traditions, the angel Raziel was sent to earth to teach Adam. Would God ever do such a thing? If you really know the God of the Bible, would God ever do such a thing? And due to the elevated soul of Abraham, Raziel returned to teach Abraham all the spiritual knowledge and spiritual laws. There you go. So Abraham got all the secret teachings that they're not in the Torah. Only the rabbis know him. And Shem passed down his priesthood to Abraham. So there you go. Jesus can't be the priest. As long as, you get to listen to the rabbis because they know the truth, right? Well, what does the Bible tell you about the rabbis and the Pharisees? It tells you they're sons of the devil. Hate to say it, but it's true. Raziel was sent to earth to teach Adam and Abraham the ways of nature. The book of Raziel explains everything from astrology to how the creative life energy starts with a thought from the spiritual realm prior to manifestation of speech and action in this physical world. Now, are we talking about biblical stuff? Or are we talking about New Age? There's nothing new under the sun, folks. New Age is Kabbalah. Kabbalah is ecumenical, and it's synergistic, and it's one world mystery religion type of thing, and it's going to get subsumed into the coming counterfeit Christian reality. Moving on. The eternal divine creative life energy of this earth is love. The book explains the spiritual laws of birth, death, and reincarnation of the soul. There you go. So, reincarnation, mystery religion, and many spiritual laws of change. So, are we in line with the Bible or not? Not one bit, not even 1%. This is completely mystery religion, Antichrist. But this is what influenced all those people making the Masoretic text. Let's see, what's the next one? This is from jewishmonsterhunting.com. Jewish magical amulets. Let's see. In last week's post about Adnei HaSadeh, I talked briefly about necromancy, which is magic for speaking with the dead. The Torah is pretty clear. This is bad stuff. But the objection isn't a rationalist one. The Torah is absolutely clear that necromantic magic works. Jews are just supposed to keep away from it. No, the Torah is telling you basically that when you're doing necromancy, you're not talking to dead relatives. You're talking to demons, and you're being deceived. Yeah, it works in the sense that you can commune with the spirit world, but you're not talking to dead relatives. You're not raising anybody from the dead. You are inviting demons to deceive you. That's why the Torah prohibits necromancy, because you're talking to demons. But today's Jews do not align with biblical views on death. They believe in a separate immortal soul, and so they're deceived by all these things, and it's all mystery religion stuff. No different than the Catholics, no different than Protestants in some ways. Moving on. There are other kinds of magic, though, that have thrived within the Jewish tradition. Did you know that? For the Jewish monster hunter, the place to start is with protective amulets. There you go. So the easy way to get involved in the occult with protective amulets. Amulets are written texts, sometimes cast or scribed in metal, but more typically written on parchment, that include one of God's names or one or more angel names or some permutation of these names, along with bits of psalms, prayers, halakhic or legal writings, and pleas for some specific form of assistance. Right now, there are a variety of amulets available from Jewish auction houses and from scribes around the world. What did Jesus say about the scribes? The This week, for example, the latest auction catalog from the Kedem auction house in Jerusalem was released. Lot 6 from the catalog is a Birkat Kohanim amulet from 18th or 19th century Italy, which is intended for the protection from the evil eye and for a mother and her newborn. This is what it looks like. A little note from a rabbi that's blessed with Kabbalah magic, and it's got its little runes, and it's got, nice calligraphy, and it's designed to act as a magical amulet, meaning it's an object that has magical properties that is designed to create a magical effect. The Kedem auction house describes the amulet as follows. Amulets containing the verse of the Birkat Kohanim priestly blessing, quote, "May God bless you and protect you," and a 22-letter holy name derived from the verses of the Birkat Kohanim. This is legalism, folks. You don't need this stuff. If you have Jesus Christ, that's the best that you can have. What could you possibly need? If God is with us, who can be against us? Why do you need little magic amulets and superstitions to protect you? From what? And then really, it's just the demons deceiving you because they're playing a game behind the scenes. Oh, some demons are protecting you from other demons, or they're just playing together to make you feel that you are being protected. God is not going to endorse such things. God's not protecting you by doing magic amulets. So what are you appealing to? What spiritual force are you appealing to for protection when you're doing these things? You are appealing to the occult. But this is a real thing, so now you understand a different perspective to this. Here is a kabbalistic amulet from the Jewish Museum in London. And we can kind of zoom in. They do us a nice favor by giving this little zoom in. So you can see, here it is. Do you see what's going on here, folks? Look at this. Now you can look this up for yourself, or again, I'm going to put the references in the research section, in the resources section of the website, so you can access it for yourself if you're listening. But there's the Masoretic Hebrew. There's the 6-point. Let's go down a little bit. There's a 6-pointed star, and it's creating a little magical sigil with various characters and runes and perfect geometry, sacred geometry, and little sigils and words. This is an amulet, folks. Look at how the words are shaped into a menorah. Look at the little geometric drawings. This is magic. This is sorcery. This is divination. This is the occult. This is not at all what the people who wrote the Bible, the Hebrews and the Israelites. Moses would faint if he saw this. He would burn it. He would disavow it because this is occult. This is occult rituals. They're making rituals and shapes, and it's designed to create magic sigils. Hebrew is perfect for that. That's exactly what it was created for, and you're going to learn more and more about it. But that's a Kabbalistic amulet. So now remember, when it has the Leningrad Codex on the front, and on the front of the Masoretic text, it's got that giant 6-pointed star with all these little characters on it. Well, now you know what it is. It's a magical amulet. This is from the Medium. It's a Medium article by a man named Grant Isaac Tarot. He's an occultist, but I wanted to show you what the point here is. In-depth explanation of the Hermetic Kabbalistic system of the Rider-Waite Tarot deck. So this is an article depicting, basically a very in-depth thing that they do with Kabbalah and the occult. So here you are, you've probably seen this if you've gotten any knowledge on secret societies with the dark and the light pillar, male and female, the various Kabbalah trays, and they don't show you the snake that goes up the Kabbalah, which is very interesting because the snake's path, or the lightning bolt, which is another one, which is supposed to be an oscillating thing between, you're supposed to take these paths as an oscillation, right? Dark to light, dark to light, dark to light, and pretty soon dark to light unite at the Kether, at the crown, and we're very close to that part in history, folks. The crown is about to come into the New Age mystery religion is going to manifest itself in the world as a one-world religio-political system. But we're not there yet. So there's a little dark to light going on. But either way, they don't show, oh, here it is. Actually, they do show you. See this little path here at the bottom? And there's a sword. This is also represented by a lightning bolt. Of course, you know who that's associated with, and also by a snake that's crawling up this Kabbalah tree. So there you go. And there's the 7 chakra points that you can tie the Kabbalah thing to. There's the Hebrew name, and of course they use God's name, Yod He Vav He. And this is a very important point that people have used to discredit God's sacred name as, it's a cult. It's actually been changed by the Jews. Well, not so fast. There's a narrow road that you have to walk between these, but just take a notice of all this occult stuff and what the Hebrew alphabet, modern Hebrew, is associated with. The Yod is fire, the He is water, or actually Yod He Vav He. Yeah, which one is it? I forget. Yod is the little one. Yeah, Yod is fire, water, air, earth. You're going to learn also about the 4 worlds that the Kabbalists believe in. So they associate the various letters to elements, 4 worlds. Of course, in the tarot, he's associated to like coins, swords, cups, wands, whatever they're doing over here. But you can see all these little magical runes. So this is, even the occult love this stuff. If this was not an alphabet that was not a magical alphabet, then it would not be used for such things. But it is a magical alphabet. And so therefore, it is used by these things, by these various sources that are very occult. Here's 4 elements. This is from Aish, AISH.com. 4 elements, Jewish personality typing. Getting to know the most fascinating person in the world, yourself. No, I'm not the most fascinating person in the world. Jesus is the most fascinating person in the world, folks. If you think you are the most fascinating person in the world, then you are deceived, because we are desperately wicked. There's nothing fascinating. There's nothing fascinating. What's fascinating is being conformed to the image of Christ and seeing God work through your life and creating good things. But as far as me and what I do and my memories and the things that I've done, the mistakes, there's nothing fascinating. I have only mistakes and failures. Anyway, moving on. Rabbi Chaim Vital, a great Kabbalist who lived in Tzfat in the 15th century, writes that just as the world was created using the 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, which again is tied to the Kabbalah and the letters and so on, so too each person was created using those same elements. For each individual, one particular element is dominant, and this, to a large degree, determines your essential strengths and weaknesses. Identifying your element will help you reveal this area of spiritual development you need to do to achieve your own greatness. Does this have anything to do with the Bible? Christians are doing this stuff too. Oh, I'm a this on the personality chart. I'm a Enneagram. And of course, some of those things are interesting, like the psychology test, but some of them are occult, like the Enneagram. That's an occult thing. And people are doing it, not realizing that it's an occult thing. Putting it all together, as an assignment to gain clarity on this subject, Rabbi Shlomo Wolbe, in his book Ale Shur, suggests drawing out a character trait circle. And they give you instructions how you can draw your own little ritual circles and make your own little kind of divination practices to see, oh, I'm a fire element, I'm a water element, I'm a so on and so forth. Rabbi Shalom Noach Berzovsky, in his Hasidic work Nezivos Shalom, says we are each created with a special mission to accomplish in this world. To figure out what this mission is, look at the upper part of your circle for the things that come easily to you, the talents you have and the things that you enjoy doing. So the rabbis are all about this New Age stuff, folks. When you're doing New Age, you are just practicing mystical Judaism. That's what you are. The Jews are laughing at all the Goyim who are thinking they're doing all this New Age stuff when really they're practicing Kabbalah magic. And of course, to the Jews, you're a Goyim and you don't even deserve to do that. And of course, you're going to burn because you'll be destroyed. But either way, you are practicing, you're giving power to these Antichrist things, not even realizing it and where they come from. This is from what? What is this from? This is from Wikipedia. This is Sefer Yetzirah. Oh, here's another good one. Origin. A cryptic story of the Babylonian Talmud states, on the eve of every Shabbat, Rav Hanina and Rav Hoshaya would sit and engage in the study of Sefer Yetzirah and create a delicious calf and eat it. This is very much part of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Yetzirah. We're going to read a little bit more about it. Mystics assert that the biblical patriarch Abraham used the same method to create the calf prepared for the 3 angels who foretold Sarah's pregnancy in the biblical account of Genesis 18, verse 7. Does the Bible say anything about a special recipe that Abraham did? And now the rabbis know, and you got to prepare it a certain way. They love their laws and their legalism. It's truly profound. All the miraculous creations attributed to other rabbis of the Talmudic era are ascribed by rabbinic commentators to the use of the same book. So very influential Kabbalistic book. Sefer Yetzirah Appendix 615 declares that Abraham was the recipient of the divine revelation of mystic lore, so that the rabbis of the classical rabbinic era and philosophers such as Shabbatai Dunolo and Judah Halevi never doubted that Abraham was the author of the book. So they think Abraham wrote it through the secret knowledge, and of course that's far from the truth. Abraham was justified by faith, and Abraham would look at these things and just roll his eyes. In Pardes Rimon, Moses ben Jacob Cordovero mentions a minority opinion that Rabbi Akiva authored it. There he is. And takes it to mean Abraham wrote it and Akiva redacted it to its current form. Jewish lore attributes it to Adam, and that from Adam it passed over to Noah and then to Abraham, and who was a friend of God. And of course, Shem was the one who passed down all these other traditions, and so there you go. Illegitimizing Christ when the Bible tells you that the truth, which is that you're justified by faith, that Shem died before Abraham, that Jesus is the only way to the Father, and so on and so forth. Traditions of men. In a manuscript in the British Museum, the Sefer Yetzirah is called the Hilkot Yetzirah and declared to be esoteric lore not accessible to anyone but the really pious. Academic dating. According to modern historians, the origin of the text is unknown and hotly debated. Some scholars believe it might have an early medieval origin, while others emphasize early traditions appearing in the book. Most contemporary scholars date the text authorship to the Talmudic period, right around the time they were developing their magical alphabet. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, the essential elements of the book are characteristic to the 3rd or 4th century. Was that when they were doing their new translations of the Bible in Greek to try to subvert Christianity, and Rabbi Akiva had trained so many people, and they were going out into the world spreading various rumors and teachings about Shem and so on? Was that when that happened? I think so. So this is when it was probably written. So it's part of the conspiracy. For a work for this nature composed in the Geonic period could have been cast only in the form of Jewish gnosis, which remained stationary after the 4th century, if indeed it had not already become extinct. The historical origin of the Sefer Yetzirah was placed by Richard August Reitzenstein in the 2nd century BCE. According to Christopher Benton, the Hebrew grammatical form places its origin closer to the period of the Mishnah around the 2nd century. The division of the letters into the 3 classes of vowels, mutes, and sonants also appears in Hellenic texts. Very interesting little thing. Here's a page from the Sefer Yetzirah. Of course, it's got the magical alphabet all over it, and it's got the 2 pillars, if you know what that is, with the checkered floor. Nothing new under the sun, folks. You should recognize these things by now and understand that it's one giant mystery religion that has come to the forefront, and it will come to the forefront very soon. So, Sefer Yetzirah, we're going to have still a couple more things to read and to talk about, but conclusion from those last bit of articles. Well, the Kabbalah is very much intertwined to Judaism. You can't separate the two. It's part of the mystery religion of the ages, and it's going to be used on an ecumenical way to unite everybody. New Age is Kabbalah. Christians who believe in premillennialism with 1,000-year reign and in the 1,000-year periods with the 7,000 year, that's Kabbalah. The Jews and their kabbalistic golden age, that aligns with everything else I've talked about. So ultimately, the Kabbalah is part of the mystery cult, and it's part of the mystery religion, which will come to the forefront through the Great Delusion, which the Great Delusion is people marveling after the beast in a counterfeit golden age, which I've talked about quite a bit. But all these teachings are about obtaining divinity, godhood, eternal life, goodness, all the good things you could possibly imagine without Christ. That's what this is about. Does that remind you of anything? And it should right away of Genesis 3, where the devil basically promised Eve of all the good things, be like God. Of course, the Bible tells you you will be like God, but through Christ. You're being conformed. So the devil says, no, you can be like God without Christ. You can decide what's good and evil. You can be the sovereign. God isn't good. You can't trust him. Eat of the fruit and so on and so forth. So this is what it is. It's a forbidden fruit. Kabbalah was very much practiced by the rabbis since Babylon. Very clear. It was perfected over the centuries. And of course, by the time you had people like Isaac Luria in the 16th century, it was very much perfected and people have built on top of that. But it was going on before that. Remember, again, the cover of the Leningrad Codex is a giant magical amulet. So obviously, these principles and teachings and magic and sigils was going on long before, Isaac Luria was doing his thing, and it was very well in use. Rabbi Akiva was also very likely an early figure in creating the foundation for these beliefs, because again, if you remember how influential he was, and people have connected him to the Sefer Yetzirah, which is a very influential text of secret knowledge, very, very likely that he was part of these things. Remember also that Akiva mentored Aquila, who wrote Onkelos, that is blaspheming Jesus. And Aquila was a Christian originally, quote unquote, who converted to Judaism because he was caught dabbling in astrology. What does that tell you? That tells you that he was doing mysticism. And he was caught, so he converted to Judaism. Why? Because they were doing mysticism there as well, and he could get along with everybody. And he was mentored by Akiva, so there you go. Akiva didn't care that you're doing astrology. So keep on doing it. Keep on doing this mystical stuff. We need to create this religion and, destroy Christianity. Modern Hebrew is not a normal alphabet, folks. It's not a normal alphabet that's designed to communicate simply sounds, okay? Normal alphabets are designed to communicate sounds and meanings, like by combining the sounds. They're not designed to create magical spells, magical sigils to be put in certain, arrangements, like, certain circles or squares and create magical amulets. This is a magical alphabet. You're now communing with the occult. You are opening yourself up to demons, and you are willingly communing with the spirit world. That's the point. Modern Hebrew is not a normal alphabet. It's a magical alphabet. It's designed to basically be an extension of the Kabbalah. Just because they use the name of God, Yod He Vav He, the sounds, doesn't mean the Tetragrammaton is pagan or that it's evil. We're going to break this down in a future episode, fairly soon, probably at this time of this video in a couple weeks, on the sacred name controversy. Because the sacred name is a sacred name. However, we don't really know how to pronounce the sacred name. Yahweh is an approximation. It could be something totally different, but it doesn't matter, and we're going to look into that. However, the modern Hebrew alphabet is not real Hebrew. So when they use these characters that are, to them represent God's name, they're not actually invoking the God of the Bible, folks. They're trying to be like God and invoke the power of God to basically create reality. Do you see what they're doing? So just because they're using that in a counterfeit way doesn't make the original revelation of that name evil or pagan or anything else. So that needs to be a discerning point. There's a narrow road there to walk with the sacred name, which we're going to be looking at. But God's name, you have to remember, was given to the Hebrews in Proto-Hebrew, in those symbols that we looked at in the beginning, the pictograms, that ultimately they point to Christ. Behold, hand behold, nail behold. Or hand behold, hook behold. Because the word for nail there is, I think, for hook. But either way, if you read it, hand behold, look, I'm human. Hook behold, or nail behold, look, I'm going to die for you. That is the name. That also means I am the self-existent one, which is so profound. It's so profound that those two things intersect. But you see, that's lost in modern Hebrew. You don't get that because modern Hebrew is not a pictogram. Modern Hebrew is a magical alphabet. So the original name was designed to point to Christ, that the person who's dying for you is also the one who is the self-existent one. And of course, once Jesus came around, there's no more need for the Proto-Hebrew alphabet. That thing went out of style. The Hebrews were the Jews were judged. Those things were done away with. Why? Because you have the person of Jesus. You don't need to guess as to the pronunciation. It's Jesus. Now, if you are in Spain or Mexico, you're going to say Jesus. If you're in, Africa with Swahili, you might say it a different way. If you're in India, you might say it a different way. You might say Isu or Isa. That doesn't mean you're calling on a false god. No, because God judges the heart. So these sacred name things are really legalism. It's something you need to avoid. And it's something also you need to understand the history of names and languages. But either way, we have the person of Jesus and we have the name, so we don't need to worry about the sacred name. I say Yahweh because that's what I am used to. I have come to believe that it's not Yehovah, and we're going to be looking at that. It's not Jehovah, that's for sure, because that's just a transliteration of a Jewish tradition, which again, if you look at the reformers, how they went with the Jewish tradition with the Masoretic text, then they also went with tradition with Jehovah. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a future thing. But the point is that Kabbalah is a magical alphabet, and it is inextricable from the occult and from mystical Judaism, from the rabbinic system, and from all of these occult activities. So we have a few more things to read because there's just so much of this stuff. Mishnaic Hebrew. Mishnaic Hebrew is the Hebrew language of the Talmudic texts. Here's what it looks like. So you can tell this is very different. Now we're starting to do with little squiggles, with dots. Got little crowns and points at the top. Very different alphabet. It's got a lot of nuance for some reason. Mishnaic Hebrew can be subdivided into Mishnaic Hebrew proper, also called Tannaitic Hebrew, early rabbinic Hebrew, or Mishnaic Hebrew 1, which was a spoken language, and Amoraic Hebrew, also called late rabbinic Hebrew, which is a literary language only. The Mishnaic Hebrew language, or early rabbinic Hebrew language, is one of the direct ancient descendants of biblical Hebrew, as preserved after the Babylonian captivity. Yeah, I mean, they had the sounds, but again, they had to restructure the alphabet, and they were taking things from Aramaic, and of course, at Babylon, they also discovered the kabbalistic principles and divination and things like that. So those things started very early on with the rabbinic system, and definitely recorded by the Jewish sages in the writing of the Mishnah and other contemporary documents. This is a document I showed you from the 1st century, by the way, this one we looked at. So by the 1st century, this is Mishnaic Hebrew, started to look a little very different, and the Masoretic text comes from this tradition. This is a tradition, and it's been altered with certain things that are very important to understand. A transitional form of the language occurs in the other works of the Tannaitic literature, dating from the century beginning with the completion of the Mishnah. These include the halakhic midrashim. Halakhic has to do with the laws, and midrash are documents. And the expanded collection of the Mishnah-related material known as the Tosefta. The Talmud contains excerpts from these works, as well as further Tannaitic material not attested elsewhere. The generic term for these passages is baraitot. The language of all these works is very similar to Mishnaic Hebrew. Very, very interesting. Did I highlight anything else? No. But you can see there's the various letters, and by this point, they're already starting to look a little different. They have these little squiggles at the top, and it's like, are these things intentional, or are they just aesthetic? And of course, they're intentional. They're not just for the aesthetics, because remember, there's an exoteric, exo meaning outside, there's an exoteric meaning that you are given, and there's an esoteric meaning that the initiated, the rabbinic schools and the rabbis and the people under them are familiar with. This is the Aramaic alphabet. You can see what it looks like. Very different than Paleo-Hebrew, but it's got its own style. The ancient Aramaic alphabet was used to write Aramaic languages spoken by ancient Aramean pre-Christian tribes throughout the Fertile Crescent. It was also adopted by other peoples as their own alphabet when empires and their subjects underwent linguistic Aramization during the language shift for governing purposes, a precursor to Arabization centuries later, including among the Assyrians and Babylonians, who permanently replaced their Akkadian language and its cuneiform script with Aramaic and its script, and among the Jews, but not Samaritans, who adopted the Aramaic language as their vernacular and started using the Aramaic alphabet, which they call square script, even for writing Hebrew, displacing the former Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, and the modern Hebrew alphabet derives from the Aramaic alphabet in contrast to the modern Samaritan alphabet, which derives from Paleo-Hebrew. So Samaritan, if anything, is the closest to the original Hebrew, not modern Hebrew. But of course, the modern Jews are never going to tell you that. Let's see. Here's what it looks like. You can see it's got kind of some squarish feeling to it. They're all, very different in their own way, but you can see where it comes from. This is Aramaic inscription of Ataxila, Pakistan, probably around 200 BC. And you can see now we're starting to look a little more like Mishnaic Hebrew. Isn't that interesting? So this is where it comes from, folks. It's Aramaic. They took Aramaic, and if you can see, this is the alphabet, the letters. Here's Imperial Aramaic in these first two columns, Syriac script, and then there's Hebrew. Look, Aleph, Aleph, Bet, Bet. This is very similar. All they did is they took the squiggle and they kind of made it sideways. Gamal, they turned it sideways. Dalath, they just made the top part a little more straight. He is the same. Vav, say the same. Zain's the same. Heth, Teth. Same. So basically, this is just Aramaic, folks. It's Aramaic, but it's Aramaic with a twist. It's Aramaic with a twist, and that twist is very interesting, because there's a lot to discuss in that. This is now the Samaritan script. So keep all these in mind. We're just going to pin them, here and there. We'll put it all together and see the big picture. Samaritan Hebrew script, or simply Samaritan script, is used by the Samaritans for religious writings, including the Samaritan Pentateuch, writings in Samaritan Hebrew, and for commentaries and translations in Samaritan Aramaic, and occasionally Arabic. This is what it looks like. So you can see it's very different. Very much more similar to, we looked at this before, but similar to Paleo-Hebrew. Samaritan is a direct descendant of the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, i.e. the original alphabet that the scriptures were written in, which was a variety of the Phoenician alphabet. Paleo-Hebrew is the alphabet in which large parts of the Hebrew Bible were originally penned, according to the consensus of most scholars, who also believe that these scripts are descendants of the Proto-Sinaitic script, which we talked about in the very beginning. Paleo-Hebrew script was used by the ancient Israelites, both Jews and Samaritans. But the Jews went along with the Aramaic and eventually developed the rabbinic system and so on and so forth. The better-known square script Hebrew alphabet, which has been traditionally used by the Jews since the Babylonian exile, ding, 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 is a stylized version of the Aramaic alphabet called Asherit. Although religious literalist interpretations of Exodus 32:16 assume that the text asserts that it was received on Sinai from the finger of God and that it has been continuous and unchanged since then. There you go. So the rabbis tell you that this has been a continuously unchanged, perfect alphabet from God himself, who basically made all these, you're going to see all these characteristics of the alphabet. So God gave them a alphabet that was designed to create magic sigils and invoke, magic amulets and spells and so on. Would God do such a thing? I don't think so. I don't think so, my friends. And if you know the God of the Bible, you can see right through these things very, very quickly. All right, let's look at the Syriac alphabet. Syriac alphabet, now we start to see where some of these other features come from. The Syriac alphabet is a writing system primarily used to Syriac language since the first century AD. It is one of the Semitic abjads descending from the Aramaic alphabet through the Palmyrene alphabet. And it shares similarities with Phoenician, Hebrew, Arabic, and Sogdian, the precursor and direct ancestor of the traditional Mongolian scripts. Syriac, Mongolian, I've never seen Mongolian. That's kind of interesting. They write vertically. That's cool. I've never seen Mongolian script before. Syriac is written from right to left in horizontal lines. It is a cursive script where most but not all letters connect with a word. There is no letter case distinction between upper and lowercase letters, though some letters change their form depending on their position within a word. Spaces separate individual words. So you can see what this looks like, and it's got, it looks like Arabic kind of. You can see where the relationship would be. But it's also got all these little dots and squiggles, which is very important, which will help to understand why Hebrew, modern Hebrew, is the way it is. Vowels. The Eastern script uses a system of dots above and or below letters based on an older system to indicate vowel sounds not found in the script. It tells you 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dots, 4 dots, 2 dots up, 2 dots down, all these different systems. It is thought that the Eastern method for representing vowels influenced the development of the Nikud markings used for writing Hebrew. Well, I wonder what Nikud are. Let's see. In Hebrew orthography, now remember, Hebrew, when we say Hebrew here, it's like saying Christian today. Don't think Hebrew like Moses, okay, or Abraham. We're talking Hebrew like counterfeit Hebrew. In Hebrew orthography, Nikud, yada, 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 is a system of diacritical signs used to represent vowels or distinguish between alternative pronunciation of letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Several such diacritical systems were developed in the early Middle Ages. The most widespread system, and the only one still used to a significant degree today, was created by the Masoretes in the second half of the first millennium AD. In the land of Israel, the text written with Nikud is called Ketiv Menukad. So here's what it looks like. You can see these little red dots are, basically telling you how to pronounce the words. But the question is, how do you really know how to pronounce these words when all of those pronunciations were never really written down? In Paleo-Hebrew, it was just consonants. That's why the sacred name, we don't know how to pronounce it. We know the consonants, Yod, He, Vav, He, but we don't know how to pronounce it. Could be Yohuvu, Yohuvah, Yehovah, Yahuwah. There's so many different ways to pronounce it because there's many vowels. So you're taking the people who rejected Christ, you're taking their word that this is how you pronounce certain things in Hebrew. That's why even when you read the Hebrew, it's like you really don't have any guarantee that what you're pronouncing is actually what the people who wrote the Bible pronounced. You understand? Because you're going off of Masoretic Hebrew of how they're telling you to pronounce the words. But these things are, you can see, for example, here, they have these little dots underneath, this little clear symbol. Tells you their rules, and of course they have so many rules and regulations, and all these things have esoteric meanings, folks. They're again, exoteric. Oh, they're for the vowels, they're for this, but then there are other esoteric meanings as well, as you'll soon learn. Hebrew cantillation. Hebrew cantillation, trope, trop, te'amim, is the manner of chanting ritual readings from the Hebrew Bible in synagogue services. The chants are written and notated in accordance with the special signs or marks printed in the Masoretic text to complement the letters and the vowel points. So you have to have certain ways that you chant and pronounce these things, otherwise won't get the effect. These marks are known in English as accents, diacritics, notes, or trope symbols in Hebrew as te'amei hamikra, whatever. Some of these signs were also sometimes used in medieval manuscripts of the Mishnah. Must be that they were working on this idea for a while. The musical motifs associated with the signs are known in Hebrew as nigun or neginot, not to be confused with Hasidic nigun, and in Yiddish as a trop. The word trope is sometimes used in Jewish English with the same meaning. So there's basically this entire system that they've developed. We're going to read about it because where does it come from? Well, it comes from Babylonian, Jerusalem, and Tiberian system. And of course, these two first ones are gone, and the Tiberian system is the one that survived. By the 10th century, the chant in use in medieval Palestine had clearly become more complex, both because of the existence of Pazir, Geresh, and Telisha motifs in longer verses, and because the realization of a phrase ending with a given type of break varied according to the number of words and syllables in the phrase. The Tiberian Masoretes therefore developed a comprehensive notation with a symbol on each word to replace the fragmentary systems previously in use. In particular, it was necessary to invent a range of different conjunctive accents to show how to introduce and elaborate the main motif in the longer phrases. So the Masoretes told you how to pronounce these words, but the Masoretes were mystics, and they were into the Kabbalah. They're in the tradition of the Pharisees like Rabbi Akiva, who are very antichrist, so there's that. The system they devised is one in use today, and is found in biblical manuscripts such as the Aleppo Codex. See if that has a picture. Yeah, you can see all these little markings. Very interesting. A Masoretic treatise called Dikuki Hate Amim, probably pronounced that wrong, but Precise Rules of the Accents by Aaron ben Moses Asher survives, though both the names and the classification of the accents differ somewhat from those of the present day. So there you go. Even now, the old records of the Asher pronunciation guides are also different. So nobody knows left from right with this because it's what? It's traditions of men. If God had intended to preserve original Paleo-Hebrew, then he would have preserved it, but he didn't, because the gospel was supposed to go to the Gentiles. Do you get it? And now the gospel is in all kinds of languages, especially English. English has dominated the world. It's become the language of business. But anyway, there's that. So you have these cantillation marks and pronunciation marks. Now we get into a little more interesting things here. This is the tag. Tag in Hebrew writing. A tag is a decoration drawn over some Hebrew letters in the Jewish scrolls of Sifrei Kodesh, Tefillin, and Metzuzot. The Hebrew name for this scribal feature is kether. Tag and kether mean crown, and in Aramaic and Hebrew respectively. So here's what it looks like. 3 tagin on the letter Gimel. So here's 3 little things. Here's another one, 3 tagin on the letter Ain, and they got these little crowns. It's like, why? What's the purpose of these things? Sefer Tagin. About the 2nd century CE, a work called Sefer Tagin emerged, attributed to none other than Rabbi Akiva. Are you starting to see a common thread? Which laid out the 960 places where modified tagin or letter forms occur in a Torah scroll. In it, the locations of letters which received a number of tagin, which differs from the Shatnez God's tradition, i.e. the initial Beit of Bereshit in Genesis 1, having 4 tagin as opposed to the usual 1, and the instances of the Aleph, which bear 7 tagin apiece. So, rules of men, traditions of men. According to this work, each occurrence of each letter is to be written with between 0 and 7 tagin, as delineated in the lists contained therein. So Rabbi Akiva, who was very influential in a lot of different things, we see yet another evidence, as you'll soon see even more, that he was involved with the mystical and the occult, with this whole tag in. He wrote an entire treatise on how to appropriate these tags so that you could discern secret knowledge. Interpretation. The Talmud states that the tagin were originally added to the text by God on Mount Sinai. Yeah, right. And that Rabbi Akiva would use their presence in order to derive laws. In Kabbalistic thought, each tag has a special significance and meaning. What did I tell you about exoteric and esoteric? To you as the Goyim cattle who looks at the alphabet, oh, that's cute, that's a really cool little decoration. To the initiated, that has a very esoteric meaning. And of course, this is wrong about God putting tags on letters because we know that the scripts were written in Paleo-Hebrew. The Paleo-Hebrew did not have tags or dots for vowels and all these things. It was pictographic, and people knew how to pronounce things based on, speaking. So, of course, that system is not at all what they're talking about. They're saying that basically God was writing this perfect Kabbalistic Hebrew and gave it to Moses. And, of course, that's just nonsense. That it's not even supported by historical evidence. Couple more here, 2 more. This is the 4 worlds concept. Of course, I've seen this in Christian ideas too and thinking, but this is a Kabbalistic concept. Sometimes counted with a prior stage to make 5 worlds are the comprehensive categories of spiritual realms in Kabbalah and the descending chain of existence. The worlds are formed by the Or Mimale Kol Amim, literally fills all worlds, which is the divine creative light that represents the concept of divine immanence. Does that sound like we're talking about God or the enemy that appears as an angel of light and that emanates light? The 10 Sephirot attributes and their associative 12 partsufim shine in each world, as do more specific divine manifestations. The Lurianic Kabbalah, the partsufim dynamically interact with each other and sublime levels are enclosed within lower existences, representing a sort of concealed soul. Nonetheless, in each world, particular Sephirot and partsufim dominate. The 5 worlds are in descending order: Adam Karadmon, the primordial man, the world of emanation. Of course, the occult is all about emanations, and New Age is all about emanations. The world of creation, the world of formation, and the world of action. And of course, all these things are used by them to create these occult mystery beliefs, and they associate these things, unfortunately, to each letter of God's name. They say correspondence. You see, the letter of the Tetragrammaton. The Yod is representation of this crown one. It's the letter of the primordial man. And this other one is a letter of the, Atzilut, the emanation or nearness. And so, of course, the pronunciation of these letters, we don't know how they're pronounced, but we know the consonants. But these are artificial consonants. They're counterfeit. Do you understand? God did not give them this system. They are taking the name of God, blaspheming it, actually, by using it for all these occult things and to be like God. This is like blasphemy on the highest level. So this is what's happening with the whole sacred name thing. Not the sacred name, people who insist on Yeshua, but these people who, like the Jews who are doing Kabbalistic stuff with the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is not evil, folks. The Tetragrammaton just simply refers to the 4 letters that God gave his name, his sacred name to Moses. I am the one who is. I am the being one. That in Paleo-Hebrew points to Christ. Of course, Paleo-Hebrew is not around anymore, but they took the consonants and they made their own alphabet out of it so they can invoke the power of God and create basically their own little magical world. Okay, one more. This is a good one. This is also from Aish, A-I-S-H, a lot of Jewish resources here, by Rabbi David Rosenfeld. Crowns on Torah's letters. Let's read what Rabbi Rosenfeld has to say. This is recent, from 2024. Question. I've read that some of the Hebrew letters have crowns drawn on top of them when they're written in the Torah. Which letters does this apply to? What do they look like, and what is the purpose of the crowns? The Aish Rabbi replies, "Thank you for raising the interesting issue. As you wrote, some of the letters, when written in the Torah, have tiny lines, rounded at the top, protruding from the tops of them. These lines look a bit like a crown and are accordingly called tagin in Hebrew, which we looked at. The letters which contain crowns made of 3 lines are," they give you the letters. The Talmud notes that these letters spell the words Shatnez guts, which is why I presented them out of alphabetical order, i.e., this is an anagram, which is also an occult practice. to re-scramble the letters and say, oh, you see? Kind of like how NASA says T minus. Well, T minus what? If you add the T, then you have Nasat, and you have an anagram for Satan. So this is occult numerological type of stuff, folks. But anyway, the letters which have crowns of a single line are, and they give you these ones, and these spell Bedek Shaya. These crowns appear to be more decorations, exoteric, but according to the Talmud, they have deep esoteric meanings. A rabbi is telling you this, folks. The Talmud relates that when Moses ascended to heaven to receive the Torah, which that did not happen, he went on the mountain and he spoke with God. He got the 10 Commandments, but he did not ascend to heaven. Jesus tells you that no man has ascended to heaven in John 3. Moving on, let's see what rabbinic tradition tells us. He found God tying crowns onto the tops of the letters. Moses asked what they were for, and God told him that in a future generation, a great sage named Akiva, son of Yosef, i.e. Rabbi Akiva, will derive mounds upon mounds of laws from every little mark on the Torah. There you go. They love their laws, man. They just love their laws. Nothing new under the sun. Pharisees from day one. Thus, amazingly, the message of the Torah's crowns is so deep that Moses himself didn't know what it is. That's right, Moses, the one who was on Mount Sinai for 40 days and 40 nights without food or water, who came down and had a glowing face because he was literally in the presence of God, who God said that he talks as a friend, mouth to mouth, as in, face to face, and not like a prophet, so is something higher than a prophet. That Moses had no clue what's going on with this. You needed a better sage. You needed somebody who was brilliant, i.e., Rabbi Akiva. He's even greater than Moses, basically, is what they're saying. Moving on. This was left for the greatest scholar of a later generation to uncover. Some explain that the crowns represent a level of understanding higher and more mystical than the Torah itself. And thus the crowns sit atop the Torah's letters. Do you understand? Like when they have the monument to George Washington in, is it Massachusetts? I think it's Massachusetts. Maybe I'm wrong, but somewhere in there on the East Coast. What does it say? Nice bust of George Washington. Freemason and first president. Well, which one of those comes first in your mind? Because why? Because everything in this world is vertical. If you understand the cosmology of this world, which of course right now we have the cosmology series, so make sure you check it out. Everything in this world is created as a vertical gradient. Why? Because God is at the top, so that you understand that what is above you has authority. So when you see Freemason and first president, the thing that is written above is the thing that has more authority. Therefore, Freemason is the one that takes priority. George Washington was an occultist and Freemason before he was a president. And so goes the case with most of the U.S. presidents. But that's kind of an aside. What's the point? The point is, well, the crowns sit on top of the Torah letters. Meaning, there's the word that God gave you. There's the knowledge there, but really there's secret knowledge on top of that knowledge that's even more mysterious and mystical than the words that God gave you. That is extremely blasphemous and antichrist. That's saying that you don't believe that God is sovereign and that there's knowledge that's even better that you can discern than what God has already given you, very plainly. It's blasphemous, really, but this is teachings of men, folks. When I read to you those passages of the rebukes to the Pharisees that Jesus said, they're very accurate, and they're still accurate. One more paragraph here. The Torah commentator of Or Chaim explains that although the entire Torah was given to Moses at Sinai, including its every law, Moses wasn't always told how each law may be seen in the text of the Torah itself. Many of the laws were simply given to Moses orally without source as part of the oral Torah, which of course is not true. Rabbi Akiva, however, was able to discern using the Torah's crowns, i.e. mystical things, how every single law could actually be derived from the Torah itself. Imagine. Thus, although Rabbi Akiva did not invent any new laws not known to Moses, he was able to connect the oral Torah to the written in a matter Moses himself was not aware of. So all of these are traditions of men designed to subvert the word of God and introduce the traditions and the word of man. In this case, Rabbi Akiva, which I told you would hear about quite a bit as we go through this because there is just so much that he's influenced. Now, you have several points of evidence that tie Rabbi Akiva to occultism and mystery school. You have the fact that he tied the crowns, and of course there's deep esoteric meaning to them, even more profound than the Torah. You have the Sefer Yetzirah that he wrote. You have all these gematria things, all the things we looked at before. So very obvious that even by Rabbi Akiva's day, the Jews were very much into the occult and Kabbalah and mystical religion and doing all these types of things. So what do we take from this? Well, there's a lot to take in. Take a deep breath. We're going to take it one step at a time and put this together. Remember that the evolution of language is very complex. And what I've gone through with you is just a cursory review. You could spend an entire college education going years and years to school studying, old languages. That's not what this is about. Although that would be interesting, I assume, because linguistics and the evolution of language is a very interesting topic. There's more that goes into this than meets the eye, which is what you're looking at is a history of tampering and also a pervasive conspiracy to bring the occult to the forefront. On one side, so how do we walk the narrow road with this? Because some of the stuff on Wikipedia is very tame, let's put it that way. But you can discern. You can discern from what I've shown you what the truth is. And the narrow road is this, folks. On one side, you have the academic explanation of the evolution of languages, which tells you what? Well, it tells you the Jews had historical and political upheavals that forced them into other alphabets. Paleo-Hebrew went out. They got conquered by, Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, Romans. So they adopted the Aramaic alphabet, and that influenced their writing style because they needed a way to pronounce their words, to have their religious practices going on, and to communicate the scriptures and so on. So they took Aramaic, they took Syriac alphabets, they took other things from there, and they added things like dots and things to basically have a Mishnaic Hebrew, which was, in the early part of after 70 AD, and then eventually Masoretic Hebrew, which is what they use today. So there is a necessity to create an alphabet that would convey the pronunciations because they've been dispersed so many times. So you need to understand how to pronounce these words because the vowels weren't baked into original Hebrew. So there is valid argument to say that, yeah, they needed an alphabet. They needed something, and they adopted it from Aramaic. That's very clear. Mishnaic Hebrew and Masoretic Hebrew are just Aramaic with crowns and squiggles and all this magical stuff added. So there's legitimate argument that they needed an alphabet. However, the other side, which is not easy to research, and again, you could go down this rabbit hole with all the things I've shown you, check the resources for yourself, but there's more to the story, and hopefully that's obvious. Rabbi Akiva, who was a mystic, was instrumental in the developing of Kabbalah and mystical ideas and the halakhic principles and all the laws and regulations. Basically, rabbinic Judaism is tied to all of these things. And they revere him as this basically, superhero, even better than Moses. The Ben Asher family, who were not Karaite Jews, i.e. they didn't see the Tanakh as the only authoritative word of God. They were mystics. They were into, gematria, which we documented. They were very influential in creating the Masoretic text. And they were associated with Kabbalah and mysticism. And of course, the Leningrad Codex has a magic amulet over it. That's very clear. You have other figures like Isaac Luria, who's associated with Kabbalah. He's the father of modern Kabbalah, secret knowledge, using divination like gematria and things like that. All these things go back way over. They're superimposed on the history of this alphabet being developed. The Jews have used it for magic sigils, magic amulets for centuries. That's an openly documented thing. According to their traditions, actually, the amulets don't work unless you get the crowns right. You see, so there's a deep esoteric meaning to these things, not just decoration. Then, of course, the Kabbalists have their own interpretation of the scriptures, which is, you can clearly see, for them, the interpretation, which is the crowns, tells you how to derive the interpretation, and that's on top of the Word of God. Do you get the point? So who has superiority? Well, it's the Kabbalistic interpretation. Because, well, there's the default, but then there's the real knowledge that you need to learn, which is the secret knowledge. So what's the point? Well, modern Hebrew, despite the necessity for the Jews to develop an alphabet with all of the political things going on, despite that, it is impossible to divorce modern Hebrew from the occult and mysticism. You can't. Mysticism is programmed into the alphabet. And hopefully you see that. What is definitely true and obvious that we can document, and we have documented, are the following. Modern Hebrew script is taken from Aramaic and also influenced by Syriac with all the points and squiggles to denote vowels. Modern Hebrew uses dots, dashes, crowns, and various decorations, right, that were never part of the original Hebrew alphabet, the Paleo-Hebrew, which you can see in the Samaritan script, which, of course, Samaritan has evolved a little bit too, but Paleo-Hebrew is very different. Because Paleo-Hebrew, original Hebrew, actual Hebrew, was not a mystical language, folks. It was not a mystical alphabet. It wasn't designed to be arranged in shapes and create magical elements. Are you kidding me? God would never give them that alphabet. God would never let them do that. And of course, they were rebuked and judged for those kind of things, because the Canaanites probably did those types of things. And each aspect of the various Kabbalah, like the dots, the marks, the crowns, these things are also tied to different things like the elements, the various worlds that I read you, the 4 worlds, the 5 worlds. What's the point? Well, the point is that when they're using these letters and they're doing them in the right way, and that's why the magic amulets for them in their minds work, is because they're using the magic of the Kabbalah through the 4 worlds and through manifesting these various things and programming. In their mind, they're programming reality. That's what they're doing by physically doing things in the world, which of course is a lie. You are not going to do those types of things. God is not going to let you alter reality. Now, of course, there are some things that God allows, right? The enemy has been able to counterfeit certain miracles, and God has allowed that to prove his sovereignty over them once he destroys them. But the fundamental belief behind Kabbalah is that you can be like God, that you can do certain things, and you can create your own reality and manifest your world and so on and so forth. So it's also associated to the 4 elements. You saw that with the fire, water, wind, and earth, the tarot cards, the people who are in the occult, witches, warlocks, they love this kind of stuff. They love the tetragrammaton. And of course, they love it not because it's the name of God, but because they can be like God in their mind and invoke the power of God. But of course, they're not invoking the power of God at all. God would never allow such a thing. But demons can masquerade as angels of light and give people certain results and effects and deceive them into thinking that they are invoking the power of God. Numbers also weren't part of the original Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, meaning numbers and letters didn't have number equivalents that you could just add up and create alternative meanings, right? So they didn't have number equivalents, and numbers didn't have meanings to them. Okay, this is gematria. This was not part of original Hebrew. That comes from Babylon, numerology, and so on. Remember, the Babylonians were rebuked for these kind of things. History pinpoints that this happened in the 1st century BC, where you had influence of Hellen. When I say this, I mean gematria. Gematria, the first earliest recorded use was 78 BC, which is right around the time when the Greeks were Hellenizing the Jews, and the Romans, of course, the Romans had taken over by that point. But either way, the Romans were doing things like that too. Look, everybody was pagan and under the mystery religion. And so numerology, gematria, it all comes from Babylon. It's all dated back there. It doesn't come from the 700s BC or 800s BC, because Paleo-Hebrew had no reason to do that. So these things are very easy to isolate. And of course, today people are using gematria. Of course, the 17th letter of the alphabet and Trump and all these things, and say, look, if you do this in the gematria calculator, it says this and this. Do you realize you are playing into the kabbalistic rabbinical system when you're doing these types of things? And listen, anybody even with the King James only stuff, folks, look, you need to abandon this King James only stuff. And if you're going to insist on it, then you need to think of better and more clever arguments than, well, look, the King James only says this, and this adds up to this, and it's 7 times the word of God, and this and that. You cannot use numerology as the basis for why something should be inspired or legitimate. That's nonsense. You're basically aligning with Talmudic tradition. Christians never did such things, nor did God expect you to do such things to validate his word. You validate his word because it's the truth, and you read it and you understand it, and you see that it's true. It is true that you cannot be made right with God, who is a perfect judge, unless you pay. So that's the bad news, folks. The gospel gives you the good news, which is that Jesus paid for your sins, and he's perfect, he's sinless, and he's also God, which makes sense because now God's name could be vindicated as a perfect judge. And he can prove his righteousness through the crucifixion of Christ, while also giving you a way to have a payment for your sins. That makes sense. It's true. It's true if you understand who God is. So you don't need to do all these numerological divinations and things. He's given you prophecy. You interpret it according to the Bible. You use a consistent hermeneutic, which in this case is historicism. I can go from Daniel 2 all the way to Revelation 17. No problem. Very consistent hermeneutic without deviating. Dispensationalists, preterists, futurists, Jewish-focused, end times event. None of those use a consistent hermeneutic. So you don't need gematria. You don't need all these numerological things. You need to just learn how to read the Bible. All of it is there. The point is that modern Hebrew not only fulfills the standards of a magical alphabet, which we looked at earlier, it is expressly used for magic. Do you understand? The people who are the initiates, or I should say like the people who are on the inside, like that rabbi, they know what's up. You may be reading and say, oh, look, it's Hebrew, or, you listen to somebody teaching from a Hebrew and say this and that. The people who are on the inside know the real meaning of these letters. They are expressly used and created for magical purposes. Rabbis pass down secret invocation knowledge through certain, pronunciations and how you should sing a certain word to manifest a certain reality. Like all those magical amulets, they're magical amulets because they're pronounced in a certain way. Do you understand? They're vocalizing their little magic, Kabbalah magic through these amulets. And those are magical spells that they're casting and chanting. The initiates know what the secret meanings of words and the crowns and the vocalizations are, but the people who are on the outside don't. Modern Hebrew is not real Hebrew. It's a rabbinic Pharisee magical alphabet. It's used for Antichrist-related mystical activities. Combined with the changes that they made to the scriptures, which we've been documenting in this entire message, it's designed ultimately to attack Christ and to invoke their false golden age, false worldly salvation, an eternal life without Christ. That's what they're trying to do with this magic alphabet. That is the purpose of the Masoretic conspiracy, the Masoretic Psyop. You don't have to know everything, folks. You don't have to be a linguistics expert. You don't have to be an ancient Near East history expert. You don't even need to be a Bible expert. Hopefully you see the truth with everything I've presented to you. You don't need to be well-read in all these things. You just need to see patterns. See the patterns. This is why also there's a lot of misinformation about God's Old Testament name. Again, Yod-He-Vav-He, W-H-Y-H in English. Some have pointed out, for example, that Crowley, people who do Kabbalah, tarot, witchcraft, all these people use the Tetragrammaton. There you go. So it must be an evil thing. And some even people go so far as saying, see, Yahweh was an evil God, like the Gnostics believe, which is just such nonsense. That's why I want to make a whole video on another presentation on the sacred name controversy, because that's nonsense. It doesn't follow. Just because the Jews have created their own magical alphabet and are counterfeiting the name of God and trying to invoke it through rituals doesn't mean that Yahweh, the name, the sacred name, is evil, or that Yahweh in the Old Testament was another God than Jesus. Not at all. This is nonsense. People don't realize that Masoretic Hebrew is fake. It's a fake occult alphabet. It's not real Hebrew. There's no tradition of this. It hasn't stayed the same since Moses. The way the rabbis make it seem is they see this was given to Moses and through the oral tradition, and that was just kept alongside everything else. Whereas the evidence tells you clearly that this was actually created by the rabbis, especially after the 70 AD, where the temple got destroyed. So they needed to solidify their religion. And of course, they solidified it with the occult and everything else, because Judaism is a rebellion to the scriptures. It's not in alignment with the scriptures. Anyway, God's name was not written in Masoretic Hebrew. That's something you need to realize. So they're just trying to invoke God's power without actually coming to God in repentance. Because if you come to God in repentance and he gives you a new heart, then yeah, the power of God will be invoked in your life, not because of what you're doing. Being born again is like the wind. You don't know where it comes from or where it goes. But the power of God will be in your life through Jesus Christ. But they're trying to invoke the power of God outside of Jesus Christ, which of course is going to fail. All the best it's going to do is going to attract demons to deceive them, to give them some results, but of course deceive them into their own destruction. More on this in a future episode on the sacred name, but the point from all this is this, folks. You need to realize that the Masoretic text is not the best text for the Old Testament. It's not. Very clearly so, for multiple reasons. Therefore, big point, KJV onlyists, you are categorically wrong about your position. The KJV only movement is a psyop, and I will have a whole presentation on that in the near future. The KJV only psyop. But today was very important because we had to lay the groundwork for all these other future videos. I want you also to realize that the Jews are not God's chosen people. They're not this people that God has chosen, and they have this unbroken genealogy and an ancient alphabet from, as if God himself came down and wrote the crowns and all these different things. No, that's false. That's a false history, because the modern Jews are imposters. And again, that may ruffle some feathers, but this is the truth, folks. Most of the Jews today are not related to the 12 tribes of Israel because of the Edomite conversion, the countless intermarrying between the Israelites. Even when they left the Exodus, it was a mixed multitude. Then you had the Khazar conversion. Then you had the Templar invasion. You had so many things that create that now to be a Jew. Like, what does it mean to be a Jew today? It doesn't mean anything. So there's that. Of course, Judaism also is very different than the Hebrew scriptures. It's a rebellion. So what do you have in common? So they're imposters. And modern Hebrew is an imposter alphabet. It's not Hebrew. It's Masoretic Kabbalah engineered language designed to cast spells, create sigils, create amulets, create magical effects. So don't be deceived. Don't think it's the original. Don't give credit to people saying, oh, it's some broken tradition from Moses. What are you talking about? The evidence shows us very clearly how the alphabets changed and who changed them and for what purpose. I want you to realize that gematria and secret knowledge are from the devil, not from God. So do not use them. Do not listen to people that use them. Do not use them as in any sense or form to justify what you believe. Oh, look, the King James only has this number of times where it says the Holy Spirit says 777. Like, don't use those kind of arguments, folks. That's not the kind of argument that you need to build your faith on. That's weak, and of course it's wrong because it's gematria. Also realize that many end times views are based on a false kabbalistic timeline of the 6,000 years, which is designed to discredit Christ and give a false Christ or a false Messiah an open window. And most of the world believes this, unfortunately. And realize that modern creationism is also based on a false timeline. People like Answers in Genesis are sorely mistaken because they use the Masoretic text and they give power to the false timeline. So, point of the story, always do your homework, have multiple resources, and base your beliefs on evidence, folks. Weigh pro and against, try to find the narrow road, and walk it consistently. That's the point. Now, we have one more part in this before the epilogue, which is the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I want to talk about that a little bit because there's some very interesting things to talk about with the Dead Sea Scrolls. So onward to part 10. Okay, well, we're wrapping this up. We have this last part and then some final thoughts that I want to put together. But this is on the Dead Sea Scrolls. I had a few things that I want to show you about the Dead Sea Scrolls because they've been a very popular thing. People have talked about them. Very influential, obviously. A lot of people hold these scrolls up as absolute proof of the Bible, of Hebrew, of, basically the Jews being God's chosen people and so on and so forth. But as is the case with everything else, we need to walk the narrow road and there's more to the story. So let's read a little bit about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Here they are on Wikipedia, and they're very famous, of course. The Dead Sea Scrolls, also the Qumran Cave Scrolls, are a set of ancient Jewish manuscripts from the Second Temple period. They were discovered over a period of 10 years between 1946, remember this date, and 1956 at the Qumran Caves near the Ain Fekshah in the West Bank on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. Dating from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD, the Dead Sea Scrolls include the oldest surviving manuscripts of entire books, later included in the biblical canons, along with extra-biblical and deuterocanonical manuscripts from the Second Temple Judaism. At the same time, they cast new light on the emergence of Christianity and the end of rabbinic Judaism. Almost all of the 15,000 scrolls and scroll fragments are held in the Shrine of the Book at the Israel Museum, located in the city of Jerusalem. The Israeli government's custody of the Dead Sea Scrolls is disputed by Jordan and the Palestinian Authority on territorial, legal, and humanitarian grounds. They were mostly discovered following the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank and were acquired by Israel after Jordan lost the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. Whilst Israel's claims are primarily based on historical and religious grounds, given their significance in Jewish history and the heritage of Judaism. So they're very important for the state of Israel. Keep that in mind. That's a very important detail. Most of the manuscripts are written in Hebrew, with some written in Aramaic. Now, when it says Hebrew, we have to raise a Fennec fox here and say, what do you mean by Hebrew? Because there's Paleo-Hebrew, Mishnaic Hebrew, Masoretic Hebrew. What are we talking about? At what point are we talking about with Hebrew? And this is the point of today. Yada yada, and a few Greek discoveries from the Judean desert, and add Latin from Masada and Arabic. So it's got Latin, Greek, Arabic, Aramaic, and quote-unquote Hebrew. Most of the texts are written on parchment, very important, some on papyrus, and one on copper. Through scholarly consensus, dates the Dead Sea Scrolls to between the 3rd century BC and the 1st century AD, which you will learn I'm very skeptical of. There are manuscripts from associated Judean desert sites that are dated to as early as the 8th century BC and as late as the 11th century AD. So a large range of dates in the particular place that they found. Bronze coins found at the same sites from a series beginning with John Hyrcanus, a ruler of the Hasmonean kingdom, and continuing into the period of the First Jewish-Roman War, which was 70 AD approximately, supporting the paleography and radiocarbon dating of the scrolls. So, this is where they were found in these caves. Obviously, you probably know that by now, but very interesting that the Dead Sea Scrolls were a very big find. And also, the time that they were found, which is very interesting. We'll be talking about that a little bit as well. But most of the time, the sections in the Dead Sea Scrolls agree with the Septuagint. So, that's a good thing. Although people still don't use the Septuagint, thanks to the KJV only movement who's demonized it. But it's been useful to prove the Septuagint either way. So that's very important. However, there are some things that we need to be aware of, which is the following. If I can open this up. This is from pbs.org, and it is the mystery and the meaning of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Very important. There's a lot to read here, but it says, beginning in 1953, an international team of young scholars were assembled in Jerusalem under Jordanian auspices to sort out these thousands of fragments. Most of the 7-man team, which included no Jews, were Catholic priests. That's interesting. In retrospect, their accomplishments were remarkable. While the task of identifying fragments will never be completed, even today new pieces are being fit into puzzles, which we'll have to watch and see if this develops into anything, but either way, we'll talk about this a little bit later. By 1960, this team of scholars had not only identified the pieces of the 800 documents and arranged them as well as they could, they had also deciphered and transcribed them so that they could be easily read. Very interesting situation, but most of the team was the Catholic priests, so the Vatican was very quick to have its grubby little paws on there, and that's something to be aware of. They're also mostly written on vermilion sheepskin. Why is that significant? Well, let's learn about sheepskin. This is from archaeology.org. According to a Science News report, a molecular biologist, Oded Rekavi of Tel Aviv University, and his colleagues analyzed animal DNA obtained from 26 Dead Sea Scroll fragments in order to study the possible origins of the ancient parchments. After they excluded the DNA left behind by people who handled the scrolls, the researchers determined that 2 of the fragments were made from cow skin, and the rest were made from sheepskin. Further analysis of mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA indicates that 8 of the fragments came from closely related sheep, which suggests these documents were all produced in the same place. Okay, interesting. Nothing really super controversial about that, but definitely something to slot in the back of your mind. This is an article from SciTech Daily. Medieval lawyers wrote on sheepskin parchment because it helped prevent fraud. Here's a parchment, which is very interesting. Lawyers used sheepskin as anti-fraud device for hundreds of years to stop fraudsters pulling the wool over people's eyes, study shows. Medieval and early modern lawyers chose to write on sheepskin parchment because it helped prevent fraud, a new analysis suggests. Experts have identified the species of animals used for British legal documents dating from the 13th to the 20th century, and have discovered they were almost always written on sheepskin rather than goatskin or calfskin. This may have been because the structure of sheepskin made attempts to remove or modify text obvious. So sheepskin has some very interesting properties to it because of the fat in the skin, apparently. But anyway, there's that. So sheepskin was very much used in the Middle Ages to do certain things and to prevent fraud and so on, to make things look authentic. Keep that in mind. This is Wikipedia. We're reading about parchment. Parchment is a writing material made from specially prepared untanned skins of animals, primarily sheep, calves, and goats. It has been used as a writing medium for over 2 millennia. Vellum is a finer quality parchment made from the skin of young animals, such as lambs and young calves. It's sometimes called animal membrane by libraries and museums that wish to avoid distinguishing between parchment and more restricted term vellum. So this is how it's made. Very interesting thing. It's been used for quite a while. Now we're going to read about history of parchment. By the 4th century AD, in cultures that traditionally used papyrus for writing, parchment began to become the new standard for use in the manufacturing important books. So parchment was used, but by the 4th century, it was the dominant way of doing things, which already puts us outside of the dates arrived at for the Dead Sea Scrolls, if we're talking about the parchment being from the time that it was commonly used. And most works which wished to be preserved were eventually moved from papyrus to parchment. In the later Middle Ages, especially the 15th century, parchment was largely replaced by paper for most uses except luxury manuscripts, some of which were also on paper. New techniques in paper milling allowed it to be much cheaper than parchment. It was made of textile rags and very high quality. Following the arrival of printing in the later 15th century, the supply of animal skins for parchment could not keep up with the demand for printers. So by the 15th century, 1400s, 1500s, parchment went out of style. So from about 300 AD to about 1400 AD, give or take, parchment was king. That's very important. It's very important to understand that time range. A couple things here, a couple pictures you can see, these various things that people would use. So very interesting little bit of history. So what does this all tell us? Well, it's not absolute proof that the Dead Sea Scrolls are not as old as they're telling us, meaning they're younger in that case. It's not absolute proof because some of the documents were papyrus, and parchment and papyrus were running side by side for a while. However, parchment did win over papyrus by the 4th century, around the 300s, and it was until the 14th century or the 1300s or so when paper started to come into play. So parchment had a pretty long time that it was being used, especially sheepskin, which is very important, because some have commented that this is a significant detail. If parchments were created during a popular time, meaning if the parchments of the Dead Sea Scrolls that they discovered were actually created during when parchment was being used, then they're much younger than what they're attesting to. So this is a very important thing. Right off the bat, that's an interesting detail. Again, it's not absolute proof, but it's just one thing I want you to pin. So we have 2 pins now. We have the Vatican was immediately all over it. It was discovered, actually probably 3 pins, I guess, if you want to include the discovery time. It was discovered right around the state of Israel being created, which legitimizes certain things. The Vatican was all over it, and it was written mostly on vermilion sheepskin, which that's interesting. That's an interesting detail. So far, there's some interesting details. Just pin them on a board and see what happens. Now, another thing is that the script of these things is in Mishnaic Hebrew. This is the Damascus document. Ancient Hebrew text known from both the Cairo Geniza and the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is considered one of the foundational documents of the ancient Jewish community of Qumran, the Damascus document. So if you look at this picture, does that look like, what does that look like? Well, it looks like Mishnaic Hebrew. It looks like Hebrew that was in circulation, after the temple was destroyed, which is very interesting. Again, just adding these things to the list. If you go to Google and you type in how old is the Damascus document, you get some interesting things. It says Damascus document is a collection of rules and instructions that was copied from earlier Hebrew source in the 10th century. The document was discovered in 1897 by Solomon Schechter, a storeroom in Old Cairo, and he dated the fragments to the 10th and 11th, 12th centuries. So the document they found is a copy of an older document, but they're saying it's a 10th century document that was copied from an earlier Hebrew source. So they don't have the actual Hebrew source, but they're saying, okay, this is part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's super old. So it's a little confusing, to be honest with you. But the Damascus document is the 10th century, and it has that Hebrew writing on it that you saw. It's very square script. So it proves to you that it's not that old, what they're looking at. This is the temple scroll. It's got the same kind of writing. Look, same kind of writing. So if it's got the same kind of writing, look, you can see the little crowns on there. You can see the esoteric alphabet already shaping up. And the question is, if it's got the same kind of writing in the Damascus scroll is from the 10th century, and they're saying that this is from, what does it say? Well, we'll read about it in a second, but they say it's much younger. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't add up. Now, this temple scroll was one of the discoveries of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It describes a Jewish temple. Ding, ding, ding. Along with extensive detailed regulations about sacrifices and temple practices. The document is written in the form of a revelation from God to Moses, a revelation that is outside of the revelation of the Bible, thereby with the intended meaning that this is the more appropriate temple which was revealed to Moses, and that Moses' instructions were either forgotten or ignored when Solomon built the first temple in Jerusalem. So there you go. I guess we have to build a third temple and make it right. Do you see where this is going? In other words, in the mind of the scroll writer, Solomon should have actually built the first temple as it is described in the temple scroll, which of course is just rabbinic Judaism. Kabbalah, false Christ, false rabbinic age, golden age, third temple, this narrative that they've been on for hundreds and hundreds of years. Because again, if you look at the text, how it's written, it's not Paleo-Hebrew, I can tell you that. And it's not like Aramaic. I mean, it's definitely, you can see the characters are very new compared to modern Hebrew, quote-unquote Hebrew. And if you type in how old is the temple scroll in Google, let's see a different color for these highlights because you can't see it. There we go. The temple scroll is a Dead Sea Scroll that is dated to the 1st century BC and 1st century CE. Okay, between like 90 BC and before the first like 100 AD, in that period of time, with that kind of writing, that's strange. The scroll is written on parchment and is 24 to 26 inches high and 840 centimeters long. So it's written on parchment, which again, parchment really became a dominant in the 4th century. And it's got writing that is very akin to modern Hebrew, which is Mishnaic or Masoretic Hebrew. So this is very interesting. Another one says, most scholars believe that all three manuscripts are copies of an original work composed in the land of Israel in the second half of the 2nd century, after 120 BC, perhaps during the rule of John Hyrcanus. So they say, okay, well, maybe it's a copy. I don't know. It's very confusing, to be honest with you. There's a lot of confusion with this whole Dead Sea stuff. Either way, something doesn't check out. If we click to examine the scroll, see, look at this. You can examine it. We can just drag this, I think. Yeah, we can drag it. See, you can examine this for yourself. This is dss.collections.imj.org.il/temple. You can examine the temple scroll for yourself. Look, does that look like writing that was, in the 1st century BC? I don't think so, folks. And the fact that it has to deal with a perfect temple, and it was supposedly discovered, right when the state of Israel was formed, and that was basically propelling Zionism and Christian Zionism and dispensationalism and the Great Delusion forward. It just seems too well-timed to me, ultimately. It just seems too well-timed, just too convenient. Let's look at another one. This is another thing. Okay. Well, we have one more point to look at. But so what's the point with the ones we just looked at? Well, these scripts are not from 200 BC. They're not. They're not from 100 BC. In 100 AD, The Nabatean and Aramaic scripts were what influenced the Hebrew Mishnaic script. So the Mishnaic alphabet developed after 100 AD. And of course, these are written on parchment also, which again suggests a later date. Now, parchment doesn't exclusively mean in the 4th century or beyond that, because parchment was used, but you just add one and one together with the alphabet and the parchment and the timing of everything. I'm just very suspect of it. I'm not presenting absolute proof. I'm out with that right now from the very beginning, but I'm very suspect of it. And of course, again, the scroll was found with a mention of the temple that should have been built. So we will have to watch this and see if they use any of these Dead Sea Scrolls as part of the Great Delusion narrative when the third temple starts getting back in the news cycles. Right now, with all this Israel stuff at the time of this video, they're still fighting and conflicting with one another. I'm sure that there will have to be a peace deal, or maybe they're going to go with the third temple and make the Middle East explode in conflict, and that will be what brings the peace deal. But either way, they will build the third temple, folks. So it'll be interesting to see, now that you understand how the Dead Sea Scrolls falls into this, if there's going to be a relationship there. Like if, for example, they pull this temple scroll up and say, see, this was the revelation given to God, or given to Moses by God, that we need to build this temple, and this is going to be the temple. That would be interesting. That would for sure be another piece of evidence to say that this was definitely choreographed. There's also the issue with Dr. Strugnell, and let's read about him a little bit. Dr. Strugnell was a famous figure on this particular topic. And he was, he was born May 1930. He died in 2007. He was English professor emeritus at Harvard Divinity School and a former editor-in-chief of the Dead Sea Scrolls Project. Strugnell became, at 23, the youngest member of the team of scholars led by Roland de Vaux, formed in 1954 to edit the Dead Sea Scrolls in Jerusalem. He was studying Oriental languages at Jesus College, and at Sir Godfrey Rolls Driver, a lecturer in Semitic philology, nominated him to join the Scrolls editorial team. Although Strugnell had no previous experience in paleography, he learned very quickly how to read the scrolls. He would be involved in the Dead Sea Scrolls project for more than 40 years. Very significant person in this project. Now, if we go down to the Haaretz interview controversy. In 1990, Strugnell gave an interview to Haaretz in which he said that Judaism was a horrible religion which should not exist. He also said that Judaism was a Christian heresy, and we deal with our heretics in different ways. You are a phenomenon that we haven't managed to convert, and we should have managed. There was immediate condemnation of his comments, including an editorial in the New York Times as a result of the interview. Strugnell was forced to take early retirement on medical grounds at Harvard, and he was removed from his editorial post on the Scrolls Project by the Israel Antiquities Authority, which cited his deteriorating health as a reason for his removal. Strugnell later said that he was suffering from stress-induced alcoholism and manic depression when he gave the interview. He insisted that his remarks were taken out of context and that he meant horrible only in the Miltonian sense of deplored in antiquity. In a 2007 interview in Biblical Archaeology Review, Frank Moore Cross said that despite Strugnell's comments, which were based on a theological argument of the early church fathers that Christianity superseded Judaism, remember what the church fathers felt about the Jews, Strugnell had very friendly relationships with a number of Jewish scholars, some of whom signed a letter of support for him, which was published in the Chicago Tribune in 1991. Aftermath. Strugnell had come increasingly under controversy for his slow progress in publishing the scrolls and his refusal to give scholars free access to the unpublished scrolls. Yeah, they took a long time to actually publish these scrolls, which is also another fishy thing. Some argue the removal of Strugnell from his editorial post ended the more than 3-decade blockade that he and other Harvard-educated scholars, such as Notre Dame's Eugene Ulrich, had maintained to keep the other scholars from accessing the scrolls. The blockade on the publication of the scrolls effected by Strugnell and other members of Harvard's academic community was broken by the combined efforts of Herschel Shanks of the Biblical Archaeology Review, who had personally waged a 15-year campaign to release the scrolls, and Ben Zion, watchholder of Hebrew Union College, along with his student Martin Abegg, who published the first facsimile of the suppressed scrolls in 1991. Strugnell insisted that he tried to publish the scrolls as quickly as he could, but that his team was the limiting factor. Shortly after Strugnell was dismissed from his post, he was institutionalized in McLean Hospital for a period. At the time of his death, he was professor emeritus at Harvard Divinity School. So, very interesting situation. I'm sure there's probably more to the story. But why is it interesting? Well, Dr. Strignell was a leading person on this project for 40 years. He was the only one that wasn't a Catholic or Orthodox Jew involved with any of this. Yet he was removed because of this controversy and spiraled into alcoholism, and he died discredited. And of course, there were people who supported him, but very interesting that there was a blockade. They didn't want to release it. He had some things to say against the Jews. Then they created this controversy. They kicked him out of the project, and he was the only one that wasn't a Catholic or an Orthodox Jew. Very, very interesting. And again, combined with all the other things and how long it took him to publish the findings, which is decades, and of course the exclusivity of the Vatican over the whole thing, it's just very fishy, folks. It's very fishy. Now, there's one more pin in our board that we want to draw them before we draw the lines between. And of course, that's the Copper Scroll. And we're going to read about the Copper Scroll here. The Copper Scroll is one of the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the cave, yada yada, but differs significantly from the others. Whereas the other scrolls are written on parchment or papyrus, this scroll is written on metal. Copper mixed with about 1% tin. Although no metallic copper remained in the strips, the action of the centuries had been to convert the metal into brittle oxide. Now, if you know how copper oxidizes, it turns blue. This doesn't look oxidized to me, which again is just very strange. The so-called scrolls of copper were in reality two separate sections of what was originally a single scroll about 2.4 meters in length. Unlike the others, it is not a literary work, but a list of 64 places where various items of gold and silver are buried or hidden. Keep that in mind. It differs from the other scrolls in its Hebrew, quote-unquote Hebrew, closer to the language of the Mishnah than to the literary Hebrew of the other scrolls, though it shares some language characteristics. Its orthography, paleography, and date, possibly overlapping to the other Qumran scripts, yada yada. So, history. While most of the Dead Sea Scrolls were found by the Bedouins, the Copper Scroll was discovered by an archaeologist. The scroll on the 2 rolls of copper was found in March 1952 at the back of the Cave 3 at Qumran. It was the last of the 15 scrolls discovered in the cave and is thus referred to as 3Q15. The corroded metal could not be unrolled by unconventional means, and so the Jordanian government sent it to Manchester University's College of Technology in England, on the recommendation of English archaeologist of the Dead Sea Scrolls John Allegro, for it to be cut into sections, allowing the text to be read. He arranged for the university's professor Baker to cut the siege into 23 strips in 1955 and 1956. It then became clear that the scrolls were part of the same document. Allegro, who also supervised the opening of the scroll, transcribed its contents immediately. Very interesting situation here. Dating. Scholarly estimates of the probable date range of the Copper Scroll vary. Frank Cross proposes the period from 25 to 75 AD on paleographical grounds, while William Albright suggests 70 to 135 AD. Manfred Lehmann put forward a similar age date range to Albright, arguing that the treasure was principally the money accumulated between the First Jewish-Roman War and the Bar Kokhba revolt, while the temple lay in ruins. Kyle McCharter, Albert Wolters, David Wilmot, and Judah Lefkowitz all agree that the scroll originated around 70 AD. Contrarily, Emil Puek argues that the Copper Scroll could not have been deposited behind 40 jars after they were already in place, so the scroll predates 68 AD. Joseph Millick proposed that the scroll was written around 100 AD. If this dating is correct, it would mean that the scroll did not come from the Qumran community, because the settlement had been destroyed by the Romans decades earlier. That's also an interesting point. Maybe it's not from Qumran. Language and writing style. The style of writing is unusual, different from the other scrolls. It is written in a style similar to Mishnaic Hebrew. When was Mishnaic Hebrew on? Let's look at it really quick. Here we go. You can see. What does that look like? Doesn't look like Paleo Hebrew or anything older. It looks a little bit newer to me. But who am I to say anything? While Hebrew is a well-known language, the majority of ancient Hebrew texts in which the language is studied is generally biblical in nature, which the Copper Scroll is not. As a result, most of the vocabulary is simply not found in the Bible or anything else we have from ancient times. The orthography is unusual, the script having the features resulting from being written on copper with hammer and chisel. There's also the anomaly of the 7 of the location names are followed by a group of 2 or 3 Greek letters, thought by some to represent numerical values. Possibly gematria, maybe? Also, the clauses within the scroll mark intriguing parallels to that of Greek inventories. From the Greek temple of Apollo. This similarity to the Greek inventories would suggest that the scroll is in fact an authentic temple inventory. Very different scroll. Some scholars believe that the difficulty in deciphering the text is perhaps due to it having been copied from another original document by an illiterate scribe who did not speak the language in which the scroll was written, or at least was not familiar. As Milik puts it, the scribe, quote, uses the forms and ligature of the cursive script along with formal letters, and often confuses graphically several letters of the formal hand. As a result, it has made translation and understanding the text difficult. So, supposedly, they think it might even be an illiterate scribe who was maybe rushing to do this for some reason. So there's very interesting things with this copper scroll. Something is very strange. It's not adding up. Just a strange piece of the puzzle, because it's strange as they cut this into multiple pieces, banged out the fragments together, and soldered it back as if it, if it was just some thing that was made yesterday. This is an ancient artifact, and you're ripping it to shreds and soldering and hammering it. This doesn't seem right. Also, the script is not from the 1st century. It's newer. Even they admit that. Even though they're trying to date it, even the oldest date was like 100 AD, which doesn't make sense given the script that's written. It's also strange that it's not fully corroded, even though that area is covered in like humidity and salty air. 2,000 years? Copper would have been completely oxidized and blue. But it's not. So something is not adding up here, folks. It's not adding up. The conclusion is that there are several reasons to be skeptical of these Dead Sea Scrolls being from 300 BC or whatever to 100 AD. There's some skepticism, I think, that's healthy there. It's difficult to know exactly what happened, but some people have suggested a Templar conspiracy. So what is the Templar conspiracy? Well, I am not saying that this is absolute fact, but it does seem to fit the narrative of everything else very nicely, to some degree. It would not surprise me if it were true to some extent, but I'm just presenting it to you because I think it's interesting. Some have brought up the possibility that the Templars were involved through the Crusades. Of course, during the Crusades, the Templars took over Jerusalem around 1000 AD, and this is also around the time that the Masoretes composed the Leningrad Codex. But anyway, the Templars got involved with the Kabbalah and all this esoteric knowledge and discovering ancient texts and basically practicing very occult activities. We know because when the Templars were disbanded, they were disbanded because of reports of satanic rituals, orgies, all kinds of occult activity, and just evil behavior. So the Templars are also the source of secret societies. This is how the Freemasons began. Others, like the Jesuits, the Illuminati, all these things come from the mystery religion. And of course, if you understand Revelation 13:2, the dragon gave the beast its great authority and power and its throne. What does that mean? Well, that means that Satan in the church age chose a particular vehicle to actualize all of the mystery cults and religion. And that is the Catholic Church through the papacy, the God King, the Pope, as the top of that system. And as a result, Satan had to weave all the threads that he had created back into a particular vehicle. So that's why you start to see over time all of these threads weaving into one. It's very clever. You see Kabbalah, you see the Crusaders, then you see that influencing secret societies. Everything is just weaving into one reality. And of course, that reality is going to be the counterfeit Christian reality. It's the Catholic reality. But either way, the Templars probably needed evidence to legitimize their claim over the Holy Land to the Pope and say, look, we found evidence. We have to be here. So they probably took some Jewish Pharisee and made them write these documents. That way, there would be proof of the discoveries and proof that God wanted the Catholic Church to be there. Of course, the surrounding area was Muslim, and there's no access to papyrus at the time, and it was certainly not being used at all, really, because you had parchment. So they had sheepskin, and they used sheepskin. We also know, this is very well documented, that Rome is very well known for its multiple forgeries. So many forgeries have come out of Rome, like the donation of Constantine, if you know about that the popes used for 400 years to appeal to their authority, which, by the way, is an argument against them because they used the donation of Constantine, which was a forgery, but they used it for hundreds of years to appeal to their godly authority. And the donation of Constantine calls the Pope the Vicarius Filii Dei, Vicar of Christ on earth. So anyway, that's a forgery. The Shroud of Turin, if you know about that, countless art forgeries in the Renaissance and all these things, the books forgeries. There's so many forgeries that came out of Rome. It's the capital of forgeries. And so that's something that's very suspect that we know. We also know the Qumran area was very well traveled, which is very strange that nobody discovered these in 2,000 years. Nobody discovered them. So they probably had somebody guarding it in some more form or fashion. 1946 was the first discovery. And of course, 2 years later, 1948, the state of Israel was created. Suddenly now, this discovery was revealed by a shepherd boy, and there's this biblical significance to the land of Israel. It's just too convenient, folks. It's too convenient. It's too well-timed. So what were the motives? Well, there's definitely motive too as well, to make money off scholars, magazines, basically movie rights, documentaries. The Dead Sea Scrolls have been a huge success from a business perspective. Of course, they waited several decades to release them and to build anticipation, and now they've milked them quite a bit. Also, possibly to legitimize the state of Israel as the Holy Land, beef up dispensationalism, the whole Third Temple narrative and things like that. It's not 100% obvious, and like I said, I'm not saying that this is the absolute truth. I'm really not. I'm just saying it's interesting, and it fits the narrative, and it's possible. There's not enough evidence, I think, yet to make a conclusive decision. However, there's enough evidence, I believe, from the things I presented you with the Dead Sea Scrolls to be skeptical. I mean, again, the Vatican got its paws all over it. That tells you right away that you should be skeptical of what you hear about these things. If there was a conspiracy in the 11th century with the Templars, I don't think that there would be a connection to it today. Meaning they probably could, if the Templars did do something, and they created these things, they did it to legitimize their claim over the Holy Land. Then it got forgotten about. And if anything, they are the current powers, the Vatican, cashed in on that treasure trove to basically legitimize the state of Israel and further their agenda with the whole Third Temple narrative and futurist narrative. That would be what I could see happening. I don't see the conspiracy starting with the Templars and they're planning, like 1,000 years ahead, they're going to release this and fool the world. I don't think that would be the case. I think very likely if there was an issue with the Templars, they would have done something to legitimize their hold over the Holy Land. And, it got forgotten about. And then, of course, the Vatican knows about it. So they decided to cash that one in with the whole State of Israel thing. And so now people are all about the State of Israel. So either way, what will be interesting to see is if they do anything with this Dead Sea Scrolls or the Temple Scroll or anything like that in the future. That will be the interesting thing, because if they do, then you know that this is choreographed. Absolutely. So ultimately, to me, all the evidence I've shown you, it's definitely, I'm skeptical. It's something to be skeptical of. I don't have an absolute answer for you as to what they are. But the important point is this, folks. Everything that you learn, take with a grain of salt and learn to be a Berean. Learn to test everything with scripture, with history, with science. Test. Be a tester. Do not take somebody's word for it. Test. That's why I make these videos so long and in-depth, because I want you to see the evidence rather than taking my words for it. And if I do comment on something, I'm commenting on something that I've backed up with plenty of evidence, and hopefully you see that. So on to, now that we've finished all of these things, now on to the epilogue. Let's get some final thoughts in this and wrap it up. All right. Well, welcome to the end. I hope this was edifying for you. I hope this was an exciting journey through history and through scripture and through many things that probably you didn't know about, because I certainly didn't, as I dove into this topic to put it together for you. So it's been very fun for me. I hope it's been edifying for you and hope it's given you some resources to engage with others who are not yet edified. I want to offer you a couple of final thoughts in this section to wrap this up. There's probably much more to study with this topic, but now you have enough information that you are not deceived and that you have discernment in your conversations and you know where to look. And again, you have the references for this particular presentation in the resources page that you can use. You can cite for yourself and look at yourself and present them to others, like those, those magical amulets that we looked at. That's easy evidence that what you're dealing with is not real Hebrew. But the real thing is this: I'm happy now that we've gone through this, because ultimately you have the tools at your disposal to not be deceived by very important things that are going out into the world right now, like KJV onlyism, like gematria or numerology, whether it's in Hebrew or English or whatever other language, or dispensationalism or Jewish-focused ideologies or eschatology. To not be deceived or swayed by anyone promoting Jewish traditions over Scripture. Oh, well, the rabbis say this. Well, so what? I don't care what the rabbis said. I care what the Word of God says. And, of course, many other things that are in that same vein. My goal is to give you enough evidence to help you walk the narrow road, as usual. One thing you want to understand, I'm not condemning Bibles that are using the Masoretic text. I use the ESV, as you can clearly tell. I use the ESV and the KJV too. I think they're great translations. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. They are not perfect. And so this is the point. The narrow road is Bible translations have errors in them. As you can see, the KJV has an error, actually has multiple errors because it takes the Masoretic text. That doesn't mean the Bible is corrupt. The Bible and translations are two very different things. You can read multiple Bibles and you can glean different things from them. You don't need to stick to one Bible. And in fact, idolizing one translation over the others is really just idolatry. That's what KJV onlyism is. They have no basis for elevating the KJV over other translations. And of course, we will have an entire deep dive with much more information on the KJV in a future video. But today, people are all about the KJV only movement, as if basically Jesus came down and hand wrote the KJV. Isn't that similar to what the Talmudic rabbis believe? That God gave the crowns to Moses and so on. There's some similarities there if you catch them. They're very profound. Look, KJV is just a translation. It's not the Bible. It's a translation of the Bible. It's like any other translation. It's going to have poor translation choices. It's going to have maybe even some errors. Doesn't mean the Bible is error, because the original revelation is perfect. Most literal translations do a good job, like the ESV, KJV, NASB, and so on, but they are translations. The KJV has many poor translation choices, like poor word choices that could have been worded better, and even errors. And this is proof. This is proof that you saw today that verbal inspiration, i.e. that the words of the KJV Bible are perfect and without error, that's not right, because I've shown you plenty of errors in the KJV, and therefore verbal inspiration doesn't exist, and therefore KJV onlyism is refuted. Verbal inspiration is just like Talmudic Judaism, where you have to have it has to be pronounced in a certain way, otherwise you can't get the effect. That's exactly what KJV onlyism is. It's Talmudic. It has the same spirit as Talmudic Judaism. If that sounds crazy to you, then you need to put them side by side and really compare, and that's what we're going to do in that future video. But anyway, I want you to remember a couple things. Do not confuse translation with the Bible. You got to make that distinction. The Bible is the perfect revelation that God revealed about himself to mankind, and translations are something that are produced by mankind in response to that revelation, because there's different languages. There's always going to be a barrier of interpretation. Even if you had the perfect manuscripts in the original language and you could speak fluently, does that guarantee that you're going to have perfect interpretation? No. And if you realize that, then you realize this KJV only thing is just ridiculous, because the Pharisees had the scriptures, better scriptures than you and I had as far as language, and they spoke original language. They even spoke Hebrew, like Paleo-Hebrew. They knew how to write it. They were very well trained. And yet, they couldn't recognize their own Messiah. So that should tell you everything, and yet people today still follow in their footsteps with this legalistic KJV only stuff. What's the point? Well, the point is learn to interpret and learn to study. And that involves multiple sources, multiple pieces of evidence, multiple threads. This is what we do. We put the pins on the board and then we draw the line between the pins. If you don't have the patience to put the pins on the board, you're never going to arrive at the truth. If you just want one pin, oh, there you go, that pin's the truth. Well, what if it's not? What if that pin's an outlier? You got to put samples. This is scientific thinking, folks. Funny story. Seemed a little random, but it's not. I wanted to share this story with you. But when I used to compete with my dance students, they always would put the emphasis on their clothes, on their shoes, on their rhinestone dresses, on their makeup, on all these external things. And what I would teach them through the process is that ultimately, look, these things can be important at some point, but what really matters is if you can move, if you're confident, if you have a relationship with your body and you know how to move, you know your choreography, you know what you're doing, you know where your body weight is, you have confidence so that you could dance in sneakers if you had to and still feel attractive and good and skillful, right? So yes, the superficial things can help, but they're not your foundation. And people, they would, I want my 3-inch heels, I want my rhinestone dress, I want this and that. If you don't know how to stay on time, which is one of your basics, right? If you don't have your basics down, if you can't be on time with the music, you could have the most expensive shoes and dress and rhinestones and makeup on earth. It's not going to make a difference. You're not on time. You're disqualified. So that seems like a random story, but it's actually very relevant. Because the same is with Bible translations. It's not about the translation, folks. Ooh, I have the 1611, exclusive edition, yada, yada translation. It's not about the translation. It's really not. There are more useful than others translations because, again, some of them use dynamic equivalents or thought for thought, whereas some of them are more word for word or literal, like the ESV, KJV, and NASB. NLT, for example, New Living Translation, is very dynamic equivalence, thought for thought. So it paraphrases a lot. It's not a good translation. I don't think it's a horrible translation, meaning you shouldn't read it, but I don't think it's a good one either. Personally, I would prefer a literal translation. I think that arrives at the meaning much better. But the point is this, if you have technique, then you can use even something like the Passion or the Message and understand what it's trying to say. Now, look, I'm not recommending the Passion or the Message. They're horrible. Those are horrible translations. I don't even think you can call them translations. But my point is, if you have skill, you can't, 3-inch heels are not going to help you. Rhinestones are not going to help you. Makeup is not going to help you. If you can't dance, if you can't move, if you can't stay on time, none of that stuff is going to help you. Same thing with your Bible reading. If you don't have an idea of how to interpret using consistent hermeneutics, of how to read in context, all these other important things, then your translation is not going to help you. It's not going to make that big of a difference, whether you have a 1611 KJV or an ESV. But KJV onlyists make it seem like, the ESV is a corrupt Bible. It's evil. You shouldn't read it. Otherwise, you'll never get the meaning. Are you kidding me? I've been using the ESV just fine. I use a lot of other translations too. But the point is your skill and your technique. It's not the translation. There are two things that intersect, folks. This is the dance of life in all things. And in terms of the topic at hand, you have the interpreter and the translator. The translator's role is to convey the original meaning, which is the Bible. The Bible is the revelation that God gave to man. That's the original meaning. That's the translator's role, is to convey that original meaning. The interpreter's role is to discern the Bible, meaning to discern the meaning from what is being translated. They both meet together in this little dance. You see the point? The translator's job is not, the translator can't force you to understand the meaning, even if it's perfectly translated, which of course there's no such thing as a perfect translation, but even if it's optimally translated, let's put it that way, it's not going to guarantee that you interpret it correctly, obviously. And even if you are a very good interpreter, sometimes the translation can be really poor. And without other context, i.e. reading other translations, reading interlinear, reading previous records, it won't even occur to you that maybe you're interpreting something wrong. Like, for example, the 2300 days in Daniel. How would you ever know that it's actually 2400 days unless you compared it with the Septuagint? And you have a reason to believe, actually lots of reasons, to believe that the Septuagint is the superior translation. Therefore, it's very likely that it's actually 2,400 days. Well, there goes your entire eschatology, Seventh-day Adventists, who pride themselves on good hermeneutics. Well, there you go. Because you didn't use another translation to compare, now you have an entire eschatology that crumbles because it never occurred to you. So this is the dance, folks. It's the dance of life. It comes to life when you meet the translators and the interpreters together. That's the dance. And unless you're willing to do that dance, you can't rely on the translator to spoon-feed you the meaning. So the question is, why do today's Bibles use the Masoretic text? After everything we've covered, and all the conspiracies and all the psyops and everything else, why is the Masoretic text still the preferred text? Well, that's why I call this the Masoretic psyop. Because there's evidence of Jewish tampering. There's evidence the Masoretic Hebrew alphabet is connected to mysticism and Antichrist goals, i.e. taking Christ out, bringing in another Messiah, another golden age outside of Christ. There's evidence of countless errors and mistakes. There's evidence that this text is not the one used by the authors of the New Testament. Yet, despite all that evidence, which is very easily documented, I've belabored to document it for you in this presentation, despite that, what do you have? You have the Jews pretending that their Hebrew goes back all the way to Abraham and Moses, and God came down and wrote the crowns and everything else. Psyop. Dispensationalists, Christian Zionists, hold up Jewish traditions as valid. I mean, you see these Zionist churches, which I'm sure you can relate to, these Zionist churches where they have like the Israel's flag and tradition of the rabbis and all these things that we need to consider. This is nonsense. How? Why? The Jews of today are not even the Jews of the Bible. You have KJV onlyism that demonizes the Septuagint. And of course, most English Bibles follow the tradition that the KJV set by picking the Masoretic. So all of these things are conflicting when you have all this evidence and yet you have the contrary effect. Then to me, that tells me this is a psyop, and that it's psyop that you need to be aware of. The Reformers used the Masoretic text because of tradition, not because of logic or science or discernment or anything else. They used it because of tradition. But they also lost the Reformation from the get-go because of tradition. Do you understand? They lost tradition because they kept to the immortality of the soul. They kept to Sunday as the day of rest. They kept to institutionalized traditions and having churches and denominations and institutions. They could not let go of that delicious, sweet, sweet wine from Babylon of tradition. And that's why they lost. And this is no different. The Masoretic text, as part of your KJV and other Bibles, is tradition. And it's really rabbinic tradition at that, which is just horrible. The Reformers failed to recognize the Septuagint was the scriptures that Jesus and the apostles were using and the early church was using. They failed to realize that it's older than the Masoretic text by 1,000 years, at least, and that it was translated and accepted by the Jews themselves. Of course, this was before Jesus came, and that's why after Jesus, all the Jews scrambled to create new translations, which we documented. But this is the thing, folks, and this is why you know it's a psyop, because it doesn't make any dang sense. So, what matters more than which translation you use? Well, learning to read in context, i.e. context of the verse, the chapters, the books, the style of the author, the other things you've written, the cultural context, the history. All that is context that you need to consider actively. Learning to cross-reference and build a case and support your belief with multiple scriptures and reconcile scriptures that are seeming to be arguing against what you're saying. So for example, in my Afterlife series, when people say, well, what about Luke 16? Okay, what about Luke 16? It's a parable. What does the evidence of the Bible say about what happens when we die? And the Bible says that we die and that's it. Then there's resurrection. And for you, it's going to be like sleeping. You die and then you wake up and you're resurrected. That's what it's like. So if you run into a verse that seems to be contradicting the body of evidence, you need to reconcile that because the Bible is consistent. So what does that mean? Well, that means probably Luke 16 is not talking about the afterlife. And of course it's not. It's a much deeper rebuke and beautiful poetic rebuke of the Pharisees. How they're going to lose the promises of Abraham because of their stubbornness of their heart. It's about the gospel. It's not about, what happens when you die. Jesus is using cultural notions and painting a visual picture through a parable, but it's not a statement on the afterlife. So learning to cross-reference, learning to compare different translations to see what does this translation do versus that one, especially for, now that you understand the Septuagint issues with the Masoretic, for prophecies of Christ, prophetic numbers and dates, anything having to do with Jesus. Make sure you compare it with the Septuagint. Get yourself an English version of the Septuagint, like Brenton's. You also have to learn to use the original language. I don't mean speak the original language, but learn to go to the interlinear and look up, like we've done. Okay, what does it say here? What's the word here? Let me look up in the concordance. What is other people have commented on this word? Like, for example, there's Gesenius's Hebrew lexicon. Gesenius was a Jew that basically created this Hebrew lexicon in the 1800s, I believe. Very well-known guy, but it's a very in-depth and it's a good one to consult. It's a good one to consult, especially for things that are very murky, words that don't make any sense, because he compiled a lot of things that were not available to most of the Western world and commented on them. For example, when I have my lunar episode, my lunar Sabbath episode in my Sabbath series, we use Gesenius's Hebrew lexicon quite a bit to decode certain words that are lost in translation, like Yerach, whatever is pronounced, that it talks about moon, and it's actually the name of the full moon that they were naming, whereas people think it's a new moon and so on. So anyway, there's a lot of interesting things there. Check that out. But learning to use these types of tools, so you get at the discerning of what is the actual word that was being used here, and how do we know it's the actual word? Compare multiple things, look at the interlinear, so on. You have to learn to build a case for your beliefs, folks. You have to accumulate evidence before you file a decision. You have to be a court in your mind. You have to learn to think like a court. Accumulate evidence for and against, and then pronounce a decision. Or if you can't pronounce a decision, then be conservative and say, I don't know. Like with this whole Dead Sea Scrolls thing, I don't have absolute evidence that this is a conspiracy. I don't, and I'm willing to admit that. However, I'm extremely skeptical of the narrative that they've put forth. And especially the things that have been discovered seem to play towards the Zionist agenda, which they needed with the state of Israel to beef up Zionism and so on. So I'm very skeptical. But either way, I'm watching to see if they're going to do anything more with this. And we'll see. It doesn't really matter. So far, it's not of big consequence, but you have to realize to take everything with a grain of salt. Even things like archaeology and the numbers and dates you get, these things should be questioned all the time. They don't know left from right, these people. They make estimates and, it could be this from this period to that period, or that. We don't know. History is a mystery, folks. The farther you go back like 1,000, 2,000, years, past 2,000 years, it's tough. It's tough to date things that far back. It really is, because there's so much has happened, especially when you're looking at something like, the development of a language. But anyway, these things I just outlined, learning to read in context, cross-reference, compare translations, use the original language, build a case for your beliefs. This is way more important than what translation you use. If your principles are off, it doesn't matter what translation you use. You could have the original King James version that King James wrote himself or whatever. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It would not matter one bit, because if you have principles that are off, you're going to come to the wrong interpretation. And certainly a lot of KJV onlyists, proof in the pudding, have wrong interpretations. Who gravitates towards KJV onlyism? Snake charming churches where they drink snake venom. Those are KJV only. Hebrew roots, black Hebrew Israelites, fundamentalists, all these crazy legalist groups. Do they have good theology? No. So obviously KJV onlyism does not produce good theology. It really doesn't. It produces fanaticism. If you have strong principles, you can use those principles, and even if you have an inferior translation, you can still discern more truth than somebody who has a better translation and really poor principles. A legalist who's using the KJV versus somebody who is really good in their theology using an NLT, the latter is going to come with better realizations than the former. I can guarantee you that, because interpretation is everything. Today I use the ESV, mostly for it's just ease of reading. But the ESV is Masoretic for its Old Testament, so you need to be aware of that. Does that mean the ESV is corrupt? No. It's a translation. You need to realize that God preserved his word perfectly, i.e., What is preserved? The Bible. The revelation of who he is, what his plan is, i.e. the gospel, the fact that he's returning, we have Bible prophecy, all of these things have been preserved. Very perfectly preserved. The message and the meaning are what is preserved, not the words. The KJV only people want to say that, well, because they love verbal inspiration, but it's no different than the kabbalistic obsession with pronunciations and specific, crowns here and there. This is why KJV onlyism is legalism. They want to insist that basically God does preserve his word, and he preserves it through the KJV, because those words that he wrote, those are the inspired words preserved by God. Does that sound to you like anything? To me, it sounds like Talmudic Judaism. It really does. God is sovereign. And of course, despite the countless attacks the enemy has made on the word of God, God has preserved his word, and that's the point. That's why God has allowed the enemy to do these things, so you understand that God is sovereign. Despite all of these conspiracies, whether it's the Vatican or the Jews or this or that, God's word is sure, and it has been preserved. Isn't that fascinating? I think that's fascinating. So my goal today for you is not to throw out your Masoretic text Bible like your KJV or ESV. Not at all. Not at all. My goal for you is to have discernment. And now that you know, you can dance. You can dance the dance, this is a dance. You saw how many sources I used to document this. This is a dance, and it's the dance that you have to dance if you want to discern the truth. You know what the issues are now with the Masoretic text, so get yourself a Septuagint and compare it to the Old Testament when you're reading through. Just when you have a section in the Old Testament you're reading, just for fun, compare it to the Septuagint. See what's up, and go on your own journey. For the main issues like end times, the biblical timeline, prophecies of Christ, things like that, you now have a reference so you know what the issues are, so you're not deceived. But as always, it's about walking the narrow road and not swerving to the right or to the left, all the while trusting that God will guide you to the truth. So I hope this has been edifying for you, my friends. We'll see you next time, and get yourself a copy of the Septuagint.